Seems that I'm not. Seems that I've made a mistake and I am not. The Twitch one did not start, but that's okay. Doesn't matter. Just gonna go with YouTube alone today.
Ah, very good. I have translated the runes on this scroll. You must find the cairn stones and touch them in the order that I have written.
The what stones? What order? Come on. Fuck.
Greetings, young sorceress. It is good to... Tasha has always been fiercely loyal, but I fear her anger and frustration over these recent events will lead her into harm's way. She is highly protective of the few rogues remaining under her command, and will not send them into combat unless there is dire need.
Hey, where's the chat? I don't see the chat on the screen. Also, hello. Wait, I think I know. Okay. Where's the... My gosh. It's below. What the... Oh, here we are. It's here. Okay, it's here now. Hey, I'm playing my... Why can't I see the chat here? Oh, you're sorcerer. Yeah, really? Okay, nice. That seems to be the case, which means I should train even more. Okay. Vocal training. Practice by doing, as they say. So I have no clue what I should be doing, and also there's something wrong with the chat, so I wanna rein in the chat a little bit. Also Diablo. There we go. Seem to be having some strange technical problems all of a sudden. We're gonna sort of whale it in. Better say something to me. Write something. OMG, I'm gonna write something. Oh wait, oh my god. Oh my god. Live chat, top chat. So you have the scroll of info, so you can right click and tell you there is also thing. Oh. Why isn't it visible? The chat. changing the theme to be clean. Okay, now let's test it. I think the clean is better. Yeah, it's much better. Testing, testing, 1 2 1 2. Okay, let's go. That's better. That's better, right? Who do the Karim stones in the stony field touch the stones in order found in the scroll of influence? Okay, let's go to the thing. Yeah. How? I might need to go to the toilet, interesting enough. How to reduce the YouTube chat delay? One moment. Okay, I'm gonna check. Alright. Wait, what's the trick? There's a trick apparently to the... to... Okay. Sorry, I'm... Oh. Stats for nerds. Okay. What the heck? For real? What is my delay? Wait, where is it? Wait, where is it? Where is it? I'm sorry. It says I have a... It says my delay is 0. How can my delay be 0? There's clearly a delay. What the hell? Are you for real? It says my delay is 0. No, wait, that's impossible. "25 seconds delay." How? Why do I have 25 seconds of delay? Usually people have like 6 seconds delay. What? I don't know why YouTube works so weirdly for me. no. Oh my gosh. Hello, BHM. I'm not sure what you mean, but I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go to the toilet. I'm gonna be right back. And in the meantime, we're gonna be like doing Diablo. Be right back. Okay, we're back. Stony Field. What was rude? What happened? What happened? Oh. I see.
Not enough mana. Not enough mana. I need mana. I need mana. I can't carry anymore. Not enough mana. I am overburdened. I am overburdened. I need Not enough mana. I am overburdened. I can't carry anymore. I need mana. I need mana. I need mana. I need mana. Not enough mana. I need mana. Not enough mana. Tristram was no match for Diablo's fury. I need mana. I need mana. I need mana. I need mana. I can't carry anymore. Not enough mana. Not enough mana. Not enough mana. I need mana. I need mana. I need mana. Not enough mana. Not enough mana. I need mana.
I am muted. Yeah, I'm sorry. Everybody died. Everybody who I just had to kill Tristram. I was upset. I had to kill the blacksmith from the first game. Did you see? We killed the blacksmith from the first game. I'm left wondering. Oh, that's the well. Did anyone from the first game survive?
I am overburdened. I am overburdened.
Even my character didn't survive. I had to kill my character already. Also, I just said that.
I need mana. Not enough mana.
Also, as I've said before. Oh my gosh. As I've said before, the video stream that I have on keeps lagging behind.
I can't
So there's-
carry anymore. I can't carry anymore.
Also, Diablo 2 throws too much crap at you. Like I swear, like the equipment management was not such a pain in the ass in the first game. This is the blacksmith's place. This is the tavern. So they kept the layout of the town the same as it was in the first game. This is the place where the you know, the inn was, blacksmith. The drunk was somewhere around here. This was the place where the lady lived. Oh should be a wound in the earth somewhere around here where the passage to hell was. But I guess there's a river here instead now.
I can't carry anymore.
The layout of the city is similar but also different.
I am overburdened.
So where's Kane?
Help!
West corner of town? Where? What did I miss? What did I miss? What did I miss in the west corner of town? This is the west corner of town. What did I miss?
Help!
I mean this. Kane's
I am
crib.
overburdened.
You mean this?
Deckard Cain! Get to the rogue camp!
Wait, so where's the road to the cathedral? Southwest corner, technically speaking. The southeast corner. What did I... Where? Where is weird? I don't see weird. I don't see weird. Where? I don't see. Where is weird? Where? I don't see where. What? Really? I don't see him at all. Oh my gosh! Oh no. Well, wait, he doesn't look like a little boy. He doesn't look like a little kid. I thought he would be alive. Oh my gosh.
I can't carry anymore.
He doesn't look like a child. That is so gruesome. Amazing. God damn. Looks like an adult here. Oh, a secret. gosh. That must have been such a gut punch for people that played the first game. What the hell? Imagine playing the first game and be like, oh my gosh, I'm gonna go back to Tristram. I'm gonna have fun with all of my friends. They're all dead. All of my friends are dead. Now I can have fun with all of my friends and my gosh. Giggling. I'm gonna sell all of this. My gosh. They didn't pull any punches.
I am overburdened.
Are the protagonists of this game also dead in Diablo 3? Is this character also gonna be dead meat in the next game? Or something?
Hello.
Trey. But it's so evil. I got you. We're gonna play free on stream if we can make it before Diablo 4 hits.
Good to see you. As a token of my gratitude, I will identify items for you at no charge.
I say,
Regrettably, I could do nothing to prevent the disaster which devastated Tristram. It would appear that our greatest fears have come to pass. Diablo, the Lord of Terror, has once again been set loose upon the world. As you know, some time ago, Diablo was slain beneath Tristram.
I do know.
And when our hero emerged triumphant from the labyrinth beneath town, we held a grand celebration that lasted several days. Yet, as the weeks passed, our hero became increasingly aloof. He kept his distance from the rest of the townsfolk and seemed to lapse into a dark, brooding depression. I thought that perhaps his ordeal had been so disturbing that he simply could not put it out of his mind. The hero seemed more tormented every passing day. I remember he awoke many times, screaming in the night, always something about the East. One day he simply left, and shortly thereafter Tristram was attacked by legions of foul demons. Many were slain, and the demons left me to die in that cursed cage.
Oh.
I believe now that Tristram's hero was that dark wanderer who passed this way before the monastery fell. I fear even worse, my friend. I fear that Diablo has taken possession of the hero who sought to slay him. If true, Diablo will become more powerful than ever before. You must stop him, or all.
I mean, whose idea was it to chunk a soulstone into your forehead? Can you finally realize capitalism is not worth dying for? True. Wait. Oh my gosh, he used to charge you for that in the first game, didn't he? He used to charge you for identification, that pervert. Oh my gosh. What a perv. What a... Oh my god. Can I see your items? Can I touch your items? No, get away from me, you weirdo. Get away from my items. Talk. Gossip.
You may recover some mysterious things from the demons you killed.
Really?
Some of great use to you, some of great peril. Bring them to me, and I'll reveal their secrets.
Fabulous secrets will reveal to me when I held up the sword and... The search for you.
As a token of my gratitude,
Okay.
regrettably, I could do nothing to prevent the...
Okay.
The malice has eluded you so far. Well, search thoroughly in the barracks. That is where the rogues kept their forge.
Where? Wait, where am I supposed to go? I'm sorry, what do you want from me? Where's the Horadic? Where's the monastery barracks? Where is that supposed to be?
Not here.
Okay, I'm gonna Google. Because this is just... Oh my gosh. This is definitely one of those games when I have no clue where to go. Okay, I have no clue where the monastery barracks are. I'll just assume I'm not supposed to know yet. Okay? I'll just assume, gigglers. There's a wisdom in these words of wisdom. You know? You understand what I'm trying to tell you. You understand my feelings. What road? Wait, what road? The yellow brick road? What? What do you mean? I have no clue. What road? Where am I supposed to go? Hello?
You have risked your life to rescue Cain.
Of course.
For that we thank you. You must seek his counsel immediately.
I already did. What the hell? Get the memo or the whatever that you do. Whatever it is that you do. My character looks so good. Okay, give me your counsel.
Yes?
Request. Cancel. Where am I supposed to go? Oh, quest completed. Amazing. Where am I supposed to go now? What am I supposed to do now? Am I stuck? Is it the game over for me? Where is this? I Let me see. There has to be something around here. Talk to me.
Hello.
Hello.
You have risked your life to rescue...
Okay. Like, I already talked to Kane.
As a token of my regret, you may recover some...
Oh my gosh. Wait, really? Those fields? I mean, these fields? We're gonna look over some memes later. Are you ready for memes? I've got a list. I'm not sure if you're familiar with the list. So I guess I'm gonna ask you. Are you familiar with the list? I've got a special list for you. A list that might explain a lot. But you must know it. Do you know the list? Boom. Ask your community. I don't know if it's real or not, but that list is such a meme that we cannot overlook it.
I need mana.
It's the memeiest list I've ever seen. No? How can you not know the list? What is your culture if you don't know the list?
I need mana. Not enough mana. I need mana. Not enough mana. Not enough mana. Not enough mana. I need mana.
Boots! 17% damage by the mana, some stamina. I understand my place. Oh, okay. I want to use it. I want to cheat. Thank you, Somniostatic. You're the best. Let's go. Where is the... Turns out that Tristram is pretty much a smoking hole in the ground now, and poor old Deckard stay a while in the cell. Klein needs to be rescued. Akara will tell you Oh my goodness. Quest 4. Yeah, I did that quest already. Wait. Oh. Okay. Tamoa Highland. Okay, let's go there now. Alright. I'm the best. I'm the best giggler. Come on, let's go. I'm giggling. Okay. I am ready for you. And then we'll look for the list. The list of the things. Yeah? Oh, nice.
I need mana.
True, especially me. Especially I get
Not
stuck
enough
here.
mana.
Did Vaj get stuck here?
Not enough mana.
Also, new Paul. Who else is there? Oh. There you go. I'm adding new character that I've learned about lately. Here we go. Here we go. Those are your choices. Those are your choices. Cursed choices. My voice. I go to the teleport. Okay, let's go. What are your other choices? I like the walk animation a lot. Why are there random like piles of gold lying around? That just makes me think of bots and MMOs. Lying piles of gold that just lie around randomly. Makes me think of people that just farm gold in MMOs. In games like
I need mana.
Lineage 2.
Not enough mana. mana.
Oh my gosh. Let me just leave this place for now. Something. Let's go. So many enemies all of a sudden.
I need mana. I need mana. Not enough mana.
Should get my mana restored.
Not enough mana. I need mana.
I do. Oh? So we don't need, huh? Guess we're selling that. So what can I get? Fire. It is, right? Okay. I like my mana to use like really quickly. I mean, I keep just giving myself vitality because I haven't seen any weapons that I cannot use yet. I might be really playing the game wrong, but it's okay. It's trial and error for me.
I need mana.
I might be doing something really wrong in this game, but I've been given advice, so
Not enough mana.
stats to be able to use a gear that you want to use, and otherwise just put everything to
I
vitality.
need mana.
That's the advice that I've been given.
I need mana. I need mana.
I could always reset the points as well. There's no need to cry.
I need mana. I need mana.
Hey,
I need mana.
I don't know, my friend dies.
Not enough mana. overburdened.
Already? Oh, okay. Never mind. Everything overburdens me. Everything gets me overburdened.
Good evening.
Wait, what happened to identifying items? Are you bugged or something?
Greetings.
Wait, what happened? Wait, did he already identify all of my items? I don't have to click on them? Okay. Guess it's time to sell.
Good evening.
Let's go. Let's go back into the fray. How much money have I got? Oh my gosh, I'm rich just like in the first game already. And unlike in the... Oh my gosh. And unlike the first game, I don't really need to buy potions because I keep getting them non-stop. They're just random money all the time in the game.
Not enough mana.
There's just random money all the time everywhere.
I need mana. Not enough mana.
Okay, I'm gonna be exploring this area. So the question is, what memes do you want? I have to check what memes I've got for you. Okay. I'm gonna give you choices that will sound bizarre. This meme, this meme. What else have I got for you? I'm gonna give you 3 options for you not to be like overwhelmed. Okay? The list. There you go. I don't want you to be overwhelmed with the choices. There's such a thing as having too much choice, and 3 is optimal. I look forward to True. I've told you I've got memes today. You can also look through Bosch's debate
Not enough mana.
yesterday. That's an option too, but
I need mana.
oh my gosh, my VTuber honor. The honor of the VTubers. I'm gonna give you my backstory as a VTuber. It is. It is. It's true.
I need mana. Not enough mana.
And if I ever make a segment about the whole Teen Mom thing, I'm gonna title the video Destine is a Teen Mom's name. So thank you for giving me the perfect video title.
I need mana.
Xanderhall is winning. Are you all big fans of Xanderhall or something? You all Xanderholics? That is the name of the fans of Xanderhall. Xanderholics. Yoink. Oh, I've got two. Oh my gosh. My in real life friend just uploaded a video titled "How a Cow Has Saved 2 million living beings," which I'm actually curious about. But for now, we have to get to the spicy memes, spicy meatballs. Oh no, it's a stall. It's a stun lock. It's a stun lock. Oh. Go to the store. Oh, there are... Oh, I have to go grab something real quick. I'll be right back, Jigglers. I'll be so right back that you will like, oh my god. Oh my god. You don't like Xanderhall? Why do you not Xanderhall? Write in the chat while I will go to get my thing. When I will share the... Please vote. Please. I will be right back. Break the cycle. Break the stun lock. I'm old and imperfect. I'm old and, you know, I'm old and horrible. So, you know, you watch me. What is a liability lefty? Is it me? Am I the liability lefty? Am I the liability lefty? Destiny Teen Single Moms. Okay, we have to make double sure that we don't watch the... Okay, we are not on Twitch. We're safe to pursue this hot content. It's true. It's a perfect list, isn't it? It's like the list of the greatest hits. Okay, let's go. Let's go for the teenage moms. You have voted for this. You have demanded this. You have begged me for this. Well then, okay. I'm gonna change the title, okay? I'm gonna change the title of the stream and then I will share the link everywhere. Who was petty? I'm petty? Why am I so petty? Is it because I'm old and ugly? Is it why I'm petty? A petty boutique? My petty boutique. Let's go to the Ptasha Mleczko screen. Browser. Yeah, Bowser browser. Okay, I'm gonna change the title of this stream. And then I'm gonna share it. The title is... Oh, yeah, that's right. I have to add some hashtags to the stream. Diablo 2 Resurrected. Alright. What else? What else? VTuber. Because VTuber is a spicy meme now. What should be my third hashtag for this stream? Yeah, I am the one who knocks. I am the one who knocks. I am the one who is the Senate. I am a small channel, that's right. I am a small channel. I don't know why Xanderhal sent people... Xanderhal should send people on me. Okay, help me choose the third hashtag, please. Thank you. I'm not sure if someone steals a huge amount of money. I'm not sure if just cutting your losses is like a... Do you know what I mean? You know what I mean? I'm becoming drama oriented. Do you know what I mean? I'm not sure if like when someone just steals a lot from you, it's like just cutting your losses cuts it anymore. Wait, am I in top chat again? This sucks. This sucks, gigglers. That's right, VTuber Politics Diablo 2. Wait, hold on. It's a stun luck again. Come on, please vote. I need a definite vote because I'm gonna change the title of the stream depending on the winner. Also help me with the third hashtag right now, please. But have you considered that going to a small claims court would have made him a small man? Yeah, that's right. You came for my humor. You came for my amazing jokes. You love it. You love my jokes. Please help me with the third hashtag. What should the third hashtag for this stream be? Number 1 is Diablo 2 Resurrected. Number 2 is VTuber, because VTubers are bad now. And what else? Third one. Let's go. Let's go. True, small claim. What if people started joking that Zanderhal is small in certain areas? Because he went to the small claims court. Okay, hashtag. Give me ideas for a hashtag. Come on and vote. 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 Oh, react. That's a hashtag, really? React is a hashtag? Yeah, lolly. Like lolicon. Alright. Now, I'm waiting for you to vote so I can change the title. Temporary satisfaction? What is this non-safe for word chat? Come on, please. Megana girl. Okay, that's my hashtag. Thank you. Yeah, reaction actually is a hashtag. And I'm gonna throw in Megana girl as well because I like that. I'm gonna throw in a bonus. No, that's not an existing hashtag. You lied to me. There is no Megana girl. You lied to me. That's not a hashtag. I can't believe you. Yeah, I did right. Okay, these are my hashtags right now, okay? Apparently only 3 are visible. Diablo 2 Resurrected, VTuber, and Reaction are my... Hello, Maya. Okay, vote please. We need to get the content rolling. And not in a JK way. Ba-dum-psh. Ba-dum-psh. Come on. Please click either choice number 1, either choice number 2, either choice number 3. It will affect the title of the stream and then I will share the link. I will. Did you know that the first Clock Tower game was on the Super Nintendo? Did you know that the first Clock Tower game was on the Super Nintendo? And we can play it together on the Super Nintendo. The Super Nintendo Clock Tower game. Oh yeah. I bet you didn't know that the Clock Tower game was on the Super Nintendo. And you kept hiding from the scissor dude. True, vote. Please vote. I guess I'm returning to game. I guess you don't want me to do exciting react drama VTuber content. Guess you like just Diablo 2 without anything on top. And I guess I'm turning on the Ptashim Lechko for now. This is what happens when I allow the chat to vote on stuff. It's a permanent stun lock forever. Yes, scissor dude. Oh, Zanderhal Lodi VTubers. Okay, I had a really nice title for the Destiny thing. And I can't think of a spicy title for the Zanderhal. Help me think of a spicy title. Yes, Zanderhal's ahead. So I have to think of a new title. I actually wanted to go for the title of the stream for now. Destiny is that teen single mom's name, but now I have to think of a Zanderhal name of the stream. That's not spicy enough. It has to have... It needs to be clickbaity. It needs to have Zanderhal and VTubers in the name. Oh. Jessica. You're in for a thing, right? You saw me beat Diablo 1, right? You saw me. This is why I'm your favorite streamer, because I didn't just go to Diablo 2. I started from the first game, like a true gamer. Not a coward that just goes through Diablo 2. Only cowards don't start from the first game. And I'm not a coward.
I need mana.
I look like a coward. No, I don't. Oh.
I need mana.
You know what? If I wanted to be really clickbaity... Okay. I have a screenshot. Voting's over, Zanderhal 1. I have to... Oh my gosh. Okay, I have to start a new poll. A very controversial poll. But you know what? You know Lucy's a spicy streamer. So let's go. Prepare for this. Prepare for this poll. Title proposition. Is Zanderhal a lolly VTuber? There we go. Is Zanderhal a lolly VTuber? Yes, no. No. I'm thinking more spicy, okay? More spice, more clickbait. Is Zanderhal a lolly VTuber? Oh my gosh. Here we go. Let's go. I guess this is the title. Here we go. Okay, we're making this the title then. Okay, let's go. Perfect title. Only 6 people voted. That is the real. We're diving into the Zanderhal question, the X question, the XQ. Let's go into the thing. Inger. Transphobic lolicon. I've got the link here. Let's go. Zanderhal. But before we begin, I have to the Zanderhal question. Okay. I'm gonna... Oh, Somniostatic. I have a question for you. Are you actually on my Discord? You are. You are on all of the Discords. Okay. You are actually on all of the Discords. So will you be able to share this stream link everywhere on the Discords? Is Zanderhal a lolly VTuber? Title change. Okay, can you share this stream link everywhere? We have changed the title. There you go. Is Xanderhal a lolly VTuber? That is my question. Okay, let's go. So I will start this with a intro. Don't worry, you can like cut out all the fluff, but this is the intro to the segment, so I will make it. The music is very serious because the topic is very serious. And then I will start the thing without further ado. So, as you might probably know, I am actually a VTuber. It is shocking, I know, but I am. And there are a few reasons why I chose to be a VTuber. Because similar, I guess you could say the first reason is similar to why Aristocracy is a VTube model, which is to sort of keep privacy and not to be doxed by 50 bigots. That is the reason number one. Reason number two why I am a VTuber is because I am basically at the start of my transition journey when it comes to everything. And well, I'm really ugly. I am really ugly presenting. Okay? So I would rather show something on screen that will not make people cry in horror. Although I have made a sort of a promise that if I have 50 viewers on this stream, then I will carefully craft and do an on-camera stream. So that's the context of me being a VTuber. Okay, that is like the context of me being a VTuber. And recently, due to the whole controversy with the Harry Potter Wizard game, strangely enough, the controversy has centered around VTubers and the allegations of them being harassed by people from Twitter or trans activists. Like, it varies. Some go more mask off and just use the weirdly dog whistly term Twitter freaks.
I am overburdened.
And then we have the even deeper thing of VTubers that are strangely transphobic, that present themselves as small lolly girls and garner small lolly audiences of lolly fans. You know? And like, it's strange. I've seen a few videos on Twitter with clips of those weird lolicon bait VTubers that speak about Hogwarts, speak about role-playing good Hitler, and about being cancelled by trans trenders, I guess. And so I've seen on my YouTube feed that Xanderhal has made a video about the subject of lolly VTubers, transphobic lolly VTubers to be exact. So we're gonna dive in, we're gonna see what he thinks of the subject, and yeah, there we go. This is my big segment of reacting to Xanderhal. Let's go. So this is the context. We're gonna dive in now. I've got the link prepared. Gonna make it bigger and stronger. Gonna make it bigger and stronger. Oh yeah, and we're gonna figure out if Zanderhal is a lolly VTuber or not. You have to get to the bottom of this. Alright, let's go. I have made Zanderhal big and strong here. Full screen Zanderhal. Full steam ahead. I'm gonna unmute the browser for you, not to make the classic mistake that I always make of starting to watch a video for 5 minutes only for people to say, we cannot hear anything. Okay, let's go. This is Zanderhal.
Oh, okay, everybody.
Oh, this is Zanderhal in his new home. Zanderhal's new home and lighting look really nice. My compliments to you, Zanderhal, for your new home, new lighting. This is pretty exciting. I can feel the excitement of being in a new place, starting a new chapter in your life. But I digress. I'm not sure if we're gonna keep this in the video, this little digression or not.
One's gonna be a little bit of a doozy.
It is?
So, many of you guys will probably be able to recall the discourse that blew up the internet. It's kind of dying down now, but it's still kind of burning. There's still there's still a little bit of smoke
It's
there.
still a thing.
Still a little bit of cinder, still a little bit of coals burning from the Hogwarts Legacy discourse.
Oh yeah.
Now,
Who would have thought that it would evolve, the discourse about Hogwarts Legacy would, like, evolve or rather devolve into a bunch of lolly-themed VTubers talking about being cancelled and about their flat chests and about role-playing good Hitler. And if you think I'm joking, if you think I'm making up some weird, like, over-the-top example, I'm not. It's actually real.
the
And Zanderhal's probably gonna mention it in this very video. So prepare yourself for some system shock, for some, I don't even know what you're gonna see.
part of it that I'm referring to is this
Lolly
moral
discourse.
panic that happened where people were talking about how trans people were going to streamers' chats that were live streaming
And
Hogwarts
harassing them.
and harassing them.
And most of them were VTubers from what I've seen. They weren't all lolly themed VTubers, but they were mostly VTubers from what I've noticed.
And at the time, it really seemed like this was probably happening. There are a lot of woke scolds online, and they can be pretty ravenous, and that is kind of in line with them. But at the same time, they're not very... They don't get around, you know? They don't do a lot of, like, going out and finding strangers or, like, conservatives and dunking on them. They usually just attack lefty figures they know
True.
that are popular to try to get, like, woke...
They
points.
ignore
So-
right-wingers.
now that you think back on it, like with hindsight, it seemed a little off, right? As it
Hindsight is always 2020. It's true.
turned out, a large amount, not all of, certainly not all of, but a large amount of the trans activists, quote unquote, that were harassing these YouTubers that were streaming Hogwarts
Were they
Legacy
made up? Oh
were
no.
actually Nazi incel trolls masquerading as trans people online in order to do what is called black propaganda.
That is such a classic move by bigots. Like, that is such a classic move that it's shocking that nobody caught on right off the bat. It's been done for years. It's been going on for so many years that bigots would, like, sort of impersonate people like that. So I get it.
Black propaganda is a form of propaganda intended to create the impression that it was created by those it is supposed to discredit.
Right.
Black propaganda contrasts with gray propaganda, which does not identify its source as well as white propaganda, which does not disguise its origins at all. So essentially, black propaganda would be a video made by a conservative in which, pretending to be a lefty, they say, actually, I think trans people grooming kids is good, or something like that. That would be black propaganda.
Right.
Propaganda made by a conservative, made to look like it's from lefties, supporting something conservatives believe.
I'm surprised no bigot actually did that sort of thing. I'm pretty sure media like the Fox News and all the other things would run with it. So I'm actually surprised no fake account actually popped out saying something like that.
Lefties believe, right? And that's exactly what the conservative, troll campaign was. And you may know it by the term PSYOP as well, but that's a little bit more of a LARPy term. But black propaganda, I think, is...
LARPy term. Are you calling Vosh a LARPer, Xander Hall? Vosh used the term. Are you saying Vosh is a LARPer? What are you trying to tell us, Xander Hall?
Accurate. Regardless, there was a bit of a situation involving a certain VTuber. Now, I'm just going to say this. I do not watch VTubers. VTubers are just not my cup of tea, I guess.
You should watch me. If there's any VTuber you should watch non-stop every day, all the way, it's me, okay? And the fact that Xander Hall does not watch me is already like a minus point on this video. Yeah, we're grading this video. Exactly. Xander Hall called Vosh a LARPer. You heard it here first. From this VTuber. True. It's true.
Yes, I'm not really into that community. I don't think I could name a popular VTuber.
Interestingly enough, I am a VTuber technically speaking, but I'm not really deep into the VTuber community, TM. Should I get more into the VTuber community? I mean, it's in dire straits right now.
But
I've known some really nice VTubers, trans-friendly VTubers. I'm actually in a whole VTuber Discord, and a bird-themed VTuber Discord with only bird-themed VTubers in it. Since I'm a duck, I'm on that Discord. Well, no, I don't really have a separate persona. Just me. I'm just me on an avatar because I'm too ugly to show my real face.
yeah, it's a pretty popular community. There are a fucking lot of them. It's a huge... Oh yeah, Surus. Wait, hold on. Surus is a VTuber. I forgot. Wait. We do have a VTuber in chat. Surus. But yeah, like the VTuber community at large.
I love how Xander Hall does not even mention the biggest Polish VTuber trans streamer. I'm disappointed, frankly, of the silencing and erasure and stuff like that.
Like the big clout VTuber people. I don't know any of them. I'm not really even slightly tapped in on that community. However, thankfully other people that I'm friends with are. We're gonna start this segment by reading a thread from a friend of mine who I actually met in real life the other day, Conyer.
Conyer.
Who posted this. There's an industrial complex of VTubers forming that are grifting off Hogwarts Legacy and the harassment they're getting for it.
Oh yeah, I was here for that. I was here for this tweet, Fred. Okay? I'm pretty sure I responded to this tweet thread by saying that I've done the fundraiser. I wrote a comment saying that I've done a fundraiser as a VTuber streamer. Right? And we have raised $1,000 for the Trevor Project.
For it is coming from incel Nazis pretending to be trans now. So this is the VTuber in question, I guess. Pipkin Pippa. Today's stream. I hate this franchise, but I hate people on Twitter more. I mean, if you don't like the series, then why play it? Have fun, though.
Pipkin Pita did a whole little response to Vosh as well when it comes to this topic. I saw it. Why did I see it? Because Steven, being a person that keeps tabs on everything related to Vosh, of course, has reacted to this VTuber talking about Vosh. Because I don't know, I think Steven keeps track of everything Vosh related and will react to anything or anyone talking about Vosh at all times and time. So if you really want to know what's happening with Vosh, who's talking about Vosh, then ironically enough, the best source for that is not Vosh himself, but Steven Banel II. This is my little bit of advice for you. This is my little bit of trivia for you regarding Steven. Steven is a better source of information about Vosh than Vosh himself. Okay, let's go. Let's go, Xander Hall.
No, because people like this. I made a video to explain why Pikami deserved what she got and Pippa deserves the same. You should watch it if you're a transphobe.
I see.
Do you ever accidentally use 4chan lingo in real life, Kek? Goy slop? Oh my god, these people. Jesus Christ. That's definitely an anti-Semitic 4chan
I don't even
fucking abomination word.
I don't even know what that goy slop means. I don't even know what that means, to be honest. I probably don't know many slurs. It's bizarre. Like I think this is the first time I'm seeing this word.
Anon, etc. I called someone the N-word once. Okay, so this is posted by the person. Oh, okay, so this is clearly, like, because they... If you look back on their account, you can see, like, the anti-trans comments, but now they're trolling and pretending
I have to
be,
check
like,
something.
a trans person. Okay. Here to explain why Pikami deserved what she...
Why made a video explain why Pikami deserved what she got and people deserves the same. You should budget. Like, the whole Pikami situation is strange because, like, she did, like, a graduation. Graduation is when you stop being a VTuber. She's a half American, half Japanese girl living in Japan. VTuber. Like, you do know that I've actually had a mini topic on me on kiwi farms, right? And the kiwi farmers talking about me speculated about me being from Taiwan, doing an anime accent using a voice changer, and then they unironically lamented that I'm a VTuber because VTubers are more difficult to identify and it's more difficult to basically dox a VTuber. You know? They literally lamented the fact that since I'm a VTuber, it's much harder to dox me. So, yeah. There's a little bit of like a trivia for you when it comes to this whole VTubing topic.
She got, and Pippa deserves the same. You should watch it if you're a transphobe. Do you ever accidentally use 4chan lingo in real life, Kek? Goy
We've
slop?
already
Oh
seen
my
this.
god, these people. Jesus Christ. That's definitely an anti-Semitic 4chan fucking abomination word.
I've actually never been on 4chan either. Like, I've heard about the page over the years, but I've never ever even once visited that page. Never. Like, I've only ever in my entire life heard of the page. I've heard people talking about the page, about the quote unquote memes from that page, the rhetoric of that page, but I have never visited the page. You know? It's weird. It's wacky. And by extension, I've never visited any other sites that the 4chan spawned. You know? Oh, thank you, Extreme Toast.
Anon, etc. I called someone the N-word once. Okay, so this is posted by the person. Oh, okay, so this is clearly, like, because they... If you look back on their account, you can see, like, the anti-trans comments, but now they're trolling and pretending to be, like, a trans person. Okay. Alright.
Classic.
I see what this is depicting here. I was confused. I'm tired, okay? I'm really sleepy, alright? Zan's sleepy.
Classic.
Strangely, there's more anti-trans harassment in these comment sections than anyone playing the Wizard game's ever gotten. It's almost like the right's been trying to fabricate and magnify this harassment to make trans people look bad because they don't think trans people should exist.
Yeah.
Well, now this one's an anti-Semite. Here, she's playing a game that references a one-world government, talks about how there's already a group of people running the world, while her chat spams oy vey. In another clip, she references the Happy Merchant meme after a donation. Lame AF.
But Kate, Angel, what if I told you? If I told you that it's already like that? What if I told you that there's already a group of people running the world right now, and they have been for hundreds of years? They're even trying to reduce the world population to 1 billion, or so some conspiracy theorists say. What if I told you, K-Angel, that it's not about the population number? It's about who is left.
She got pissed off because Vosh called her a Nazi? No.
Yeah. Yes, she did. She reacted to it. I hope Xanderhall is gonna watch that clip because, oh my gosh. She did get pissy. She did get messy pissy. And she did comment on Vosh's tastes, I guess.
Oh shit. Nazis get mad when you call them out for being
shit.
Nazis? Whoa.
Oh, or Weiss, thank you for the 937. Thanks for the stream, Pips. Have my shekels. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the... I'm rubbing my hands. Thank you for the shekels. Not too far? I don't know. Whatever. Thank you, guys.
I don't know, guys. Maybe she's just edgy. I think she might be a Nazi. I'm gonna be honest. I think I got some Hitler.
Also, there's something that I really dislike about the very specific way VTubers tend to talk, okay? This really quick, you know, this like weird, I can't describe it. The way that VTubers talk, the way VTubers laugh, it all feels so staged, it all feels so bizarre. You know?
Particle vibes, just sort of radiating off that
like
particular VTuber.
My hot take.
Quote unquote, Pip doesn't fuck around. You'll see, she doesn't give a shit. Your queen is a coward and only keeps you around for your money. Follow your leader. Hey, I got blocked.
Bend the knee.
Now, this is just a brief little tweet thread. Of hype, though. And yes, it is true that it's turned out a large amount of the supposed trans activists harassing streamers that were playing Hogwarts Legacy were in fact part of a pretty loosely organized 4chan op to basically, you know...
Like, the epitome of what I'm talking about is basically that little laugh at the end. That I cannot even mimic. My gosh. And people say my voice was annoying. Whereas People always say that my voice annoying whatever I do with it, so I guess I can't win.
You know, make it look like trans people are a bunch of rabid, angry, woke scolds trying to attack people.
Yeah,
for
like
playing a
me.
video game. Now, of course, there are people out there doing that, but the right, particularly on 4chan, has made a habit of engaging in these sort of very loosely organized psyops, particularly on Twitter and Reddit before, right? It's not unheard of. There's like the posts
It's
about
classic.
everything.
It's not just not unheard of. It's like a classic move.
I remember Operation Pridefall was a really big one. Now, we're gonna move.
You know what? I guess that person, ironically enough, that person mentioned Pikami is a little bit of like a exception because her laugh was very specific. She laughed like a pot kettle, from what I remember, if that's her. And I guess I found that funny, the kettle laugh. I think I'm gonna look it up. I'm gonna show you the example of the kettle laugh, okay? That one was funny. The kettle laugh. Where is it? Oh, let's kill the hoe. Okay, I guess we can look at the let's kill the hoe. Amano, Pikami, and Tomoshika.
Let's kill the hole.
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 How?
Let's kill the hole.
Let's kill the hole.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Okay, I get it.
あの、あの、
はい。
あの、
どういう意味なの？
And yes, the Japanese person to the right does not know what hoe means. That's the joke.
あのやりまんぶっ殺そうぜみたいな。
Oh my gosh.
あ、いっぱい方がいるよ。
So I guess I make a small exception for the... I do make a small exception for the kettle laugh because it's funny, okay? That laugh was scary, but also funny. It's not... I like kettles, okay? I'm a big fan of kettles, especially the traditional ones with the whistle attached, so I like it. I like the kettle laugh, okay? Okay, we return. We got sidetracked by the kettle, so let's return to Zandrahal, our favorite VTuber.
Our attention over a little bit. We're not going to watch this whole video because honestly I don't know if I have the patience or the energy to. But we're going to move our attention over a little bit to a bit of...
Show us the reaction to Vosh, or else I will have to, I don't know, look it up, which is annoying and will be a pain for Somniostatic to navigate.
backstory, alright?
Okay,
Who here remembers? I sped it up a little bit, don't worry, Cherry.
nobody
Who
remembers.
here remembers my last big anti-Lolicon arc? I'm gonna have to give
I
you guys
vaguely
some
remember it.
painful-
I vaguely remember it, but I didn't really watch anything about it. Like, I vaguely remember it. Sure. Does anyone in this audience remember Xander Hall's anti-lolly arc? Who here remembers the anti-lolly arc? Like the... Like... I'm gonna be honest. Like the whole anti-lolly thing can become really strange when people start saying things like underage characters should not be characters in manga at all. Like this is what? What do you mean? That's nonsense. That child characters should not exist in manga or anime at all. Like that's nonsensical, right? I don't think Cassandra Hall is saying that, because that would be a bit unreasonable.
Exposition here. For those of you guys that don't know, in the anime community, there is a phrase called lolly. A lolly is a girl in an anime, or I guess like a manga, like the written anime stuff.
Written anime. Oh my gosh. I'm getting annoyed with Xander Hall. Manga is a comic book. It's called a comic book. It's not a written anime. Oh my gosh. I can't get over this. A written anime. Oh boy.
Who looks very young. Now, I would not advise you to go on Google and search lolly and look at images, because very quickly, if you did that, you would probably end up on a list, for starters. 2, if you're normal, you'll probably need a little bit of therapy afterwards. And 3, you'll very quickly realize, oh, so this is just, these are just children. These are just little girls. That's what these are, but they're anime. That's what this is. Here's the thing, though. While many lollies are, in fact, canonically just straight up underage, a very common defense used by lollicons, another vocabulary word here, lollicons being consumers of lolly porn, a very common defense used by lollicons.
Also, not every child character in a manga or anime is like a lolly. What? No. Claiming that makes it like really weird. Like, Sweetness and Lightning is not like a anime with a quote-unquote lolly character, or a manga with a lolly character. Like, it's about a father. It's a really wholesome series about a father that just does cooking with his daughter after his wife died, because he's a teacher and his student happens to have a restaurant, and he uses that restaurant together with the students and his little daughter to cook food. Hello, Connor. We're discussing VTubers, and we're getting to the bottom of the XQ.
They're actually, in this case, I guess in particular cases, actually this character may look like a child, but they are in fact a, I don't know, 10,000-year-old dragon woman, right? Or dragon vampire or something.
Someone's throwing shade at the infamous Dragon Maid anime, of which I've only seen the first episode.
Right? I don't know the actual... What's the exact meme? Does anyone know? She's a...
The meme is 1,000-year-old vampire or something. True, the XLQ.
She's a 5,000-year-old dragonborn. What's the meme? Can someone quote it
Dragonborn?
word for word. It's a very popular meme.
Dragon.
Does anyone?
It's a vampire. The meme is a vampire. The meme is not a dragonborn.
Like the word 10,000-year-old dragon? Is that it? It's just that?
No, it's a vampire.
I feel like it was more than that. Like there was more to the meme than that. But okay, regardless, it's not
There
important.
was not that much to the
Yeah,
meme.
it's a very common defense, which right off the cuff should tell you these people know that their sexual interest in drawn children is weird, and something they probably even internally are ashamed of. However, despite that, there is a growing community of lolicons on the internet. I would honestly say they're pedophiles. I think most of you guys would agree. They're pedophiles. And I've gotten into fights with them numerous times in the past. And as you can imagine, based on the fact that VTubers do tend to have, like...
Also, people, like, especially in the US, people get to be really strange about these topics. Oh no, I'm back for more. I'm back for more the very same day. We have to beat Diablo 2 and Diablo 3 before Diablo 4 comes out. You know? I'm a tough streamer. People in the US, when it comes to topics like that, can be very strange. I'm gonna be completely honest. Especially people that say that an adult should not interact with a young person in any way, shape, or form. That's really strange, you know? It's talking about lolly VTubers. It's talking about the whole thing about VTubers regarding the drama surrounding Hogwarts Legacy and Nazi lolly VTubers becoming transphobic. Right? Like...
anime avatars. There are a lot of VTubers with lolly avatars who heavily market themselves to guys who are into lolly. And it's generally very creepy. And we're going to be actually looking at one of those figures today.
Is my VTuber lolly? I would like to believe that it's like not, right? My VTuber model is not like a lolly, right? Let's see how many creeps are in the audience. Am I a 1,000-year-old dragon? Dragonborn? Oh my gosh, caps lock. Lolly, come on. No, no. Oh my gosh, this is so annoying. Is Lucy's VTuber model lolly? Yeah, no. There you go. Let's go.
Though they don't, it might not be exactly what you expect. But first, a little bit of Xanderhall related facts.
Xanderhall.
Okay? So, I actually don't remember when this would have been. Time's kind of muddled for me. When did Cyberpunk Edgerunners come out, chat?
Who said yes? Who said yes?
How
Who
long
are
has
you?
it been since Cyberpunk Edgerunners came out?
10 years. It's been 10 years. 10 long years.
I feel like it's been a long time and not that long at the same time.
Sure, it's been 10 years.
Like 6 to 8 months ago, early winter. Damn, it's been a while. Okay.
Yeah, it's been 10 years.
It's been a while. Regardless, Cyberpunk Edgerunners came out And for those that don't know, it was this cyberpunk universe. Like, you probably know about Cyberpunk, very popular franchise.
Yes, Cyberpunk, a thing called Cyberpunk, actually takes place in a cyberpunk world.
Cyberpunk Universe anime. And it was very
Okay.
good. I actually didn't watch it until after it all come out, and it was like already been out for a little bit, but I actually was a little bit late to watching Cyberpunk Edgerunners. It was already really popular and everyone was talking about it, and my introduction to the show was seeing a lot of sex workers that I follow cosplaying a particular character.
Who?
A character named Rebecca.
Oh,
Now,
Rebecca from the series that I've never watched.
maybe it was just like my introduction to this character being from very much of age women cosplaying this character.
Okay.
I felt like going into watching this show, yeah, this Rebecca character is very clearly just an adult who's short. She doesn't even really look childlike.
Okay, I'm gonna have to look it up because I have no idea who this Rebecca is. Oh, Cyberpunk. Rebecca. This character? Okay. This is the character, yeah? Okay. Let's see where this goes. Let's see where the argumentation goes, because I've got a trap card. I've got a trap card. I've got a trap card on my own. Okay?
Besides her height, I guess her eyes are kind of big, and she's got sort of a big forehead, but like...
True, it's not about appearance. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna open my trap card now. I'm gonna open my trap card now, okay? People don't really realize that this becomes really strange because there are people in real life who are adults, who are very short, who are very, how do I say, small frame, who sometimes get, even because they're so small, mistaken for children. And people can get really weird about it, saying that those people should not be in relationships, that people liking them makes them pedophiles, you know? Discussion about this can become really, really strange, you know? Do you know what I mean? Like when someone's like 30 years old, but their height is 152 centimeters. And I will tell you, because a lot of you are American, so I'll have to convert centimeters to feet for you. .9 feet tall, right? Like when there's an adult that is 4.9 and a really small frame, etc., they will be by certain people viewed as childlike, right? Yeah, but I'm talking about people that don't have any disease. Like without any disease, they're just like that. Without any disease or disorder or anything. They just happen to be short and they just happen to have a very small frame. Like the where's the, not to use the example of real life, but
Żyjemy w bardzo
like this person is
chaotycznie pozytywowymi programów ochrony.
this person is 4.9 feet tall, you know? This person is 4.9 feet tall. Really small person, you know? So there you go. It happens, you know? Some people are just bigger, some people are smaller. But okay, we continue. So yeah, like, it's good to point out when things are creepy, but people can really go really extremely into the other direction and make it super weird in the other direction as well, you know? People can really do that. You know? You know what I mean? Like people, especially, don't let me start it. Like the US can be really strange about these topics. I'm not gonna lie.
Everything about her vibe and her look is very adult-like. You know, her proportions, her demeanor, her dress, her like everything about her is adult woman. She's just kind of a short stack, right? And that was my impression in the show, right? And that is canonically what she is in the show as well. I definitely don't think Rebecca qualifies as a lolly, or being attracted to Rebecca is pedo shit. In fact, I think the vast majority of people agree with that. Like, that seems to be the overwhelmingly popular opinion. However, you'd be surprised to find out that the lolicons have been adamantly arguing that Rebecca is in fact a lolicon. Or a lolicon, a lolly. They use a quote from one of the people who worked on on Cyberpunk 2077, referring to her as a lolly in response to somebody calling her a lolly who didn't work on the show. The quote was, "The lolly must stay." And what they've tried to do, yeah, the lolly stays quote. What these people have tried to do is essentially say, oh, this is a big win for the normalization of lollies, because they see Rebecca as like an in to the normalization of their drawn child porn. Now,
yeah, but that's like also the problem. People call everything lolly, okay? People call regular child characters in anime lolly, quote unquote, right? At least that is what seems to be happening often. You know?
I, of course, decided, you know what? I just watched Cyberpunk Edgerunners. I thought it was really good. Me and my friends binged it all in one night. It was fantastic. I'm going to take on one of the more popular figures claiming this, because one of these videos popped up in my recommended when I was watching theory videos about the ending of Edgerunners. The YouTuber in question, one of the Lolicon pedo YouTubers in question, who has, and this should scare you, okay? This is a pedo channel on YouTube with 617,000 subscribers.
It's not. It doesn't scare me. It annoys me. Why can't I? I'm below 1,000 subscribers. Gigglers, like get on the. You know what's it called? Get on the thing that you get on. And let's go. You know? You know what I mean? I'm an elderly VTuber. Okay? I'm an elderly VTuber at this point. There you go. I am your elderly VTuber. So subscribe. Subscribe to me. I am your elderly VTuber. I even cough like an elderly person. Okay, let's go. Let's continue. Don't worry. I now have an editor, so all that nonsense will be like by the editor. So it's okay. It's okay. I have like free reign to act weird and do stuff because it's gonna be like censored. It's all gonna be censored out, so it's okay.
To be fair, his sub count actually hasn't increased much since last time I encountered him, so that's at least during the Cyberpunk shit. But hey, at least there's that. This guy seems to be the epicenter of Lolicon like pedo chud shit online
Wait,
right now.
Chud? Pedo what? Chud? Chud Logic? Oh no. I better not mention Chud Logic because there was this whole conspiracy about Chud Logic and Chud Logic's gonna accuse me of accusing him of something, so now I retract and I disavow of any jokes that I have done.
At least on YouTube.
There you go.
Now, obviously, this Rev Says Desu person about the cover is, prepare yourselves for this VTuber avatar.
What is the...
We've got our 1,000-year-old vampire 12-year-old here.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest. Like, Xander Hall does the whole prepare yourself for the avatar. I mean, the avatar itself is whatever, to be honest. Right? It depends on where you go with it. I'm gonna be honest, like, maybe it's my hot take. The avatar itself, in my opinion, is just whatever. You know?
Yeah, we're dealing with this guy again. For those that
Guy.
don't know, last time I dealt with this guy, I had death threats from pedophiles for weeks.
It's a guy?
Spamming me lolly shit. Thank God Twitter has that built in, like, you can't send media to people that, like, you don't follow. Like, people can't send media to you unless you follow them, their DMs. Dude, Rev targeted me once. Yeah, his fans will send you death threats and child porn. That's
It's a
what
guy?
the shades are. So, like, to be very clear, this is a... We are literally kicking a hornet's nest of pedophiles right now. Like,
What's happening
I'm not
here?
going to sugarcoat it. Me making this video is kicking a hornet's nest of pedophiles.
Oh my gosh. Wait. Am I taking the risk by reacting to this as well? Am I cock-weeding the hornet's nest thing? Cock-kicking disco hitting. Yeah, exactly. Ant actually is. This is actually a great point by Ant. Like, people make it weird with people who are Lalas in Final Fantasy XIV. Like, I'm gonna be honest. At some point, when you look at things and you see sexuality and sexual content everywhere, then you're starting to become the weird party, okay? If you see Lalafels in Final Fantasy XIV and you see sexual content, then I'm sorry to say, you're the creep, okay? This is the first time I'm seeing this avatar. Oh, I might do a whole video. I might do a whole video about the whole weird Lalafell racism within the Final Fantasy XIV community. Okay? Prepare yourself for my future video about race relations in the world of Final Fantasy XIV, which might actually happen because the Lalafell prejudice is real, strangely enough.
Żyje...
Hey, what the hell? We've lost Sandra, huh? So yeah. Oh, I know. I'm a Final Fantasy XIV connoisseur, so I know about how complicated these spaces get. I should do more Final Fantasy related content, by the way. Okay, let's go.
From pedophiles for weeks. It's from 1,000-year-old vampire 12. Yeah, we're dealing with this guy again. For those that don't know, last time I dealt with this guy, weeks.
So yeah, I guess we're kicking the hornet's nest together with Xanderhal. You know?
Me lolly shit. Thank God Twitter has that built in, like, you can't send media to people that, like, you don't follow. Like, people can't send media to you unless you follow them.
I don't know.
Dude,
maybe it's like a Joker or whatever. Maybe it's like a Joker moment from the comic book when the Joker was like, I'm crazy, but I'm not a Nazi or something. I think there was a thing like that in the comic book.
Targeted me once. Yeah, his fans will send you death threats.
Moho says, isn't Final Fantasy XIV a fashion beach party simulator? Yes.
It's in child porn. That's what the brigades are. So, like,
and that's what makes it so great.
To be very clear, this is a... We are literally kicking a hornet's nest of pedophiles right now.
Oh my gosh. I didn't realize. I'm not prepared. I'm a small streamer. I'm not prepared to be attacked by the hornets. But okay, I guess. Oh my gosh, why did I return without selling anything? I think it's because I was so nervous from the hornets.
Like, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. Me making this video is kicking a hornet's nest of pedophiles. And
I'm not going to sugar hornet either. I am in danger.
And the next week may just be me, like, arguing with pedophiles. That may be what ends up happening because of this segment, alright? But, apparently this dumb pedo motherfucker, called out Conyer, my good friend. So we're
Connor.
going in, alright?
Yeah, we're going in as like a trio of commandos, okay? But Connor and Xanderhol are like, you know, bigger creators. They have more power. I'm more vulnerable in this situation. So I'm like the bravest party here.
Dude, I wish I had a gas mask.
Hey, what?
Alright. Hold on, I'm gonna pause the hightail music. I really wish I could keep it on to soothe my pulsing synapses, but...
The what?
Hey, what's up guys, Red here. Today we're going to be talking about the FaZe Connect member Pippa Pipkin, who has found herself as the latest target of Twitter freaks. Pippa has now joined the ranks of
Twitter freaks. That's a dog whistle, you know? I'm gonna be honest with you all. Twitter freaks became the new dog whistle. Unironically, I've heard the term so many times now. I've heard it enough to be able to make the judgment that at this point it's just a dog whistle, okay? When you hear somebody use the term Twitter freaks, it's sus. It should raise your bells and stuff. Should make you suspicious. And for a good reason. Yeah, exactly.
the people like Silvervale.
Oh, something you'll notice, by the way, is that these lolicon pedos will very oftentimes use, like, gross out insults towards those that don't like them. Like, they'll call them freaks or weirdos.
You know what? I'm gonna make a small exception. I am against the term freak, but depending on the context, I will accept freakazoid. Okay? Okay, I have to know. I have to know now. It's a bit of a stun lock, but is freakazoid. I'm not even sure if this is how you're supposed to write this. Is freakazoid acceptable? Yes, no. I don't know. I think depending on the context, freakazoid is acceptable. Pretty sure that was a thing. Freakazoid. Was Freakazoid a thing? I vaguely remember it being a thing. A cartoon or something. Was that a... I have to Google it now. I'm gonna Google it on off stream in case it's something strange. Oh! Oh my god! That is Freakazoid. Okay, I allow it. I definitely allow it now. Oh my gosh. Alright. That's a Freakazoid. Okay. Alright. I didn't remember that. Freakazoid. Okay. Alright. This funny little character. Warner Brothers thing, Freakazoid. Okay. I guess we can allow for Freakazoid. Alright. I guess we can accept Freakazoid then. Damn. Now you really can see that I'm an elderly VTuber, right? I'm showing my credentials.
Right? It's like, you're calling people that are weirded out by you being a pedo and jacking off to drawings of children freaks and weirdos. The projection is very strong. oh god, and it's a guy voicing a little girl, very cringe. Wait, you thought this was going to be a girl voicing this? No, we're talking about the lolicon pedo people. This is a grown-ass man.
Herself as the latest target of Twitter freaks, Pippa has now joined the ranks of people like Silverveil, Pika-Me, and other streamers who are harassed.
I want to be clear, by the way, this channel has over 600,000 subscribers.
You don't need to rub it in, Xander Hall. I have under 1,000. You don't need to... I feel bullied by Xander Hall right now, unironically. I feel bullied. Okay? I don't know. Is Xander Hall bullying me right now? Is this targeted at me? This comment about subscribers? Please comment. I'm on top chat. To switch to the good chat. I'm being bullied because I don't know. I'm being bullied because I don't have as many subscribers as everybody else. I'm gonna check how many subscribers I've got. 628. Oh my gosh. True.
Subscribers. This video has over 100,000 views. When I say we are in the depths of a new right-wing dark age, I fucking mean it. So much so that
also a real DK title would be Lefty Freak Cancels Innocent VTuber. I have fixed the title to be more DK like. Lefty Freak Cancels VTuber. There you go. It's true. You know it's true. You know this is what would happen.
literal lolicon pedo YouTubers are getting hundreds of thousands of subs. Like, I don't know how this guy hasn't been destroyed yet. Like, this guy's basic...
Whoa. What do you mean? The language is funny. I mean, I know what he means, but how has this VTuber has not been destroyed yet? My gosh. Destroyed. Leftoid, true. Hello, Obsessive Forge. We're doing an investigation. Ah, okay. We're doing an investigation now. The Haas debate is old news. Nobody cares about that anymore. One day in the streamer world is like 10 years in the real world.
Just like any day now going to get called out by Keemstar and it's fucking over. Like even Keemstar just has to come along and call this guy out because he's just like an open lolicon YouTuber.
True.
YouTubers get canceled over being into lolicon. It's over when it gets found out they're into that shit. So this guy's just openly a defender of that stuff and even a representative of that shit.
Oh no.
Like, this guy's only got so long till his, shit gets dug up. Like, Turkey Tom's gonna make a video or something.
Oh no.
Like, this boy is on...
Living on borrowed
thin
time.
ice. Like, pedos don't last long on YouTube before they get exposed to the broader, like, landscape, and it's just kind of over for them, generally speaking.
For even thinking about streaming Hogwarts Legacy. However, given her personality and the type of community she has, attempting to cancel Pippa for streaming this game, it just feels different than the other harassment campaigns.
Why does it feel different? Why does it feel different, glassed person? Also, this voice feels familiar for some reason.
One that seems like it was a lot more invited and made with the intention of mocking the outrage that would come with streaming this game. So in this video, we're going to talk about how this outrage boosted her stream, and then we're going to look at the more unhinged quote retweets relating to that.
That person sounds like that person. Okay, maybe I'm wrong, but this person really sounds like one of the hosts of that YouTube channel, Clownfish TV. Right? Maybe I'm deaf, but does this VTuber sound like the Clownfish guy? Maybe it's just me. Even if you say no, I still know what I think. But I guess I might ask you for opinion. I might as well ask you for opinion. If he does sound like the clownfish guy, but you know. I don't know. Is it?
Then we're gonna look at a viral thread attempting to cancel her, and then we'll end with a
Whoa, it's Conyer! Whoa, it's a...
My god, she sounds so much like the slightly deeper doesn't change the fact that they sound very similar. My gosh, maybe it's the lolly version of him. It's the lolly version of him. He's doing a younger voice to be younger. I don't know. It's a very similar voice. I'm sorry. The way of speaking is so similar. Maybe it's like the bigoted inflection. Big flexion. True.
on, I know those people.
guest cameo from the man, the myth, the meme, Hassan Piker, or as he was formerly known, Brotip. So,
oh my gosh, it's true. It is the clownfish. The clownfish, but faster. Oh my god. The glasses clownfish.
we're going to start with this tweet right here. It is the tweet promoting her Hogwarts Legacy stream. This
The bro tip videos are so fucking funny. By the way, one of my favorite things, I feel like the popularity of Sam Hyde was actually one of the things that's tipped me off to the fact that we're entering another age of right-wing, like another right-wing dark age, I guess is what we'll call it.
Who's Hyde?
That a guy...
Who's Sam Hyde? Is it better for me not to know?
I can literally go in front of an audience and do like a death threat meme toward like a guy who is like, there's a pretty good amount of evidence that Sam Hyde's probably an actual Nazi.
Who's Sam Hyde?
Like, can go up on stage and basically yell a death threat to the most popular lefty figure out there, and for like a year plus after that, the entire internet is like, Sam Hyde's in the right. It's the same thing as like Boogie and that Frank Hassel guy. The Frank Hassel dude who is like an edgelord, like
The Punisher? What? It feels like I'm missing a lot of context. Someone went on stage, did a death threat against some big left-winger, I don't know who, and then the Punisher entered the scene somehow. Frank Castle? What? What's happening? Did I get transported into the Marvel Universe? Where we're talking about Frank Castle all of a sudden? What's happening here? Oh, you're the only good one. Oh, I see.
like provocateur shock jock dude who went to Boogie's house and was like banging on the door, and then Boogie went out and like an idiot shot a warning shot into the air, but like everyone gave him shit for even pointing his gun at Frank Hassel.
It sounds like he's saying Frank Castle, okay? It sounds like Frank Castle, I swear. When Xanderhal says it, it sounds like Frank Castle. Okay, so Mustatic. When we do the Frank Castle bit, you need to have like a Punisher picture flash on the screen or something. It's like too big of a thing to let pass, I think. We need the Punisher
Like, under no
memes.
circumstances are you in the wrong for pointing a gun or shooting someone who is trespassing on your property after long-term harassment online. Like, but the internet found every excuse to make Frank Hassel be in the right and all of that, and Boogie be in the
Oh my
wrong,
gosh.
despite the fact that someone literally stalked him and came to his house because Boogie is unpopular to like. Whatever internet culture is, like, leaning a...
And there's also the fact that whenever I hear Boogie, I just think of the wonderful moderator on my Discord. Okay, I don't think of some Boogie who is great to hate. I think of the wonderful person Boogie who is on the Giggle card, you know?
against or for, they will be in favor or biased against the most insane shit. They will look past the most disgusting, horrible shit that they will destroy somebody's career over much less.
Oh my
It just
gosh.
depends on who it is and what the internet culture is generally more
did I-
biased towards. And so I feel like Sam Hyde was a good example of that.
Tip. So we're going to start with this tweet right here. It is the tweet.
It's not Frank Castle, it's Frank space Hassel. Because he, like, hassles you.
Promote.
Oh, people thought it was Frank Castle. I told you it sounded like Frank Castle. It sounded like Frank Castle to everybody. Everybody knew. Okay? Everybody knows. Thunderhall's audience is very mature and wise if they know who Frank Castle is. That's my personal opinion on the matter.
Her Hogwarts Legacy stream. This is a stream that has already happened. It was something we talked about briefly in my previous video, but we're going to go a little more in depth. So as you can see, the number of likes. 40,000 likes on a tweet promoting a stream. That is an insane number. I cannot stress that to you enough. Like, she is popular enough to get many likes on her tweets, but not that many. This is more likes on a tweet than someone like Dargura gets on a tweet promoting one of her streams. So how did this happen?
Who's
Well,
Dargura?
people like the Twitter freaks for making this happen. Just like the
Twitter freaks.
Oh, okay,
Dog
so
whistle.
instead of it... So, I mean, obviously this person's like a chud grifter type, but, like, instead of acknowledging that 4chan does, like, regular ops like this to try to cause, like, political instability online, you're gonna pretend, like,
Twitter
trans
freaks.
people being mad about the Wizard game made the game more popular and made people playing the game more popular. This is the same level of delusion of people saying that, like, people, like, streamers playing the game supports transphobia and people who are transphobic made the game popular. Like, that is in no way the case. Hogwarts Legacy is a fucking Harry Potter game. It is the dream Harry Potter game of any Harry Potter fan. The game was going to be huge regardless. Streamers playing it was going to be huge regardless. Trans people, even online, are a ridiculously small proportion of people on the internet. They did not play a substantial part in the popularity or the increase in sales in the game. Like, not even the spite purchases.
I'm sorry, Jessica. What did you just say? What did you just say to me? Gargura is the best of you. I'm sorry. What did you just say on my stream? What did you just say on the stream of the actual best VTuber? What did you? Oh, I see the chat. I look at the chat. What did you just say? Oh, I will remember this. I will remember this. Okay, I see how it is. I see how it is.
made a dent in the amount of sales the game was going to get regardless. It was this year's Elden Ring. That is what Hogwarts Legacy is. It was this year's Elden Ring. It was going to be big no matter what.
The boycott of Hogwarts Legacy that is now approaching $1 billion in sales, any sort of outrage stemming to tweets like this and promotions like this backfire by giving free publicity to millions and millions of people. In fact,
for the record, this person's a lolicon pedo and thinks that trans people are groomers and is on like the trans groomer like.
Wait, really? This person is on the whole groomer thing? Oh wait, I have to.
Trans like haha thing, like that whole thing. So like, to be clear, the amount of crossover between transphobes and pedophiles is alarming and unsurprising.
in this case, 4.7 million people who saw this tweet alone.
The Venn diagram is like a circle at this point.
So here's the thing. People construe this immediately as proof that Pippa hates trans people, when in reality, this stream was made with, you know, I'm not trying to read her mind or anything, but it seems like she was making this stream with the main intention of poking the bee's nest, you know, poking the hornet's nest, and making fun of the outrage that stemmed from the Pikami situation and the harassment that she received. And, you know, it doesn't really work when you attack someone like Pippa, whose community is 100% okay with this. You can't cancel her for attacking her for streaming this game because that's...
Well, because she's a Nazi. She was doing JQ and white replacement shit in her stream and talking about shekels and shit.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, obviously the Nazi VTuber e-girl, like anime girl,
As a side note, of course, Steven also reacted to this and asked, yeah, it's edgy, but is that the threshold to being a Nazi now? There we go.
Like, streamer isn't going to get any shit. Wait, are they enough? Yeah, this is the one that was doing the JQ stuff, right? Maybe I've got my videos mixed up. Hold on, let me make sure I've got my
No,
clips.
you don't have your...
Is that... Yeah, this is the same one. Yeah. Yeah, it's the same one they're referring to right now.
But
Pippa.
K-Angel, what if I told you?
Or Pippi, or whatever.
If I told you that it's already... It's already like that. What if I told you that there's already a group of people running the world right now, and they have been for hundreds of years?
Hundreds of years.
Yeah, it's pretty... Yeah, I think that's what Rev Says Desu means by, yeah, Pippa's audience won't care. Yeah, because they're a Nazi streamer.
That's just not how canceling people online works, and we'll talk about that later. But it really just goes to show you that Twitter freaks have so little power over people who simply don't care, right? She obviously does not care too much about the backlash. In fact, I'm sure it was expected.
How do people watch this cringe Nazi shit? There are not a lot of places online that are like large platforms sympathetic to pedophilia. This is one of them that's remained sort of like untouched by like the TOS. Remember guys, YouTube has been basically non-existent with their TOS enforcement lately. They've been really trying to make YouTube profitable, so they've been banning a lot less. They've been striking a lot less. Even the false strikes have almost disappeared.
Disagree. I've gotten a warning. Remember, I've gotten a warning that is unfair 100%, okay? Keep that in mind when you sit and when Xanderhal says that YouTube has been lax on the whole. Maybe that's because I'm under 1K, so I'm technically speaking not really profitable or anything to YouTube because I cannot have ads yet. But yeah, my talk with Dylan was removed from YouTube for basically nothing, for a made-up accusation. YouTube removed my video, gave me a warning for nothing. Although, I have just today heard that YouTube has walked back on its strict rules about swearing in the videos. Did you know? Apparently YouTube came to the conclusion that it will sort of review the types of swears and stuff used in a video and then decide whether or not the video is okay or not. Which is better than just demonetizing anything having any swear words, right?
Like overall enforcement of TOS has gone down across YouTube. So yeah, it's no surprise that even like large pedo channels are getting away with it.
Or even invited in this situation. So as for the stream itself, it was, I'm being told it was her highest concurrent viewer of any stream. At one point she peaked over 6K, which was even more than her 100K feet stream. That just gives you an idea of how much the stream popped off, which is pretty expected with a promotion like this. But the vibe of the stream was great. It was made with the full intent of mocking the situation. And as someone, as she said, she doesn't even like Harry Potter. I don't like Harry Potter, but like her, I feel like it's just created an us versus them narrative with all the outrage that you want to promote and play.
Us versus them. Who are us? Who are them?
Things that.
Okay, can we skip ahead to
Who are the us and who are the them?
tweet? All right, here we go. Viral Twitter thread attempts to cancel Pippa. Ah, yes, the person who is literally saying JQ shit.
Now, of course, the campaigns against Pippa continued on, not just in those quote retweets, but in separate threads like this, with over 30,000 likes, by the way, calling out
yeah.
Pippa, saying
Good
that there is
shit,
an
Connor.
industrial complex of VTubers forming that are grifting off Hogwarts Legacy, and the harassment they're getting for it is coming from incel Nazis pretending to be trans. Industrial complex
yeah, I remember.
of VTubers
Okay.
grift.
Is he actually going to like freak out over the term industrial complex?
Yes, he is. Of
I mean,
course.
I guess if we're really this desperate to make excuses for this person, then like
Of course, you usually have to really watch what you say when you do accusations, because people will just latch to wording and sidestep any actual criticism or commentary. That is what will happen. Yes, but I'm not sure why would you. I'm not sure why you would admit to being the Nazi party.
you are gonna have to grasp at straws like nitpicking the wording, the hyperbolic wording
versus
of
them.
a group of content creators all engaging.
Harry
in the
Potter is
same
serious
grift.
business.
Okay.
grifting incel Nazis. I don't think any of these words are in the Bible, by the way, but
What?
Okay.
imagine, unironically making this statement, basically saying that there's an entire complex of VTubers grifting off of manufactured harassment against trans people made.
Bro, imagine making this statement. Is it?
Why would it be a weird statement to make? People want to make money, so people grift. People take advantage of situation to... As you... That person themselves has said that... that this Pippa VTuber had more viewers than ever. Proving the point that people grift over this stuff. So yeah. What do you mean, what a statement to make? You made it yourself moments ago by bragging how Pippa had record viewership, even though she hates Harry Potter, which basically means, yeah, she grifted off of the situation, and there are a lot of VTubers that did it, hence the whole the industrial complex comment, of course. Right? Like, are you trying, Nakla, are you mocking me? Are you mocking me? No, not our Pippa. Or is it? You're mocking me, aren't you?
Isn't it crazy to make this statement, bro? Anyway, let's
No,
move
it's
on.
not. It's
Wasn't
not
that a good
crazy.
argument?
It's not crazy at all, for the reasons that I've just explained.
By incels and weirdos who are trying to paint trans people as the aggressors and harassers in the situation. Which again, it's not just trans people, it's people across all spectrums harassing people who are playing this game. So they use an example, I'm not going to get into it too much. I saw the tweet too, it is a link to a video, and I can't even show the thumbnail because it's too much for YouTube. But basically it's a very obvious parody. Like this person is impersonating someone who is
It's not just trans people. It's trans people plus.
angry about the Hogwarts Legacy streaming. They're trying to say that Pika-Me deserved the
So they're doing a psyop. Is this like the cope? Is that it's obvious? So how many, like, you do realize that, like, these 4chan accounts were probably making tons of alt Twitters, or not alt Twitters, alt
Yeah.
Twitch accounts, like they tend to do when they raid my chat. It's not very hard for them. They do it pretty quickly. They seem to have a lot of those alts on hand. And just pretend to be trans people triggered about streamers playing Hogwarts Legacy. They know it's effective. They know they just have to get, like, 30 or 40 of their friends to...
I'm small enough that nobody actually came to me with that sort of thing, which is interesting, right? Nobody actually went to me with that sort of thing.
together and say Asmongold's chat and start a shit fit, and they can make one of the largest Twitch streamers talk about how the trans people are losing their mind, and it has a huge effect on internet culture. That they're smart enough and in tune enough with internet culture to know this. And I think this Rev Uwu person is in tune enough to know this as well. I think they're lying through their teeth.
Harassment, and with about 10 seconds of looking into their video and their account, you know they're trolling. And whether you think that trolling is annoying or offensive or whatever, it doesn't matter. It's still just obvious. And they can only point to one example of this happening. And the funniest thing is, you can point to one example and...
Well, I mean, the Pippa person is literally a Nazi who's specifically streaming Hogwarts Legacy to upset trans people that are sad and mad that money from the game is going to fund a very powerful person who's using her platform and her wealth to advocate against the existence of trans people at a time where we're pretty much closer than ever to a genocide against trans people.
Yeah.
So yeah. Yeah, I'd say it's pretty sus.
It
and
is.
make a giant blanket for all VTubers that there's an industrial complex of VTubers grifting over this game over fake harassment, and yet you ignore the hundreds and hundreds of documented harassment and other hateful rhetoric directed at streamers who wanted to play this game.
Hundreds and hundreds of documented harassments. Hundreds upon hundreds. I'd like to see that.
It's all a joke. And they go on to say, strangely, there's more anti-trans harassment in these comment sections than anyone playing the Wizard game has ever gotten. It's almost like the right's been trying to fabricate and magnify this harassment to make trans people look bad because they don't think trans people should exist. Yes, I mean...
Well, that is objectively true. Yes, that is what the right does.
What, did Kotaku pay you to write this comment? So...
I'm sorry, what? Why Kotaku? I don't... That makes no sense. Isn't Kotaku like a video game page? What? Kotaku? What is this nonsense? Yeah. Xanderhal's reaction was the correct one.
One of my favorite, like, conservative, like, jabs is the idea at literally Gamergate. Oh my fucking god. Yeah, it's one of the Kotaku thing's a very, like, Gamergate era thing. We guys, I told you over a year ago, alright? It's like that, it's like that episode of South Park they did where they apologized for denying climate change because they were fucking wrong with their original Man Bear Pig episode with Al Gore. So they did a redo episode more recently, and they go to Al Gore and they're like, okay, it turns out Man Bear Pig is real. How do we stop him? And Al Gore says, you stop him by listening to me all those years ago. That particular line makes me laugh very hard.
Once again, gaslighting is a very common fixture in this whole campaign, basically saying it never happened, and we have the proof that it's happened among hundreds of users directing their hate towards these streamers, just like I said. We don't have to go into that anymore, but the gaslighting...
Yeah, you're not gonna show anything to demonstrate it. You just, you just know your stuff, right? But don't try to show us anything. Don't try to get into it. Just, hundreds upon hundreds of harassments for... of the poor streamers, of course. Yeah, of course.
Gaslighting and denial is really...
Don't get into it.
at this point, right?
Of course.
So then she shows a couple of clips. There's 2 clips proving that Pippa is an anti-Semite. So
Play the clips. Play the clips. Let's see them.
the first one is a long one where basically Pippa is making, she's saying, a conspiracy theory.
Come on, play the clips. Play the clips.
Afraid of being...
And then the last one, she's saying, thanks for the shekels.
Is afraid of copyright. He's just afraid of copyright.
In terms of a donation, and then rubbing her hands together. Maybe a little offensive to people, sure. But here's the thing.
Why didn't you play the clips? Only 22 seconds. I played the clips.
I played the clips by proxy.
Break it up like I do. This is a 24-minute video. Clearly have the time. Hell, you probably jammed a whole bunch of mid-roll ads in here.
True.
The longer the runtime, the more mid-roll ads. There was no reason not to do that.
If you're trying to cancel someone over this sort of behavior, you don't do it when their community's okay with it. This is the whole thing about cancel culture, right?
What?
The reason criticizing somebody for doing bad things isn't always done under the impression that their audience is going to be like, wow, I had no idea they did these
True.
bad things. I'm going to unsubscribe
So weird.
now. If anything, this is just bringing to attention, I assume this is a Twitch streamer, bring the attention to Twitch that this is like a Nazi VTuber so that they can ban her. That would definitely work as far as canceling goes. I mean, that would very effectively work. But no, like, criticizing somebody and calling out their bullshit publicly doesn't necessarily mean you're trying to get their audience to turn on them. I'm pretty certain Conyer literally mentioned in the tweet,
Like,
the audience.
I've actually never heard of such use of canceling someone to make their own audiences fall. Like, I don't think has that ever happened when someone's audience turned on someone because of canceling? Does that actually happen? Someone give me an example of that,
Oive
actually.
and stuff in the chat. So I'm pretty sure Conyer knows that this tweet isn't going to make the chat go, oh, wow, I didn't realize this YouTuber, this VTuber was a Nazi. I better get out of here. Why was I in here spamming Sheckelstein memes in Oive?
True.
Right? People think making a thread like this, calling out Pippa over a edgy joke, is going to cancel her. No matter how many likes this whole thing's going to get, she is not canceled from any of this.
Hey, scroll down to where it shows that she blocked Conyer.
Because in order to cancel someone on the internet, you need to make their audience turn on them.
No, what? No, what do you mean? That's not how it works. No, not at all. That's nonsensical. Oh my gosh. That's just silly.
About the content creator. In this case, everyone is okay. Any person in Pippa's community is okay with these kinds of edgy jokes. You are not going to make any fan of her community immediately turn around and go,
Well, this is what I mean by, like, conservative dark age. It's when the platforms don't really care about disgusting shit kind of proliferating on them, and, like, these weirdos are allowed to fester. I mean, Nick Fuentes was literally doing JQing on YouTube for years before they finally banned him.
No, never.
Like, Nick Fuentes was massive on YouTube, getting thousands and thousands of viewers watching him live on every stream before he finally got banned from YouTube and Twitch. It all happened at once. Like, oh my god, I hate when they call any criticism.
That does feel like some strange projection. I've never heard of such a definition of canceling someone that you try to get their audience to turn on them.
Canceling? Well, it's the buzzwords, right? You have to cram in as many buzzwords that make, like, chuds afraid as possible. And we're talking pedo chuds here that are gonna be watching this guy, so...
That's
I cannot fucking...
That's a combination I didn't expect to hear. Pedo chuds. Damn.
Handle this right-wing bullshit told through a lolly VTube avatar.
Is this a pedo chud?
Like, it's really hard to watch this when you know this guy jacks off to this avatar. And probably...
Oh my gosh.
Oh no! This guy definitely commissions porn of this avatar.
Oh my gosh.
You know he totally does. You know these people. Everything they say about the left and trans people has always been projection. These are the most fucked up weirdos you'll ever find. Like, knowing what you know about these types of people and knowing what you know about...
It's so weird to hear people speak about masturbating to the representation of yourself. That feels so strange. That feels like some strange, bizarre form of narcissism.
This person? Come on, tell me you don't know. Come on. I don't know if I can watch any more of this.
See her in a new light now, I'm leaving. That's not going to happen. The only people who are going to be angry about this are going to be people who had no interest in the first place. It's people who have no understanding of who Pippa is in the first place. They really have no understanding of VTubing and content creation in the first place. And just...
Okay, I will say, something hilarious to me is that when this guy made his video response to me criticizing him loving Lolly and all that, his response was, he clearly doesn't understand anime or Lolly enough.
Oh.
That was this guy's criticism to me, that I haven't seen or understood enough anime or Lolly to make the judgments that I've made. This guy's go-to... I'm starting to realize a pattern here. I've seen 2 of this guy's videos, and I'm starting to realize this dumb fuck's pattern is literally just telling somebody they don't understand this niche community that they have of weirdo VTuber pedophiles.
I see.
And incel Nazis.
Think
Just
it's
these
doing...
things on its own.
Think he's doing the jobs based on, like, a past interaction they had?
Own little pedestal and try to cancel them from that. And it doesn't work. If you look through the replies to this thread,
I don't even know how what they're doing is weird. Oh, the reason why this person keeps calling Kanye and everyone else, like, you know, making these posts weird is because, like, literally look at any den of depraved lolicons on Twitter.
How is
If you
Kanye
take that
weird?
hornet's nest, they will...
Like, Kanye doesn't, like... I'm gonna be honest. Of all people, Kanye always does really well thought out criticisms, right? Kanye is not really the type to just say stuff without thinking about it. So, calling Kanye weird of all people certainly is like, strikes me as a red flag, right? Do you think calling Kanye weird is a red flag? It is a bit of a red flag for me, personally. Not gonna lie.
start calling you disgusting, a weirdo, a freak, for criticizing them. They will say that you are a weirdo for thinking they're pedophiles because you're thinking about pedophilia. They will literally say that to you. And they will do it in droves, okay? Something you have to realize is that pedophiles are a very rabid and self-protective community online. They will protect their own, and they've gotten to the point where they're very good at conglomerating in large places. I mean, they used to do it in real life, right? Like, there were entire, like, organizations, like the Man-Boy Love Association.
The what? Sorry?
The one that was based around, like, normalizing pedophilic relationships between men and boys. Yeah, like, this shit's just moved to the internet now. Now they're just Twitter communities and, like, YouTube channels. It just moved to the internet in the same way that Nazis and hate groups did.
What
the
association?
majority of them are saying thanks for the recommendation.
Nambla? Oh, was that the South Park meme? Was the Man-Boy Love Association the South Park meme? What's it called? What's Nambla? What's the Nambla acronym stand for?
Oh my god.
Yeah, I referenced the South Park meme. I'm sorry. Listen, I'm tired, okay? What's Nambla's fucking acronym? What's that stand for? Help me out, chat. I don't know. North American Man-Boy Love Association. Thank you. That's the acronym.
The
Yeah,
what?
like, those people
I'm
are now
sorry.
just on the internet with big YouTube.
I'm sorry, the what? 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 What is happening? What is happening? I'm learning too many things that I don't care to learn about. Oh my gosh. The what association?
channels, and they've all realized that on their
Like, Connor does not do anything weird. Connor has really well thought out content.
own, they're just gonna get bullied off of the internet because they're fucking pedophiles and everyone hates pedophiles. So they've formed massive communities where they can out-bully normal people. Like, can you imagine being bullied by pedophiles? It's
No.
pretty, it's pretty, like, upsetting to get bullied by literal pedophiles, okay? So that's their method, right? They get into large numbers and they bully people who don't like pedophiles, and they do what was once done to them now that they've kind of gotten their numbers and they can zerg you, so to say.
Zerg you.
I'm
StarCraft
gonna go follow her
lingo.
now. I'm gonna go sub to her now. It backfires completely because people don't understand how cancel culture works. It's the same thing every time I'm canceled, or people try to cancel me. It's the same stuff. They'll bring up like, "Oh, you defend lolicon," and you think lolicons aren't pedos, and it's like, yeah, that's my stance that everyone knows. You're not bringing any.
As I mentioned, this is like a known
Oh my gosh.
YouTuber and a large
Oh my gosh. Well then, there you go. I guess he said it himself. I guess it's not just sheep digs anymore. Now that the person has said it themselves, right? Oh my god. Conyer is a content creator that lives in the same apartment as Vosh. Conyer is a streamer who is also a call locator with Vosh. They live at the same place. Right? Should we watch that first video? Seems wild. People say I'm X. But yeah, that's my open stance that I'm X. Oof. Damn. Damn. I mean, he just said it himself, I guess, so it's not really speculation at this point anymore, right? If a person's like, oh, you're accusing me of X, but everybody knows that I'm X, so I don't care, and nobody cares. Like, what? What? Oh my gosh. Damn. Oh.
community of lolicons and pedophiles. They're synonymous, but like I'm just clarifying. Like it is not unknown this person's a lolicon.
Anything new to the table. You're not shocking any of my viewers. Like, great, Twitter people dislike me anymore. I don't care. That's not how canceling people works. But the end with this thing, this always makes me laugh.
Bro, how are you gonna be open about that? Soak done left. I need you to see how massive this channel is, okay? This is a massive... Holy shit, he made another video about Rebecca, like...
I've been DM'd by Sogdan Left once on Twitter not on Twitter, on Discord a long time ago. They DM'd me, I answered, and then they never wrote back to me again. Which is pretty rude.
Block these freak antis. For those that don't know, antis are like anti-lolicons. See, they use the term freak here in the thumbnail. See, they like to use the word freak and like sicko and any term that's like aptly descriptive of pedos for this huge Twitter freak drama. Look out how much like projection there is.
My gosh.
It's so much projection. I love it.
Huge Twitter freak
Twitter
drama.
freaks
What?
found a new target. I wonder if they use Twitter like they use freaks in every title.
Of course.
This person's this person definitely had a meltdown over Japan raising the age of consent.
Twitter freaks. My gosh. What's happening? Yeah, okay, let's watch it.
Did you see Lolicon Twitter melting down over Japan raising the age of consent from 14? Like it was the biggest meltdown you might have like ever seen on Twitter. It was like their 9/11. Japan raising their age of consent by 2 years
gosh.
was their 9/11. Yeah, this channel has 617,000 subscribers and
9/11.
regularly pulls over 100,000 views. This
The
is a literal
9/11.
pedo den. And YouTube doesn't give a
my
shit.
gosh.
And you know who else does not give a shit?
Who?
The right-wing YouTubers and the grifters that claim to give a shit about pedophiles. Have you noticed that, like, Shoe on Head has never covered this person? Could you imagine, like, I would be so fucking thrilled if Shuon had covered this person. Like, look at how much material there is here. But there is no, like, market in attacking right-wing pedophiles, no matter how, you know, numerous they are and how much power they have, because, well, for some reason they're not seen as cringy as trans people.
No, Conyer
Like,
is
I'm gonna
quite...
be honest with you guys, a large part...
Conyer is quite different from Keffels. They have different...
If there was magic here, it's long gone now.
Conyers and Keffels' delivery style and everything is very different. Like, I don't know. I personally don't think they're comparable, but...
of the groomer narrative is centered around featuring a
think they're different.
cringy trans pedophile. Because here's the thing. To a lot of conservatives, pedophilia is not that big a deal, principally speaking. There are plenty of pedophilic relationships conservatives are completely fine with. Like a
Child
30-year-old
marriage.
teacher raping a 13-year-old student, they're fine with that. A 40-year-old man marrying a 12-year-old girl and impregnating her, they're fine with that. Conservatives are okay with pedophilia, principally speaking. What amplifies their hatred of the particular pedophilia they perceive is their perceived, like, disgust response and cringiness they see in trans people, right? Like, they want... The reason why they show... Like, they're not showing videos of, like, extremely passing trans women at drag shows that kids are at. They're showing videos of drag shows where it's, like, a trans woman or a drag queen with a beard that's, like, spray painted green and, like, a big wig and a dress and, like, lots of body hair. Like, they specifically want it to seem like the supposed pedophile in the scenario is also cringe. And it's the cringe that is, like, the modifying factor that makes it bad. And, most importantly, makes it entertaining to their audiences. So yeah, there is no market in dunking on these lolicon hives that are on Twitter and YouTube. So you're not going to see a lot of figures calling it out. But I expect that soon enough, this person's going to be figured out by a large majority of YouTube. Jesus fucking Christ. Some of these thumbnails are fucking insane.
Like, why?
Look at these thumbnails, dude!
Oh my gosh.
At least not all of these are lolly, but... Jesus Christ! How is this allowed? I told you guys, YouTube's allowing hate speech, everything.
Wait, no, they don't.
Like, unironically, very, very low. Like, has not been doing well financially. YouTube's been operating at a massive loss. They're probably trying to, like, pull back the...
Why did I get my warning then? For nothing.
Like the veil, or like the moderation to try to make more money. Yeah. That's barely cropped out lolly porn? Yeah. Yeah, no, that YouTube doesn't care. Here, we got a good meme that kind of summarizes all of this. We only want to fuck drawings of kids. These teaslers are groomers. This is the normalization of pedophilia.
Oh, I know this.
degeneracy,
I saw
rapid
this.
Kids. This is quite literally just... It
Also, there you go. This also illustrates what I mean. Like, this character on the shirt is not a lolly, it's just a child character in a regular manga, right? It's the character from the Spy Family anime. Like, Anya from the Spy Family anime is not like a quote-unquote lolly. It's simply a child character in a story. Not every child character in a story is a quote-unquote lolly. And I'm gonna be honest, claiming that a child character in any story is lolly is weirdly creepy, you know?
Illustration of all of this in one image. It really doesn't get more perfect than this. Hold on, I have to... there's one last video I have to show. Does anybody have the video of the lolicon at that convention threatening to attack that woman? So the account is called Ministry of Otaku. the one who posted this initially, and the person who's recording this video and talking is called Ministry of Otaku on Twitter. As far as I'm aware, they're not banned. Still have shit tons of followers. Elon has not banned them. As I said, pedo hives absolutely thriving in the conservative dark age of the internet. There's a reason why. This is basically the result of everyone's attention being diverted from real, like, pedophiles over to, like, this fantasy that trans people are grooming kids. No one's paying attention to the real pedophiles, and they're just absolutely flourishing without anybody looking. Check out this video of what it's like to encounter a lolicon in real life. If you can't tell because the low resolution, this sign says fetishizing lollies equals pedos. Or equals pedo. Or pedophilia.
Boo! Seriously? You in for a fight?
Wait.
Oh, you serious? You looking for a fight with that sign? Fetishizing lollies? Pedophilia? You really looking for a fight?
What?
Seriously? Seriously? Looking for a fight?
Can I fight?
I like how he says at the end, like, looking for a fight? Yeah, she's cosplaying Tifa Lockhart. Based cosplayer, by the way. Yeah, I need you guys to understand that
What's
these people
happening?
in the like the right is not only stoking genocidal hatred against the trans community, but simultaneously creating a landscape for these people to fucking thrive. These literal, actual pedophiles to thrive. These open, admitted pedophiles to thrive. If somehow you enjoyed this video, please consider leaving a like, subscribe, ring the bell icon, follow my social medias, all linked down below. And yeah, with all that said, I really appreciate
True.
your support, no matter
If
how
you
like this
if
video.
you
And with all that said, have a
if you like this video, if you support me and what I'm doing, then you should definitely become a what? What should you become? You should become a Patreon. A Patreon, of course. I'm gonna share my link with you. You should become a Patreon. Because becoming a Patreon is very nice for me. And you can just become a $1 Patreon, because your $1 Patreon is 4.5 times more for me. You might have not known this, but your $1 for me is 4.5 times more. So I'm thankful for even a single dollar of Patreon. Okay? Also, we're gonna look at the second video to learn if Xander Hall, because this video has not been very conclusive in my questioning. So we're gonna find out once and for all if Xander Hall is a lolly VTuber. True. The more Patreons I get, the more suspicious ChadLogic gets, and the more funnier it is. True. True and real. In fact, let me see if there's any new Patreons. But yeah, true and real. Lolly Wars, oh my gosh. Let's go. Let's find out once and for all if Xander Hall is a lolly VTuber. It's time to get to the bottom of this mystery.
Well, everybody, hello there.
Hello.
Today, I've gotten myself into some pretty spicy drama. If you guys have been on Twitter for the last 24 hours, you'll see that arguably I have gone trending. Technically, I haven't gone trending, but I have caused something, or my actions have caused something to go into trending on Twitter. Arguably, I would say that I am the originator of the discourse that is happening right now.
The originator. The origin.
So I'm giving myself full and entire credit for this, and I will not accept any other reality. I am entirely at fault, and I take full responsibility. All right, Lolly is trending on Twitter with 19.9k tweets, and it's because of me. Now, in order to tell you guys why this happened, I have to take you guys back in time. First, just a few years, or just a year or so, and then to a few days ago. I'm going to remind you all, by the way, there will be no Cyberpunk Edgerunner spoilers in this. At least very, very, very minimal. Like, any spoilers that I include, hardly spoilers. Like, nothing actually...
Don't
like,
spoil, I haven't seen it.
A scene that I will show for
Don't
the sake
spoil.
of, an argument.
My god,
Anyway,
Xander.
there will not be any spoilers. So don't worry about that.
I hope so.
With that said, though...
I hope so.
We gotta go back in time about a year ago. When I had my first debate with somebody who wanted to argue with me.
Who cares about things that happened 1 year ago? 1 year ago in streamer years is like 50 years ago or something. I don't know. Well, okay, I'll give you a chance. I'll give you a chance to explain your case. After all, you're on trial, and we are still deciding whether or not you're a lolly VTuber or not. Xanderhal has a really realistic VTuber avatar. Maybe it's just me. Do you... Oh my gosh, do you like Xanderhal's VTube avatar? Yeah. Yes. It is epic and cute. No. No. It's over complicated. Ask your community. Here we go. Here you go.
On the topic of whether or not Lolicon was child porn. Now, the context of this conversation, for those of you guys who don't know what Lolicon is...
What do you mean you haven't seen his avatar? You're looking at it right now. What? What do you mean? What do you tell? Stop gaslighting me. Stop gaslighting me. You're looking at his avatar right now. What? You haven't seen. We're watching it right now. What's happening here? I will not be gaslit.
As well, the most known example of a lolly, or lolicon, is like lolly consumption, I believe, like consuming lolly content, I believe, or lolly content is what it means. I don't remember exactly what it means. Lolicon. Which does it mean? Is it lolly content or lolly consumption? What does lolicon stand for? I don't know. Regardless, complex? Wait, that's... But
Lolita complex. It's a way, oftentimes, words are constructed in Japanese. It's the same rule as Pokemon, Pocket Monsters, Lolicon, Lolita complex, right? You take words and you just combine them like that. It's a thing that's very common in Japan. Mazakon, mother complex. Sekuhara, sexual harassment, sekuhara, etc. Con, that's actually really easy to explain why it's con. you see in Japanese, there is no such thing as the letter M on its own. There is only N on its own. And when the letter N is inserted in the middle of Japanese words, oftentimes it is read as M. Okay? So it will complex, right? It's just a very Japanese language specific thing. That is why it's con. Okay? It's related to how Japanese language is constructed. The alphabet and etc. And pronunciation.
Con. Is it calm? Well, I don't know. Okay, regardless though, like this character right here. Kana from this anime. This character is like explicitly underage. This is the character where the 3,000-year-old dragon lolly comes from, for those that don't know. This character is underage canonically. Like, apparently she's 11 or something in the Dragon Years thing. And she literally fucking looks like a child. This character is typically seen as sort of the, like, the mascot of lolly characters. Now, a character who is young, or looking young, or is, you know, just a child existing in anime, obviously isn't a problem. I've never had a problem with that. That's...
Thank you, Xanderhal, for saying that. Because some people do have a problem with that, and... like, thank you for saying that, Xanderhal, because there are people that go into really weird territory with the argument and say that young characters should not be depicted in stories, so yeah.
It's not what that original debate was about. The particular discussion around that debate was whether or not sexual attraction to characters who look like this is indicative of some sus behavior, and if people are likely using material like this as a stand-in for child porn because it's the closest they can realistically get, or more likely they're advocating for it publicly because it's the closest they can realistically get away with publicly advocating for. And that's what the discussion was about. I won that debate. Pretty hardcore. Oh. And over time, I would end up getting into drama with the lolicons. I would get a bunch of them banned from Twitter because they'd all get reported for posting child porn, and then Twitter would ban them for posting child porn. Which, by the way, guys, make sure to take very good advantage of this. Twitter has finally added the option to quick report people for child porn posting on Twitter. You can actually report people for that directly, easily, just by clicking the report button on Twitter now. So very easy now. Take advantage of that feature. It was not a thing last time I was, dealing with these people. So every single one of you has a duty to report them, because each extra report means another pedophile off of Twitter. With that said,
feels like Twitter had a problem with this if they added a whole button for it, right? It kind of feels like Twitter had a problem with this sort of thing.
A year goes by or so, and I get into a few other arguments with the lolicons. I blow them out on Twitter and all that. It's all well and good, right? We're having a great time. It's Pog, and I actually haven't talked about this. I really covered it in depth, like the lolicon topic and how weird it is, in a while, because it's just not something that I think about all that often. Until a few days ago, a friend of mine started hardcore shilling to me this new anime that came out on Netflix called Cyberpunk Cyberpunk Edge Runners. And it is a prequel to the Cyberpunk 2077 game. And, I was told it's fantastic, and my friends are like, all right, come on, watch this show with us, it's really, really great. And I'm like, okay, yeah, I'm down to watch it, sure. I have really no interest in the Cyberpunk universe, so I'm just gonna go off the fact that you guys are really, really advocating for this, and I'll give the show a look.
That's a strong word,
We're about to start
advocating.
the first episode.
It's just
and my
called
friends tell
recommending.
me, fair warning, by the way, there's this really stupid drama happening right now where this character named Rebecca is being called a lolly, but she's very explicitly not. We meet her for the first time in a bar, drinking, swearing, smoking, and she's got dick tattooed on her leg, and she's just very clearly a short stack, vertically challenged adult. And I was like, okay, well, fair enough. You know, I don't wanna
Vertically
see some funny shit
challenged?
in this anime, so I'm glad to hear
What?
that. And you know, sure enough, I think it's
That's
like
a
episode
weird
2 or
way
3.
to-
We end up meeting the character, and we meet her in a fucking bar. She's got dick tattooed on her leg. She's just short, and like her voice isn't really like childish in any way. She doesn't really behave that childishly. It really just kind of came off as like a sort of like the obnoxious ditzy white girl wasted 20-something-year-old at the bar, right? That was the vibe that I got. Granted, though, yeah, she gives off Harley Quinn Jinx from what's it called? I watched the dub. Jinx from League of Legends vibe, right? Or Jinx from Arcane. I watched the dub because Cyberpunk Edgerunners takes place in like LA, so I watched the sub of Death Note. That's the only other anime I've ever watched was Death Note. I actually liked Edgerunners better than Death Note. I watched that sub because it takes place in Japan for the most part. And I watched this one dubbed because it takes place in LA. I think you guys can accept that. We watched this series. You know, very fantastic. I will not say how it ends. I will say that like Rebecca, the character in question,
Rebecca.
who I am about to show us, or I'm about to show you a scene from sort of how she behaves and what she's like, I guess, very briefly. As much as I can get away with copyright-wise, because I feel like just seeing a scene from the show is probably the best way to get the argument that I'm making across.
I'm not
right
gonna
away.
take risks with stuff like
This
that. Like,
is the character who caused all of the hullabaloo, all right? Let's hope that YouTube doesn't get mad at me for showing this clip, okay? It shouldn't. Obviously, it's not going to get mad for any of the content in it. It's just copyright ID might get me, so let's hope not. Also, get ready for a banger song, okay? Okay, the best thing about this show is the fucking soundtrack, okay? All right, I'm going to play about 30 seconds here so you guys get the point of this character clearly not being child-coded.
oh my god, almost.
Oh, David, my man, what's going on? Everything good?
I am, yeah,
What's up, June? You need something?
yeah, got this package here.
So, like, she answers the door with the gun. You can't really see it too well from this angle, but that's dick tattooed on her leg. She's got tons of cybernetic implants. And she starts screaming and swearing at her, like, yeah, it's just... This is very obviously, like, a short woman, you know? I've met women that are well above 18 years old with this body type. Now, here's the thing.
True. But it's interesting that the signifier of being adult is a tattoo and swearing. You know? Just gonna... I'm just gonna say that, right?
Thing. Here's where it gets spicy. Here's
Does it
where
get
it gets
spicy?
interesting.
Does it?
Now, you see, you would think that the lolicons, the ones who are oftentimes trying to dissuade the idea that they are pedophiles, you would think that they would try to claim that this character is not a lolly, right? That you would think they'd try to claim as many characters as possible are not lollies due to the you know, very negative association of what that's typically, you know, what.
Oh my gosh, why do videos keep switching for me like this? Oh my gosh. I'm not making an assessment. I'm saying those are interesting cues to. I'm saying those are interesting cues to take as cues of someone being
Yeah, this is a non-argument.
an adult, right? That's not an assessment of the character. It's like a observation of what traits make the character seem like an adult, right? What makes the character adult coded?
Argument.
Anime, I've seen Death Note and a little bit of One Punch Man. So that's my anime knowledge. But
And since he's so comfortable calling people predators over a term, he has no.
Wait.
Oh my gosh. Let's go. This person again. Hello again. I mean, there might be other things that code the character as an adult, but those are the sort of traits that have coded the character as an adult for Xanderhal. So I guess there might be more, right? I might notice different ones. It's always interesting to see sort of what people perceive as the things that code someone as of a particular age, right? Oh my gosh. Okay, let's go. Welcome back, person. It's okay. All of that fluff, all of that thing, it's okay. The new editor will take care of it and will make it into a smooth experience for the segment watchers, so I'm not worried. Should I watch the anime first or play the game first? It's a prequel, right?
Okay. There is a difference between calling someone a predator and calling someone a pedophile. You would think that these people would be very, very keen to want to, to want to be on top of that, right? You'd think they would want to be on top of that clarification, wouldn't they? There is a difference. Child predation is an act that you do, and pedophilia is a philia. It's not like pedophilia isn't a thing that is done. It's a thing that somebody is. Yeah. Didn't we just have like an entire like drama on LeftTube because there was like this dissonance where people couldn't recognize that saying...
Wait, the main character's name is Lucy? No, I have to watch it. Now I'm like obligated by law to watch it almost.
Not all pedophiles are predators isn't the same as saying pedophiles are okay or pedophiles aren't predators. That was a wild fucking go around.
Understanding of, I'm going to use this as a chance to educate Xanderhal on the definition of law.
I'm gonna educate you.
So
Xanderhal.
I'm imagining this guy's probably going to bring up the point that I'm already very aware of. That
you know what? I'm gonna educate you, Xanderhal. I'm gonna educate you in how to appreciate my content more or something.
In Japanese animation, lolly is sometimes referred to like used to refer to adult women who have like features typically associated with younger women, so being shorter or being skinnier. This is why in Japan there are people who have referred to Rebecca as a lolly, because in their language, in their culture, in that context, it's that's how they view it. I still disagree with that. I still think there needs to be a massive layer of separation between a character who is very evidently an adult by looking at her and, you know, seeing how she behaves, talks, and what she does, and say, let's go back to the character that I used as my point of comparison in all of this. Or I guess the tweet that I quote tweeted as my point of comparison in all of this. This person wants to conflate characters like this with characters like this. They want the defense of saying when they're attracted to these characters, what they mean is they're just attracted to...
Damn, I know this person. I know this character. It's from an anime about an RPG-like world where people level up our heroes. The setting is that there are those gods who go down to earth. They're like cast down from heaven or something, and they choose their champions to traverse a dungeon. Gods are forbidden from fighting themselves, so instead they choose their champions, and they sort of in a strange RPG-like way level up their stats and give them new skills. And this is one of the gods, or rather a goddess called Hestia. See, I know my anime. It's called, it's one of those anime probably based on a light novel that has a really long wordy title. And the title of this particular anime is it wrong to pick up girls in a dungeon? That's literally the title of this anime. Is it wrong to pick up girls in a dungeon? Yeah, exactly. Is it wrong to pick up girls in a dungeon? Also, there's a different anime that I've been watching. It's about a very introvert girl who is unpopular and sort of has problems with socializing with people, has problems with buying the water at the store. She's very shy, very introvert, and it's a very sad anime, but also comical. And that anime's name is called, title is The Fact That I'm Not Popular Is Everybody Else's Fault. There you go. You got some anime trivia for me. Okay? The fact that I'm not popular is the fault of all of you. And it's a lot wordier in Japanese as well.
To these characters. And I guess what they're also trying to do is to catch me in some gotcha, like, well, you see, this is actually an anime community thing, and the only, there are actually very few, if any, pedophiles that call themselves lolicons. It's actually just a cultural, an anime thing. You don't understand, because you just don't watch enough anime. You don't understand the culture. You just don't get it. Listen, these people have been getting called virgin losers on the internet for a very long time.
Also, I've watched quite a lot of anime, and I've watched quite a lot of anime, and I've never seen people call themselves unironically lolicons as part of like an anime broader anime thing.
The people who say, "Oh, she's a 3,000-year-old dragon. She's a 3,000-year-old dragon," have been getting dunked on online for decades for very good reason. Okay, pedophiles have been trying to use this excuse to defend their little child porn drawings for a very long time. Okay, it is nothing new.
Loli. Now, loli is an aesthetic, and it is a body type, primarily defined by two characteristics.
So does that mean that child characters are not lollies?
Yeah.
She's a 3,000-year-old dragon.
Child characters are not lollies, right? Yeah, child characters are not lollies, no. Child characters are just child characters, right? No? I think so, yeah. Like, child characters are just that, child characters, no?
Dragon. Yeah.
Characteristics. Short and or petite. It has absolutely nothing to do with age or sexualization.
Wow! Absolutely nothing. It is Lolly only refers to petite, short girls. Nothing to do with underage characters or kids. You know what? Every single fact, everything we've ever known about pedophiles in the internet has been shattered today. One of my favorite things about this is this constant looming sort of implication that pedophiles have no reason to lie. They're like, now why would we lie about being why would we lie and say we're not pedophiles if we were? Why on earth would we have any interest in lying about that? It's very similar to how Nazis and alt-righters will be like, oh, you're calling me a Nazi? Or why would I lie about that? Oh, how could you do this?
What?
They always like to ignore the term lolly literally fucking comes from the Nabokov book, Lolita, which literally is about the...
True. It's creepy to call characters lollies. So creepy. Like...
child predator?
For, like... In one of those videos, like, there was just a regular child character on a shirt and it's called a lolly. It's just so creepy and weird. So bizarre. So bizarre.
I know that, like, how it's used commonly in, like, English, like lolly, like Lolita or whatever it is, but, like, I'm not even talking about the etymology. The etymology does not matter here. I'm talking about the reality.
Entomology or etymology?
Okay? The porn that the vast majority of these Twitter users post and call lolly porn is not like Rebecca. If it was like Rebecca porn, I would be like...
It's etymology, okay?
Who cares? But it's more like porn of characters, like I said earlier.
Entomology is the study of insects. Etymology is the study of words. Thank you. Got him. Got him, Xander Hall. Got him. There you go. I knew that, my ear is very, bam, got him.
They like to look at, share, retweet, like, and even make their fucking profiles on Twitter characters like this in sexual and pornographic situations. So, let's assume, hypothetically, and I'm willing to be a little...
Hypothetical. Ideal is detected. Opinion disregarded.
But good faith here,
gosh.
even though this person came in right off the bat with...
Xander Hall is a bug streamer, and you know that being a bug streamer is just one step, separated from being a Pokemon streamer. Because we all know how Pokemon was created, from collecting bugs. So being a bug streamer is basically just one level lower or higher, depending on how you look at it, from being a Pokemon streamer. There we go. We're really getting some deep Xander Hall lore in here.
With ad homs. Let's say hypothetically, this person is not a pedophile. And they are literally just like anime girls that are petite and short. And that is just... they're just attracted to short, petite anime girls, and that is it. If that was the case, why the fuck have you made your entire identity online, it appears, around defending your sexual attraction to it?
Oh, wow.
Isn't it interesting how there is an entire community, an entire, like, coalition that has had to be formed that name searches and actively attacks anybody who talks about their philia? Isn't it interesting how strongly they have to defend it? Isn't that strange? How much they have the need to defend it? It suggests to me that there's more to it than simply, you know, they just think that short, petite anime girls are cute. If that was the case, they would not feel this strong social desire to defend their sexual attraction. They just say, I like petite anime girls. Isn't there already a term that isn't lolly for petite anime girls? I'm pretty sure there's another word for it I saw in my chat earlier, but maybe I'm wrong.
There is nothing inherently sexual about a character being a lolly. Like I said, it's just a body type. And
so, that is true. There is nothing necessarily sexual in anime about a character being, like, a lolly. So, for example, why do I keep closing it? I guess I need to keep the image open so I can keep referring back to it as, like, visual aid. But, like, this character particularly doesn't seem sexualized at all.
Right.
This character, like, I haven't seen the show this comes from, I haven't seen the anime this character comes from, but just this design alone is actually, like, totally fine.
It's a very cool design. I've actually wouldn't mind having an outfit like that for my VTube. I'll be right back, okay? I need a toilet again. More toilet. In the meantime, please become my Patreon. If I knew how to model, or if I had a modeler friend, I would definitely ask them to make more outfits for me. Cool outfits. You understand my feelings on this? I'm gonna link you the thing, and I'm gonna go to the toilet. Ma is different, I think. I'll be right back. have returned. I have returned. Mai, huh? Let's see. What is Mai? Mai. It's like more like this cutesy. Mai is more like this cutesy, innocent, cutesy, oftentimes ditzy character, right? It's a bit of like a character archetype. You know? And it's the type of character that annoys me the most in the world. By the way, let's listen to the quest.
Oh, thanks so much for returning the Herodric Malice. I will now imbue one of your items with magical power.
Oh my gosh. What are we gonna choose? What item? No magic socket at rare. You need to earn. I have no clue what to do. I have no clue what this does and how it works. I suspect the game's not gonna explain it to me. So there we go.
Like, this just looks like a kid, you know? Like, it's like there's no sexualization by the looks of it. It just seems to be a fucking kid being a kid. There's no... Maybe in the anime itself there is, but in this picture, I don't see any sexualization. So, obviously that's not the issue. There's no problem with having a kid in anime. The problem is when there is a kid in anime and that kid is sexualized, or when people find themselves attracted to, you know, anime children or characters that visually are evidently anime children, you know, like this avatar here, and they try to offend it and normalize it because it seems like there's more to it than what it looks like on the surface. Their motives seem more sinister.
If you don't believe me, if you don't want to believe me and you don't want to believe the hundreds of anime fans clowning on you on Twitter right now, you can trust the people who made the anime itself, the two studios who directed it, both CD Projekt Red and the legendary studio Trigger, who claim that Rebecca is...
Yes, I do not agree with the fact that lolly is oftentimes used to refer to adult women that are short and petite, and also children. Yes, that is the problem. I think that people continue, in the West particularly, who are trying to appropriate this specific nomenclature, are not doing it in a desire to adhere to the culture, adhere to the language and the desires of the... No, they're doing it to normalize the weird shit. CDPR also didn't want Rebecca in the show. That's not true. CDPR, if I recall correctly, at first there were people at CDPR and people at Trigger that didn't like Rebecca or her design, but upon working on the show, like actually getting to doing the show, they very quickly like found themselves liking her character and being like, oh, okay, she's not just some like sexualized like sex doll character. She's an actual character with personality and story arc and stuff. I liked her arc. It was actually pretty cool. It was sincere. It felt sincere. That's the word for it. So adult animation never feels sincere. And I feel like anime actually does that well. Anime actually does adult animation being sincere well, and Western adult animation is very bad at that. Very, very, very bad at that. Yeah.
Zaywali.
Because what happened was I was one of the people on the creative team to actually vote Rebecca out of the original cast during pre-production. Because what happened was that
True,
CD Projekt
Sissy
Red
Four.
first got the character design
real.
for Rebecca, and they were like, she's a loli. Lolis don't exist in Night City. It doesn't fit the Cyberpunk 2077 aesthetic. But Sugar was like, no, the loli must stay. And ultimately, she's the best girl. So it was the right choice.
So addressing his next point, the part where he's saying people.
Sure, I don't like when adult characters are referred to by the same label that child characters often sexualized are used for. That is my entire point, is that people are using this to normalize pedophilia.
People like me are trying to normalize lolicon.
Yes.
That couldn't be any further from the truth.
You named your video Unfathomably Based with the quote, "The lolly must stay," in your thumbnail. Okay. Also, I don't care about that femoids opinion, that 3D femoids opinion on what a lolly is. What? Oh, Rev Uwu taking the opinion of a 3D woman? Seriously? Oh. Now that is not what real anime fans do. You do not, you don't even engage with those 3D women. I'm sorry, but the 3D women are lame memes are really funny. I love when the fucking weebs go on about, like, I love when the weebs self-report. It's always very funny, okay? It always is.
I know this guy doesn't watch my content, he doesn't know anything about me, but anytime I discuss lolicon in any of my videos, I ad nauseum repeat the same sort of disclaimer that says it is perfectly understandable and valid to find the topic of lolicon, Shotacon, anything like that. It is perfectly valid to find them weird, disgusting, gross. You can
So, my opinion is, I do have the subjective opinion that's weird and gross and all of that. My main concern, I don't actually think that just watching lolicon makes someone a bad person. That on its own doesn't really seem to be a negative moral action. I don't think that you can really make a strong argument, factually speaking, that that contributed harm to the world. My problem is that it feels like right now on the internet, there is an ever-growing community of people that are normalizing drawn child porn and trying to associate a character like Rebecca, who is not a child, and very broadly liked and has been sexualized broadly by people that are not pedophiles, trying to claim she is in fact part of that label so as to normalize the label further. Like, I don't feel, this isn't complicated. It is not complicated at all. It ain't that hard.
Find people that enjoy it to be degenerates, that's all fine. What I'm asking, and what a lot of people are asking is, don't call people pedophiles over their interest in fictional content.
So here's where we get to the weird shit. So now they're arguing that attraction to fictional content suddenly means the attraction doesn't matter, or the attraction isn't real? Just because the characters aren't real doesn't mean that isn't an indication you are attracted to childlike features or the features of children, or in the case of like the characters I've been showing as an example, literal fucking children. There's no denying that those are not artistic representations of children.
Okay, we take a short thing to get our quest. It's okay, we have an expert editor who will make sense of all this, okay? Our editor will make sense of this content for us.
It is certain that we face the Demon Queen, Andariel.
Andariel.
Corrupted the Rogue Sisterhood and defiled their ancestral monastery. This does not bode well for us, my friend.
True.
Ancient Horadric texts record that Andariel and the other lesser evils once overthrew the three prime evils, Diablo, Mephisto, and Baal, banishing them from hell to our world.
Oh no.
Here they caused mankind untold anguish and suffering before they were finally bound within the Soul Stones.
True.
Andariel's presence here could mean that the forces of hell are once again aligned behind Diablo and his brothers. If this is true, then I fear for us all. You must kill her before the monastery becomes a permanent outpost of hell, and the way east lost forever.
Oh no. Alright, let's go. Yeet. Alright, let's go, Gigglers, come on. I'm ready to continue with the Zanderhal.
An anime art style. So yeah, that is where I draw the line. Okay, if you're out there saying, I think Rebecca is hot, and that's
true,
what I'm
thank
you're
you.
fine. I don't think you're a
Thank
bad person.
you.
You're not a pedophile. I don't even think
aesthetic.
that qualifies as what I call lolicon. This character as the VTuber avatar, which to be fair, isn't being sexualized necessarily. I mean, the choker's a little weird, but I mean, chokers aren't necessarily inherently sexual.
Oh, come on, Zanderhal. Don't be like a weird prude with the choker thing. Weirdly religious choker, too. Should I have a choker on my avatar?
But I'm going to say that to my audience, I'm going to guess this avatar is not helping Rev Uwu's case here.
Because doing that, I mean, there's no evidence to suggest that anyways. There's no connection. You can dig all you want. There's no study out there that's going to show a link between those two things.
I would be surprised if that was the case, and I would be willing to look into it and find if there are studies that correlate that. There probably are. However, I think that it does not require a study to say that if you want to fuck this fucking 4-year-old or 5-year-old or whatever the hell, I don't know, like this child, then yeah, you're pretty weird. Yeah, that's pedo shit. This is a child. Just because the child's not real doesn't mean you aren't sexually attracted to a child, which is what pedophilia is. Does she have arms? Maybe. I don't know. I haven't seen the anime.
What? Yes, what?
I'm a... to say that...
She does have arms. The arms are here. Come on. One arm, 2 arms. They're just hidden behind her thing. Yeah.
Does she have arms? Maybe.
Yeah, she does.
I don't know. I haven't seen the anime. I'm a degenerate non-anime watcher, don't you know?
And the problem is, when you keep spouting these things off, you are watering down the term pedophilia and...
I love this argument. So, who remembers back when the skeptic community, during the Gamergate days, would re-incessantly, anytime they platformed a white nationalist or a neo-Nazi like Milo Yiannopoulos or Alex Jones or whatever, and they'd be like, hey, lefties would be like, hey, you shouldn't platform that person. And they'd respond with like, oh, you're so fucking triggered. Oh my God. You're so offended. Oh, you're so, oh my God. Like you can't handle people that, like, you're watering down the term racist because you're so offended. Anyone who disagrees with you is all of a sudden a fucking racist. True. Oh, now you're what's the term? What's the phrase that they would always use? You're taking the weight away from the word Nazi and stuff like that. Like, people would unironically say, don't call Richard Spencer a Nazi. He's clearly not one. You can't call people that just off the top, like, off the limb. You're taking the weight away from the word. True. It really does feel like the exact same thing, right? Like, oh no, I'm not a pedo or defending weird pedo shit. Like, why would I do that? That's, you're watering down the term. You're actually trivializing the real thing. Now, to be clear, there obviously is a very big difference between a pedophile jacking off to... I'm going to outright say it. There is a big difference between a pedophile jacking off to this and jacking off to, like, actual CSAM of a real child. The difference is that in the case of jacking off to CSAM of a real child, you're profiting and gaining pleasure from the sexual abuse of a real child. That is not the case here when it comes to, like, the fucking lolly porn. I'm not making a strong moral judgment. I'm not, like, claiming that every single person who watches that is like going out there to little kids, but I think it's probably something that you need to consider. I think it's something that you should really maybe just think about a little bit. And, you know, maybe some introspection might be best.
True.
Just a little bit of introspection, potentially. That's what I'd like. Just some introspection for these people. I'm not saying you're a bad person, but if you're out there defending the little 3-foot-tall girl, then you are probably a pedo, and that is why I've called the people attacking me during this drama pedos. And as far as I could tell from this person's channel, yeah, the evidence kind of leans on them being a pedo. I've called this person a pedo as readily as I would call someone making equivalent conservative content about race or whatever a Nazi or a racist or whatever. Like, the evidence is there. I didn't just make this up. You know, I feel like most people here can see where I might be given that impression.
Those two things. And the problem is, when you keep spouting these things off, you are watering down the term pedophilia and predator and pedophile and all these terms to the point where they mean absolutely nothing.
So this actually makes no sense. Nothing about me making fun of weirdos that defend their drawn child porn actually makes it so that like real victims end up like having it be harder for them to seek justice. It doesn't, like, that's not how that works. The one example these people have been trying to bring up over and over and over again is the last time I got into a big Twitter war with these like lolicon people. One of them decided to like respond to me saying, I was sexually assaulted as a child, and you saying that lolicon is child porn really trivializes what I went through and makes me feel like a piece of shit. And I quote tweeted them and said, like in quotes, I said, because I was a victim of sexual assault, that means the child porn that people are looking at is somehow not child porn now because I said so, and that makes me the arbiter. Something along those lines, and now they've tried to accuse me of harassing a child sexual assault victim. So when you see these people resorting to the exact same tactics as the far right, like where I'll criticize like a black right-wing figure, and then all their fans call me racist for criticizing a black person, and it's like, I thought you guys were the ones that are rallying against IdPol and canceling everybody for disagreeing with somebody because they're a minority, you know? It's Rich Rev said that, considering that his fans had no issue with using the word groomer on Zan's trans fans. Oh yeah, my trans fans have been getting called groomers and pedophiles in the replies of, like, in the comments of my tweets, like, for the last 24 hours. Their, like, go-to argument is, you probably shouldn't throw stones from glass houses at us lolicons as trans people right now. It's like, what? Wait, okay, you know, that's no coincidence of the people, who are out here to...
so people are peddling the whole... about trans people. Okay. I see how it is.
Being drawn child porn are also transphobic and seem to be on the right politically.
I see how it goes. That is pretty sus.
I'm not saying all of my haters are pedophiles, but it sure does seem weird how many of my haters have ended up being pedophiles, huh?
They're becoming meaningless insults to throw at people...
I keep hearing the clownfish guy from...
think are weird or you disagree with. I mean, we're at a point where someone can be outed on Twitter for being an actual pedophile, hurting real-life children, and many of the replies will be something like, well, wait a second, was he an actual pedophile? Did he hurt real kids?
I was really hoping that we'd be able to find some middle ground here, and they'd bring up, I don't know what they're referring to, maybe that's a real thing, but like, the example that I see on Twitter is, you see like New York Post, that shit fucking tabloid site, will post like an article that'll be like, 26-year-old teacher has sex with 13-year-old student, male student, and it's like, why is the headline not raped instead of had sex? And why are all of the replies, wish that was me. Where were these teachers when I was a kid? Lucky kid, give that teacher a medal. Yeah, give that teacher a medal. You guys have seen that shit, right?
But it's true that when a woman teacher sort of abuses a student, the articles and other reporting of the thing will be woman teacher had sex with a young student, you know? That is how it will be reported.
It's fucking sickening. That's what I was hoping that they were going to bring up, because I have seen that stuff on Twitter, and I was hoping we could find some middle ground, but evidently not.
Or is it just lolly stuff? Like, I'm sorry, that makes my blood boil. That is a very bleak existence we're in, and it's because of people like this throwing the term around like it's just a generic insult to label people you don't like or you find are weird. And speaking of normalizing, let's not normalize watering down the term pedophile by using it in inappropriate context.
So this is literally no different than back in Gamergate when the skeptic community would get mad about calling Milo Yiannopoulos.
Yes, flippant. That's right. Very similar voice.
Or Richard Spencer a Nazi. You're watering down the term Nazi. You're gonna make it mean nothing. This is the same amount of merit is held in these arguments. When you call someone something, you are taking the value away from it argument rarely applies in a broader social space. They tried this with the word Nazi. They tried it with racist. They tried it with homophobe and transphobe. They are constantly trying to defend themselves against... They're constantly trying... Not defend themselves. Defending themselves is the wrong terminology, because that implies they're being attacked unjustly. They're trying to normalize their philia broadly to the internet. That's like a lot of them. And the rest of them are people that very desperately need to find another word to refer to short or petite adult anime girls by that doesn't also include literal fucking children, okay? Like can we at least agree on that?
Text like this, okay? This is something that actual predators will thank you for, because you're watering down the term so much that nobody takes it seriously. And
this is literally just like back in game. Dude, bro, the same level of argumentation from these people, it's actually crazy. I bet pet predators would actually appreciate you calling lolicons pedophiles. They would appreciate it. One of my favorite things that I had happen during the 24 hours of like weird Twitter drama that's been happening is that I kept on getting these replies from these lolicons where it would be like a collage of people I've never seen or heard of before in my life, and the collage would be labeled list of antis, ANTIS, so like anti-lolicon is what that's short for, I guess.
Why?
List of antis exposed for having real child porn.
Okay.
And they kept on replying to my posts with that anti-map. That maybe that's what they're referring to. I don't know what they just say anti. I don't know what the anti. Yeah. Anyway. And it's like I'm supposed to know who these people are, I guess, that have been caught with child porn who apparently were anti-lolicon. I won't say that it's impossible for people who are just trying to build a layer of defensibility between themselves and suspicion wouldn't be like constantly shitting on lolicon. That's probably a thing that would happen, but I don't know any of those people. I'm not part of some fucking community that spends all its time dunking on lolicons. This is like an arc that comes around every time I see some shit on Twitter that triggers me. Like, this is not... You guys who've watched my channel for any amount of time should be able to tell it's not exactly like a staple of my content for me to be dunking on lolicons. It happens every once in a while, but I'm more of a hardcore political, like, LGBT
I'm
race and
hardcore
socio-political issue streamer. Not
I am hardcore streamer. I'm socio-political.
This just
as well.
isn't usually in my ballpark. TBH Zan, your take is the most normie stance ever, and in this case is a fairly base normie stance in my opinion. Well, that's the thing though. These channels have built themselves up as sort of vanguards to protect themselves from the social stigma around pedophiles. It's the same reason why pedophiles like that don't, like, I guess, watch anime or whatever on Twitter call themselves maps or no maps, no contact maps or whatever it's called. Like, it's literally all an attempt to form a vanguard, a community to defend each other from social stigma for being pedophiles and for, in some cases, outright being sexual predators. Some of them are child sexual predators and are open about it. That has happened. Ban Not Cassandra, we got another pedo in the chat.
You do sound pretty bad.
Yeah, like, I don't know. It just seems strange to me that this person's making this video, and meanwhile, like, half the replies to my tweets have been literally defending objectively drawn child porn. Like, and the profile pictures too really just tell you all you need to know. Like, you'll see someone with a profile picture of what looks like a fucking anime toddler replying that actually you're the real pedophile for saying that me jacking off to drawn children is weird. God, I love the internet. The projection is wild.
It's something that hurts real-life victims, which you clearly don't care about. Because look at this tweet. Xander Hall tweeted this 2 weeks ago.
Wait, 2 weeks ago? This tweet was actually from 2020 and was deleted after he got dragged for mocking a person who... This tweet isn't deleted, is it? I would never delete this tweet. This tweet is based as fuck.
What?
I literally
What
quote
tweet?
tweeted someone who said this you and said yes with the Chadwo Jack. I'm pretty sure the tweet got, like, mass flagged if it's down. But okay. This person
What did
says,
the tweet
this is
say?
honestly what infuriates me about this whole Lolicon is CP shit. Hey, isn't it interesting how this person has to censor the word Lolicon on their screen? I wonder why they have to do that. They did say it's nothing sexual, nothing inherently sexual or inappropriate. It's just a body type. Why is it being censored on screen here?
I don't know.
Money? Yeah, but why would YouTube be, like, demonetizing or against the concept of Lolicon if it wasn't sexual or, like, inappropriate? Yeah, total mystery. This is honestly what infuriates me about this whole Lolicon is CP shit that these people do.
Thank you, Voltro. With me, you get it all. You get the robust commentary. You get the... Make it a bit smaller for you to see the game more. Robust commentary, the professional gameplay. It's all here with me, with Lucy Hazet. Alright? It's true. Bet you
I'm an
excited.
actual victim of CSA and CSEM, conflating the horrific abuse I endured as a child to fucking anime makes my blood boil. This is literally just a straw man of my argument. The reason why I quote tweeted it with the quote tweets, like when I quote somebody, when I put somebody's like opinion in quotes like this, when I quote tweet them, I'm cutting through their straw man and exposing what they actually believe. What this person actually just said is, I was sexually abused as a child, and I don't think lolly porn is child porn, so it can't be. If you think it is, then you are the real ones hurting kids who are sexually abused by adults. It's literally just deflection. It's the same thing that black conservatives do when they say you're racist if you criticize them for their political beliefs, because that is common. And that, like, people like Blair White, like trans conservatives will use that too. Everybody on the right, anybody who has like shitty ideas online that can use their identity or can use some kind of id poll or something along those lines to defend themselves, or something that would lend them general social sympathy, they will use it in an online argument. Don't pretend like that's something people don't do. Do you really think people on Twitter are above weaponizing? Even lying about being, I'm not saying this person is, but do you think people on Twitter are even above lying about that? Or weaponizing that happening to them to defend shitty stuff? Of course not. It happens on Twitter every single day. The go-to way to defend bad shit on Twitter is to say, I'm a victim of something bad, and thus it's okay for me to do bad things. You see that shit on Twitter all the time.
Like, I've come across plenty of people who I think are weird or degenerates or even just not very good people, but I would never, in a million years, try to invalidate their history of being sexually abused because I think they're strange or I don't like them. This person literally just claimed, my opinion is correct because I was a victim of CSA, and I replied, you being a victim of CSA doesn't make your opinion right. I'm sorry, but that's true. This is no different. This is literally like when Vosh got called racist for criticizing, what's her name? That one lady? And it's like, see, the left are the real racists. They will, yeah, like, it's obviously disingenuous. No, not Professor Flowers. No, the conservative lady. What was her name? I swear it started with an A. No, not Candace Owens. No. What was her name? Fuck. The lady he got in trouble for, like, talking about her hair. And it was just such a nothing drama that came from nothing but people trying to uncharitably misinterpret what he was saying.
I forget what her name is,
True,
though.
law is not reality.
Gothics? No. Well, my chat's too racist to figure it out, so we're just gonna have to continue. I don't know, it just reminds me a lot of that. It's always disingenuous, okay? People who literally dedicate themselves to I dedicate myself, my job is literally dedicated to dunking on the right. To dunking on like racists, to dunking on, or not on the right necessarily, on racism,
I mean, you're doing a
homophobia,
good job.
transphobia, like classism, like all these isms and ists and so on, right? That is my job, is to talk about these things, to educate people on them, whether it be like saying, hey, maybe you didn't know this happened historically, such as last night, me and my... the fuck? Last night, I watched the first episode of this like remake they did of Interview with a Vampire. I watched a bit of the first episode.
Was it a remake?
Like the very beginning of the first episode of this remake they made last night with my friends. And in the first like 10 minutes, they name drop Jim Crow, which I don't know why, but it was just I was kind of happy about that because like I didn't learn about Jim Crow in school. A lot of Americans don't learn about Jim Crow.
This is so sad. The state, like, from this whole video, the saddest part of this video has to be the state of the US education. That you do not learn about basic historical facts about your own country. I think that is the most depressing part of this whole video.
In school,
Or
where if they do, they learn a very like watered down basic like understanding of it, but yeah, but it's the same shit.
Right here is absolutely disgusting. Like, if you say things like this, you are a genuinely bad person. That's all there
I'm a bad person, guys. There we go.
is to it. You are a bad person. This is sociopathic behavior.
Sociopathic behavior.
Sociopathic behavior. I'm a bad person and a sociopath.
Oh.
Okay.
I think someone's abuse is invalid because basically...
I didn't say their abuse was invalid. I said their opinion is invalid and that their abuse doesn't validate it.
Think they're weird? That's insane. And to address one comment I've seen...
Yes, let's do it. Come on my stream. Let's do it. Yeah. When do you want to do it? I can't do it tonight because I've got 1, 2,
Wait, they
3,
talked?
4,
I'm
5,
sorry, they
6,
talked?
7, 8, 9. I got 8. No, 8. I got 8 more topics left to cover today. Yeah, do you want to come on? We can do it. I got World of Warcraft leveling to do. WoW is like a fantastic, fantastic game to grind while debating. Absolutely. I got some levels I need to get.
In my tweet about the subject...
Wait, they talk to one another?
Go debate him. Go debate him. Like, I'm sorry. I'm not a debate bro, grifter, bread tuber.
Okay.
Vindication is a nice feeling. You know? Sometimes you just get proven right.
Grifter, bread
and,
tuber. Okay.
And it just feels nice. Not like, not that this person's a coward or anything because they don't want to debate. To be completely fair, like, debate is unironically a skill that needs to be honed and practiced to be anywhere near good enough at it to, like, it doesn't matter how correct you are.
Like, you need to understand, the US actually has a reputation outside of the US for having bad education on the high school level. US is basically infamous outside of its borders for having really low level high school. You know? The opinion of the US education is basically that the high school is on a miserably low level and that the university in the US is on a very high level. That it goes from super low level to super high level at university. You know? So, as people living in the US, you can actually tell me if there's any truth to it or if it's all BS.
Like, you have to have skill and practice in debate to be competent at it. So I don't necessarily blame them for not wanting to debate. But the whole, like, grifter bread tuber thing is funny because it kind of indicates where this person's politics are, which is in line with what I've been saying about the right for a while.
Like, I know that in Poland, high school is basically a thing that is very specifically tailored to prepare you for university, right? You actually learn in high school in Poland, you learn things that you're supposed to expand upon in university, right? That's why actually in the Polish high school at some point during your high school you choose a specialization and you focus on specific subjects that you will want to continue with into university, right? You can go for the first 2 years and have mathematics, physics, etc. And then you want to and then you decide, I want to choose a humanistic more approach. So you stop having math, you stop having physics, and your main subjects are history and things like that, right? So basically high school is like this preparation for university, basically, in Poland at least, right? That's the assumption. If you're in high school in Poland, the assumption is you're preparing for university. So the education happens with that in mind.
And not only that, but like
which is why I'm considered such a black sheep, because I've sort of dropped out of university. You see?
Debates are usually pretty damn chill. Like, even with lolicons, every lolicon debate I've had started out like trying to come to like some mutual agreement, and I don't think I've only ever had one devolve.
I have to admit, I do have some regret when it comes to this. I chose such a weird path when it comes to university. By the end of high school, I was extremely good at history, but for some reason, I decided not to pursue history at university. And if I did that, I would have had a really easy and smooth start at university when it comes to history. Damn. I should have done that. Oh well. I'm not gonna exactly go back to the past and change things, so.
Into like meminess and insults and screaming and yelling, and that was somebody who was like actively defending like having sex with the boss baby, you know, like that being sexually attracted to the boss baby wouldn't be pedophilia.
How did you get to talking about that boss baby?
I don't know how I'm supposed to feel about this vindication.
Okay, I don't do those things, and why would I validate someone by going on stream to debate them? Let me give you a metaphor for this situation. It was like me walking down.
Do you guys remember when Sargon made that video along with Styx Hexenhammer 666 about how you shouldn't debate don't debate BreadTube, don't debate GriftTube, and everything? I think this person's a Sargon fan, because I'm pretty sure Sargon was the origin of the don't debate GriftTube thing. That's nice to know.
On the street this morning, and then some random crackhead running up to me and screaming in my face, "You're a pedophile, you're a pedophile."
Oh.
Why would I then sit down?
If you were walking down the street...
Then again, I don't think it's ever too late. If you want to get education, you can get it at whatever age you want, right? I've known people that have finished high school after 30. After 30, they just, they were like, I didn't do it before. I'm taking my high school exam now. And I was like, okay, nice. Like it's called, you know, doing what you want to do, right? Yeah.
Street, just minding your business and doing nothing weird, and you had a random person come up to you and call you a pedophile, yeah, that'd be pretty weird. But what you made were multiple videos where you talk about lollies being based and how much you love lollies. So, and lollies are awesome and stuff. So, yeah, I guess that's...
The thing that Xander Hall pointed out was not really not wanting to debate. It was the whole angle of grifter bread tube, right? He didn't say he's probably a Sargon fan because of the whole not wanting to debate. It's more because of the characterization as bread tube grifters.
That isn't just walking down the street, you know? That's a little more than just walking down the street minding your own business and being called a pedophile for no reason.
Yeah. Like there's also the fact that you can educate yourself at home, you can read books, you can read articles, you can check the internet. Like, it also depends on what your goals are, right? You can pursue knowledge on your own as well. You don't always need a specific document for the knowledge that you're obtaining, right? That's a bit of an aside, the whole knowledge thing, but it's okay.
Crackhead.
Because now we've got an epic editor.
And schedule a formal debate with them. I'm not going to validate someone like that. You laugh at them,
validate,
move on, and then you tell your friends about the...
Also, the amount of these people that have been raiding the chat and getting banned consistently should be a pretty good piece of evidence as to the character of this person and their community. By the fact they literally raid and brigade like any Nazi channel does.
Crazy story you just had, which is what I'm doing with this video, okay? And also, I've been around the block. I'm not new at this.
Around the block?
I've had commentary debate bros try to get me on their stream to debate them about this topic before.
Damn.
It's a trap.
A trap?
I know that Boblax and Nick Diorio and stuff, they were actually going to cover this guy originally, and now that I'm covering him, they actually might be doing it as well. And following that, I think I've
It's a trap. Debating is a trap. Okay, that's a bit weird. I'm not gonna lie. It's a trap. In editing, I guess we can put the Star Wars meme, right? It's a trap thing. Yeah, lifelong learning, of course. And we have communities, we can exchange knowledge.
I don't know. I've talked to a few large YouTubers in the space that will probably end up jumping on the wagon of dunking on this shit. And this particular YouTuber,
It's
no
a
doubt.
trap.
Because, like, I don't know if they're going to get involved, so I won't name the YouTubers I've spoken to. But there's a few that might end up getting involved in all this that are actually...
I got involved. I'm huge.
Big, you know?
Yeah, I am big. I am
might
big.
be a little rough getting called out by the YouTubers that are going to come along. Because what's wild to me is...
True, it's pretty rough being called out by me. It's pretty damning, right? Do you know how many people are here now? 13 or 14, depending on where I look, so... I don't know. You better watch yourself with me. Because, you know. Right? Yeah.
This channel is, like, openly defending this stuff and has 600,000 subscribers, and YouTube's not done anything about it. Now, obviously, YouTube is not very concerned about their TOS. They only enforce it insofar as they need to uphold their bottom line. They did the same. It's kind of like I think Stefan Molyneux is the perfect example to draw to, right? Stefan Molyneux, for years and years and years, was probably the most well-known white supremacist, white nationalist, avowed one, like he called himself that, on YouTube. He was actively spreading misinformation, hate, racism, etc. for a very long time, blatantly against YouTube's TOS, and yet YouTube did nothing about it because he was pulling millions of views and making a lot of money. And the media wasn't really paying attention enough to get enough of an outrage to threaten YouTube's reputation and bottom line. But then, out of nowhere one day, Stefan Molyneux got banned off of everything all at once. It was really bizarre. And it seemed like it was out of nowhere. So when I did cover...
True. Once again, he has not followed through on the whole debate thing, even though it was his idea.
...of his ban, we looked at his Social Blade archive and saw his channel had literally flatlined. His channel was no longer making any money, gaining any new subs, and was like wavering at a view count that would have been worrying for me to have at like 73,000 subs.
Oh no.
So it became evident that YouTube only banned the guy because he had just become such a liability, but wasn't worth the money and the amount
I lost a single subscriber, so that's saddening for me. Because I had 6... I lost a subscriber during this stream. What happened? What have I done? What have I done to you? And you have decided to unsubscribe from me. It was 628 and now it's 627. What happened? What have I done? Tell me. I can do better. I can change. Please. Please tell me what I've done. So that I can do better. What can I do? Okay, now I have to...
of, ad revenue, ad time, views, everything, traffic, and so on that he was bringing to the site originally. It just wasn't worth it anymore. And
Thank you,
that's basically what's happening here, I'd imagine. YouTube probably gains from this person being able to upload their content. I don't even know if this person's a pedo, honestly. I would like to talk to them and see if they're just, like, into petite, short anime girls like Rebecca, and that's it. And if they're, like, not into... If they're literally not into, and like, there's no evidence whatsoever that they are, like, there's no retweets of, like, that one character, the Hana.
This is what makes this game easier
the Kana
than
character.
Diablo 1,
with the no arms, the one that's, like, clearly a 5-year-old. Like, if there's no shit that's like that being retweeted, of, like, porn of that, like, if this person genuinely is just into girls that look like Rebecca from Cyberpunk, then we could have an actual productive conversation. That would not be a debate. Possibly even one where we come to a decent middle ground, but sadly it doesn't seem like that's going to happen. Oh well. With that said, if you enjoyed this segment, please consider leaving a like. It helps the channel, my videos, whether you're watching them live, after the fact, or when they go up as segments, more than you even realize. Hell, this video is going to get massively, massively ratioed by pedophiles, so be sure to drop those likes intensely, more so.
Is my video going to be ratioed by lolly streamers? By lolicon VTubers? Is it gonna be ratioed or
than ever? And you know what? If you watched all the way to the end,
I have.
I want you to comment down below.
I will.
The lolly is gone. Comment down below. The lolly is gone.
What?
If you watched all the way to the end.
Why?
Yeah, with all that said, thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate it. Like, comment, subscribe, donate, gift subs if you would like to. And of course, if you guys want to follow me on my other social media, you can do so. Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, FanDiscord, all that link down below. And you can also support me financially through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, and Patreon.
True, support me through the Patreon.
Thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate it. And have a good one.
Damn. Okay, next topic, I guess. Have you enjoyed this? Have you enjoyed this? Yes, no, maybe so. Have you enjoyed this little segment of ours? No! Oh my gosh, no wonder someone's unsubscribed. If people watching do not even enjoy the segments. Gosh darn. I wanted to like comment, but I feel called out to comment something specific, and I don't know. I don't know about that. I guess my ruling is that Thunderhall is not a lolly VTuber after all, because that was the main question of this segment. So my judgment is Thunderhall is in fact not a lolly VTuber. So if you've enjoyed this, subscribe to everything, every Patreon, every YouTube and stuff. So we'll move on to a more interesting grounds called Destiny is a name of a single teenage mother. Destiny is a name of a teen single mother. How's this for a title? Wait, I have to poll you if you agree. I have to poll you if you even accept. Destiny is a name of a teen single mother. There you go. Yes, no to this title. My community decides my fate. True. Comment. The quacks are out of the box. The quacks are out of the box. True. It's true. We're voting for the title, by the way. We are voting for the title. The title has to be snappy. If I've learned from the pros of making content that titles have to be snappy, clickbaity, and stuff. So I have no choice but to make the title this, basically. It's out of my hands. It's out of my hands, really. I have no choice. I don't really have a choice. Everybody's waiting for the list, huh? Let's put this theory to the test. Destiny Teen Mother. The list. You can decide what you want. You can decide your fate. The list is a surprise. The list is a surprise. The list might surprise you. Might as well prepare it. Where's the list? Where is that list? I have it somewhere around here. I have the list somewhere around here. I have the list prepared here because it's a list that explains a lot of things. I think I had it somewhere. Oh my god, I hope I still have it. I hope I still have the list. Let me see. Specifically saved the list. Where's the list? Vote in the meantime, because I'm actually looking for the list. Oh, I found the list. Amazing. Amazing. Okay. No, let's not make it a tie. My god, vote more. More voters, please, and we can begin with the list. The list seems to be winning because it's a mystery. People love mysteries. But I'm telling you, that list explains so much about so many things. That list explains so much. Although I'm not even sure if it's real or not. Apparently it is. If it is, and it's shocking. It's a real shocking list. So you better prepare yourselves, because it's like it's a list that is not easy to forget. Okay, 8 votes, and Paul. That's enough. Okay, we're gonna go to the other door. I'm gonna chill here. I'm gonna show you the list. Image. I hope it list. I wonder if it even supports this format. Let's see. No, it doesn't. That's okay. I might have a way around it. Change it. Change it, please. It worked. It is called. Let's begin. Taking a glimpse into the list. So I'm gonna start this segment that will be expertly clipped, shipped, and edited by the wonderful editor. That what we believe about reality can be very different from what actual reality is. And how we see reality will often also, let's just say, it will influence the solutions that we will feel are necessary on how to deal with certain things. Right? And so, I have found this list recently. It's a list asking people in the US what they think the percentages of certain things are versus how those things actually are. So I will start by reading this to you, and we will have a little bit of fun with this list, okay? We'll have a little bit of fun together. This is actually pretty... It is sad, but it's also fairly light-hearted content in my opinion. Let's make it big. I'm gonna scroll it one by one. I've decided how we're gonna do this. We're gonna read. We're gonna look for... Okay, this is perfect now. So, YouGov America. Americans overestimate the size of minority groups and underestimate the size of most majority groups, it seems. Yeah, I want to look for it. It's funny. Okay. Estimated proportions are calculated by averaging weighted responses ranging from 0 to 100%, rounded to the nearest whole percentage to the question. If you had to guess what percentage of American adults, true proportions were drawn from a variety of sources, including the U.S. Census Bureau, the Bureau of Labor Statistics, and polls by YouGov and other polling firms. So I will say right off the bat, I don't know how reliable this list is, if it's true or not, but if we, for the sake of this little segment, assume for a moment that it's all true, then it gives us a glimpse into something really interesting, doesn't it? So let's go. Let's go with the first thing right off the bat. To the left we have true proportion, estimated proportion. So what percentage of American adults have a household income over 1 million? Estimated proportion, so this is what people think, 20%. True proportion, 0%. So it seems that a lot of people really believe in the American dream. The American dream is real. 20% of people have a household income of over 1 million. 20%. That is a lot of quite wealthy people in the US, according to the people being asked. So, right off the bat, it's pretty interesting that people assume that a lot of the people in the US are pretty well off, right? Next. This one is interesting as well. How many American adults, the percentage of American adults that are transgender? Estimated proportion, 21%. True proportion, 1%. So, if people, like 21% of people are trans, according to the people asked, like, is this part of the transphobic fear-mongering thing that makes people think that there are so many more trans people than in reality? Like, 21, almost one-fourth of the entire US population is trans, according to people asked. Like, that would explain the fear mongering, like, on the sports toilets and whoever and whatever else, right? If people assume that 21% of people are trans, that will explain it, I guess. Damn, 21% versus 1. But those statistics actually get more wacky, if you can believe such a thing. Those things go even more wild. This is just a warm-up. Well, let's go to the next questions, and you'll see. Have a household income of over $500,000. 26% of people versus true proportion of 1%. So let's make the math here. Like, let's do the math here, right? 20% of people have over 1 million. 26% of people have over $500,000. So we've already covered 46% of all adult Americans. Right? 46% of all US citizens make, like, I guess at least $500,000. Right? 46%. So you can see that there are a lot of pretty well-off people in the US. Which is why I'm surprised why you cannot become a Patreon. Seems like everybody's like super rich in the US. Oh, thank you for the... Someone did become a Patreon. Thank you very much. But yeah. I see US Americans are really poor. I understand why Bernie Sanders talks about the 1% or 0.1 all the time. As Americans, true. Are Muslim, okay? 27% of all adult Americans are Muslim. In reality, 1%. Wow. 27%, huh? 27% of adult Americans are Muslim. That's interesting. Okay. Let's go further. A very... That's... I don't know why people assume that 27% of people in US are like Muslim. Was there some sort of like a fearmonger thing around Muslim people in the US where Muslim people are like everywhere or something that people think that it's 27%? 27%. Damn. People assume 27%. 1% in reality. Okay, we continue then. I told you those numbers get interesting. Are Native American. So, people have responded that 27% of all American adults are Native American. 27%. You know what? If 27% of all adult Americans are Native American, then land back, I think, should be a much easier, like, conversation. If almost, like, 1/3 of the population is Native American of the entire country. 27%. And those numbers will add up, okay? So Native Americans, that's 27% already. You'll have to watch Maha. 30% of all adult Americans are Jewish. So that's already 57% of the population if we sum it up. Okay? 27% are American, 30% are Jewish. The number of American adults that live in New York City is 30%. 30% of all Americans live in New York. My favorite statistic in the entire world. 30% of all of Americans live in New York City. Okay? It's true. In reality, 3% of all adult Americans live in New York City. 3% versus a whooping 30%. Damn. So I guess that makes the US mostly like empty. Like, damn. I guess, like, the US is US just mostly empty land? And most people just live in New York? But let's move forward. Are gay or lesbian 30% versus 3%? Okay? So 21% of people are gay or are trans, and 30% are gay or lesbian, which means at least 51% of the whole population is LGBT openly, since this is like or not openly, I'm not sure. Right? 51% of the population of the adult population is LGBT. This is where we are in the subject for now. Alright, let's go. Let's go. Are atheists. 33% of people, according to the asked people, are atheists. We have 33% of all adult population are atheist, when the true proportion seems to be 3%. Okay? It seems, unfortunately, that only 3% of people are atheist, edgelords. Only 3% atheist edgelords. Not 33%. Are bisexual. 29%. Okay? 29% bisexual. So if we sum up trans, gay, lesbian, and bisexual, we have 60%. No more. No more. Sorry. %. 80% of the entire adult population is LGBT. Alright? So far, so good. People in the US, when asked, express belief that 80% of the entire population is LGBT. Which is pretty interesting, right? Right? So there we go. Yeah, all adults, of course. But keep in mind, Sister Rose, this is not a list of how things are. This is a list of how people estimate things are, versus to their left in orange, how things actually are, true proportions. 4% of people are bisexual, right? Not 29% as people estimated when asked. The blue proportions are what people estimate. The left proportions are the actual real proportions from what this list says. I'm never mad. I'm never mad. I just have to say it like... I have to say it dramatically because I have to do content and stuff. If I don't say it as if I was angry, then I'll be a boring streamer and nobody will watch me. You know? It's a streamer's duty to always be angry and scream at the chat, you know? Nah, it's okay. The estimation is flawed to begin with, so I think it's fun to add these up. I think it's fun to just add these up. Okay? The numbers are wrong to begin with, so it's okay to just add them up. It's okay. Also, thank you. Okay, let's go. Are a member of a union. 36% of all adult Americans are part of a union. So, the US is a country of unions with very strong unions since, well, in reality it's 4%, but the assumed amount is 36%. I'm not sure. I don't know how it averages out, but it's okay. It's okay, Butterwagon. It's okay. So the US is a country of strong unions, is what we're learning from this. Very good. And people whine about unions being... What do you mean we need more unions? 36% of all adult Americans are in unions already. We just want more and more. Oh, are vegan or vegetarian? 30% of all people in the US, adult, are vegan or vegetarian. How does the meat industry even function in the US if 30% of all adults are either vegan or vegetarian? I don't know. I don't know what year this is from. It's a good question, but unfortunately, I don't know. It doesn't say there. So in the year of X, 30% of adult Americans are or used to be all vegan or vegetarian. So there you go. In reality, it's actually 5%, which is admittedly a lot. 5%. 5% is not a small number. But, yeah. Are Asian. 29% of all adult Americans are Asian. Right? So there we have it. I'm gonna whip out my calculator for this because I'm taking out my calculator for this. Calculator. Because remember, we already have the numbers before it. Calculator. The percentage calculator. We had 27% of people that were Native Americans plus 29% of people who are Asian plus 30% who are Jewish. 86%, if you add up Native American, Asian, and Jewish, that will make 86% of all adult Americans. Alright? So there you go. Are a military veteran. 40% of all adult Americans are military veterans. So the US is in other words a country of military veterans. 40%. No wonder people get so angry when Bad Empanada craps on the US Army veterans. They're 40% of the whole population of adults. Right? Damn. The US is like a big military base. And you're either a soldier or you're a veteran, I guess. There are only two genders. Soldier or veteran. right? 40%. Damn. Gotta admit, that's a lot of veterans in the US. But you know, it is what it is, right? Country of soldiers. Country of soldiers. No, Wivotra. You must understand. This doesn't say men. It says American adults. So women included. Don't be sexist. Live in Texas. 30%. Right? So I'm gonna remind you that, where was that other thing? I'm gonna remind you that 30% of people live in New York. 30% live in Texas now. So 60% of all US adults live between New York and Texas, which is pretty incredible that all Americans just live in a few cities, and I guess the rest of the US is empty or something. Alright, we've pinpointed where all of the people are. 34% of all American adults are left-handed, which is actually 11% is the real number. 34% left-handed. Nice. We're gonna bolster it with a poll. Are you left-handed? Your community. Are you left-handed? Don't lie, I will know. If you lie, I will know. No. 100% no left-handed. No left-handlers. 80%. Let me see how this sort of, you know. Well, let's see how this poll tracks with the estimation. 20% of people. My gosh. All right, moving on. 32% of people live in California, right? So 3 times 3 is 9, and 2. 92% of all adult Americans live between the cities of New York, Texas, and California. So all Americans sort of decided that they just want to live in those 3 cities. Or I guess states. And all others like empty. Right? Like 92%. Sorry, it's the law. I don't know. Do they even count? So there we go. So the number of American adults that are black, 41%. 41%. right? %41% of all adult Americans are black. Let's do the math. 27% of people are Native American, plus 30% are Jewish, plus 29% are Asian, plus 41% are black. You know what? You can be Jewish and you can be any of the things. So for the sake of this, we will exclude Jewish, because a Jewish person can be Asian, a Jewish person can be black. So we're not gonna include Jewish. So Native American, 27%, plus Asian, 29%, plus 41% black. 97% of people, 97% of all American adults are people of color. Because 27% of the American adults are Native American, 29% of all American adults are Asian, and 41% of all American adults are black. So that means, technically speaking, while we're talking on racial lines, this is a racist list, so technically speaking, you're right, but let's forget about that for now. Let's forget about things like that for now. So 97% of all American adults are people of color. I can't believe this. So I guess they are only 3% of all American adults are not one of these groups. True. This is why white people are the most persecuted group, right? Have an advanced degree. 37% of all adult Americans have an advanced degree. In reality, it's 12, but the US is an extremely well-educated country. True. A super majority, 97%, of course. But keep in mind, please keep in mind that 33% of all American adults are also first-generation immigrants. 33% of all adults in America are first-generation immigrants. Right? Wow. Listen, from now on it's not 1350 anymore. It's 4150, okay? It's not 1350, It's 41.50, okay? 41.50. There we go. I guess people listen to Donald Trump too much. True. 33% of people are first-generation immigrants. I mean, tell me that does not explain a lot. Like, we must stop immigration. 33% of all adults are already first-generation immigrants. We are 1/3 first-generation immigrants. Like, oh, right. That's a good. I mean, we already know that you either live in New York, Texas, or California. It's like, might as well do a poll for I live in. I already know there's no other choice, so New York, Texas, and if you don't choose any of those, then you're just lying, I guess. There you go. We have pinpointed that you probably live in one of these 3 places. Ask your community. There you go. Don't even try to lie to me, because I know that 92% of all Americans live in one of those places, so don't even try it with me. I know what's up. I know what's going on. I know your number. Alright, let's go. Oh, a new stat. 39% of all adult Americans are Hispanic. Alright, Hispanic. So we add to our 97% of people of color, we add the 39% of Hispanic people, plus 39% of Hispanic people. So, as it turns out, 136% of people are people of color. And you say that the white genocide is not real. 136% of people are people of color. Let that sink in, okay? Let that sink in. There are no white people in the US. In fact, there are minus white people in the US. The math does not lie. There are no white people in the US. So think about it when you next blame things on the cis straight white man. Think about it the next time you try to blame the cis white straight man for anything. There is no such thing as a cis white straight man. The statistics prove it. There we go. There is no such thing as a cis white man, and especially not straight. So we move forward. We are learning a lot from here. Okay. 41% of all American adults are Catholic, right? Which, of course, actually only 22% of adult Americans are Catholic, which is like actually a That is a lower number than I expected, but you know. The craze. Although, this is a misleading thing, right? This is a misleading thing because while 22% of American adults are Catholic, you have like 1 billion different nominations in the US, right? So someone might not call themselves Catholic, but might be one of the 1 billion other things that is effectively a Christian but of different nomination, right? I'm right about this, right? Just because you're not a Catholic, it does not mean in the US you're not a Christian, right? Oh my god, 80% for the proportion of gay people. Oh my god. Well, thank you, Butterwagon, for this. Thank you for this context. I just checked and the median estimates are more accurate, so there must be a substantial portion of people guessing like 80% for the proportion of gay people. God. My gosh. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So just because there's only 22% Catholics, there might be a lot more percentage of people just being of other denominations, right? Exactly, that's what I assumed. That's what I assumed. 54% of all Americans own a gun, while apparently in reality only 32% of all adult Americans own a gun. So as you can see, the US is not as gun-owning a country as one might assume, right? I actually thought more people in the US had guns. I actually thought it was over 54%. But people assume it's 54%. And the actual, I mean, I would assume it's fairly tricky to, it's fairly tricky to really estimate how many people own guns in the US, right? Isn't there a lot of unregulated gun ownership in the US? When you can get a gun, but there isn't really but it's not really tracked where you got the gun from? Is that a thing, or is that not really a thing? Is that a thing, or no? Tell me, please. Tell me, please. Thank you. Okay. Many gun owners own multiple guns. Guess that makes sense. Guess that makes perfect sense. Okay. Have at least a college degree, 47%. So see, it looks like a 33%. Actually, when it comes to have at least a college degree, the actual estimate is not that wildly off from the actual figure is not that wildly off from the estimate. The estimate is 47%, the actual number is 33%, so you know, I mean, it is a big number, but not as wildly different as all the other above. Right? Yeah, but they might be not hiding the fact that they own a gun, but it would make it different. It would make it more difficult to create an official percentage of how many people own a gun, because most people, when you make those percentages, you don't physically go out into the world and count people that have guns. You have a gun, you have a gun, you have a gun. You take some documents that sort of trace who has a gun and who has not a gun, and you make those numbers based on documents saying who has a gun, right? You don't physically go out into the city and count all the gun owners, right? Like that would be pretty ineffective method of checking who has a gun. True. I mean, technically speaking, what's the opposite of open carry? Hidden carry? Stealth carry? Like, technically speaking, you could just say, like, I stealth carry or whatever it's called, right? Even if you don't have a gun, you could just say, I carry not open carry or whatever, right? I carry, you say that, right? If you don't open carry, you just say you carry, right? Is that a thing? Concealed carry. There we go. Moho knows it all. I concealed carry. 100% of Americans own guns, trust me. I see. As an American and gun owner. True. Have a household income over 100,000. So basically all Americans earn at least $100,000. Right? Because 100,000 is 38%, and like people in the US are loaded. Like, I would like you to once again consider becoming a Patreon, because this is not, people in Poland do not earn as much as people in the US. Actually, that is quite close to reality. 34% of all adult Americans apparently have an income over $100,000. We are looking at a list of what is the people's estimation of how things are in America and what is the reality. Blue number is the estimation of people asked. Orange number is the actual number. Right? So actually, yeah, a lot of people like are, I see. That's not interesting. 45% people have a passport. In reality, it's 37%. In reality, it's 37%. Okay. That's not really such an interesting. 51% of all people in US, adults, are Democrats. 56% are obese. Oh, damn. In both cases, 42% is the real number. 42% of all American adults are Democrats and also obese. And that's it. At the end of this list, we have learned that in reality, 42% of all adult Americans are Democrats and obese. Obese Democrats. 42% of all adult Americans are obese Democrats. There you go. Which directly means, because I know how to add 2 and 2 together, 2 plus 2 equals 4, and you cannot persuade me that it's any different. Being a Democrat leads to obesity. You see the evidence here. Being a Democrat directly leads to being obese. I didn't expect to learn that today, but here we are. Here we are. It's okay. Wait, Jessica, you mean... True. So there we are. If you have enjoyed this segment, please consider liking, commenting, sharing, hitting the bell, becoming a Patreon, and catching the streams live. Thank you. I'm sure that Somniostatic can add some super cool effects to this exciting segment. Have you liked this segment? I gotta ask you. I gotta ask you for real. Not for the ending thing. I gotta ask my viewers now. Have you enjoyed this? Have you enjoyed this? Look. Have you enjoyed this? Throwing $0 at that like button. What do you mean? Alright. Yes! 10 people voted yes. Okay. So we should do more content like this in the future. Now that we've gotten ourselves out of the weeds of this amazing list, I've told you the list would be good. Now we... Destiny is a teen single mother name. Diablo 2. Wait, what's wrong? There you go. It was too long, so I had to remove I from Destiny. That's okay. Choose your destiny. Oh my gosh, people demand. People demand the content, I guess. Six people demand it. No, it's Diablo 2. It's not Path of Exile, it's Diablo 2. It's because the US is a walking, talking military base. That's why. I'm a pig. Give me the slop. Sure, sure. True. That's because we're preparing for Diablo 4. No, it's the bad game from the bad company that has have SA. We might actually start playing the Path of Exile on stream. We might do that. I might do it. Might play as a cool character. But the Path of Exile is actually really intimidating to play. Oh my god, please don't remind me. Please don't remind me of Warcraft 3 Reforged, okay? Please don't do this to me. Okay, we go to Steven. We go to Steven Banel.
Hello there, do you also...
Oh no, hello. But now is not your turn.
Women choose to...
It's Steven talking to a person whom I don't know about girls. It's true. Where's the... It's Steven.
Men. Right. That's...
Ba-ba-ba. Ready? Ready? Are you ready? Ah, you are ready. You're ready. Oh, I have to change the title. I can't forget to change the title. Destiny's the name of a teen single mother. There we go. Now we are ready. It's okay. We will learn everything we need to know right now. Let's go in with like a fresh mind. There we go.
Financial security and then get married, right? That's just a different lifestyle.
That's not, nobody wants to do that. That's an exceptionally
Oh, I
rare...
don't. That's where I disagree. I think that this is literally a community that seeks to do that. These women wouldn't dream of being childless.
Women don't want to be single moms living on EBT and Section 8 housing. Those lives suck. They suck.
I don't know.
So I'm gonna give you some context because this might be one of those moments when we are gonna be actually rooting for Steven in a conversation, because from what I know, this is a conservative woman basically advocating or making a case that all women want to become teen mothers or something like that. Like the dream for a woman is to become a teen mom, a teen, even if like that they sometimes even want to become teen single moms and then later get married to gain stability or something like that. Like that's like the argumentation being put forward. And then Steven is sort of like pushing against that idea. So it just sort of feels like we're gonna be rooting for Steven here, from what I'm seeing. Alright? Tell me if the video is too loud and we can adjust.
Nothing, trying to figure out Discord. It's hard every time. I think that's why the right is not on Discord, because
See, that's why the right is not on Discord. So right off the bat, we have like a person saying, I am a right winger.
I think it's honestly just too hard.
It's too hard to figure out the technology. Well.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
How's it going? How you doing?
Doing good. I am going to have a baby in the middle of May, so that's really exciting. I heard we were gender confused today. I thought we would figure it out by now, but it seems like it's still an ongoing conversation, so I felt like maybe I could talk about it. I have a decent understanding of gender, and I feel like the majority of the left doesn't because they're illiterate, but to be fair...
See, everybody's illiterate. We have expert on gender. Wow, I gave you a choice. I gave you a choice. I never force any content on you, okay? I'm locking this. 77% of you want this, demand this, crave this, so we're getting into it. I don't force any content on you. You're the ones that want it. There we go. So there we are. A conservative woman who can't figure out Discord or any other technology says she's an expert on gender. The left is illiterate. And I'm pretty sure she's about to say that the right is illiterate as well, to balance things out. So let's see where we can get. Let's see where we go from here.
The majority of the right is also illiterate too.
See, the majority of the right is also illiterate. So apart from this person, basically everybody's illiterate. It's just a matter of the degree of illiteracy that we're dealing with. The left is far more illiterate when it comes to gender, and most of the right is also illiterate when it comes to gender. So there we go. Steven versus a very literate woman, expert when it comes to gender.
Okay.
Do you want me to go?
Yeah, go for it. I've gotten
Oh, let's go. Like, I think she didn't expect that, to be honest, when she was like, you want me to go? You wanted me to go? You want me to go? Go.
a little bit less patient with a lot of the crazy stuff over here, so I'm gonna be a little bit more aggressive in these conversations now. Just giving you a heads up, okay?
Oh.
Yeah. No, you can be aggressive.
Good.
So Steven's like, I have lost patience with all of that nonsense, whatever it may be. I'm not gonna be wearing kid gloves in this conversation. It's gonna be raw, it's gonna be rough, and it's not gonna be nice. Heads up. Okay? This is not gonna be the nice, fluffy, chicken muffle eating Steven. It's gonna be a rough, bloodthirsty, violent, no BS Steven. But at least he has given us a warning, a heads up, so it's okay. Oh yeah, content warning. We're getting a no BS Steven in this video. I think it deserves a content warning. Okay, we can proceed now.
Aggressive, but
Okay, gotcha. What do we got?
So a couple of things is
aggression. That's gonna be my content warning.
I actually think that we're gonna start seeing fifth wave feminism. I think I'm already
Did we have
seeing
fourth wave feminism? What was that? Was that the
well,
response to third wave feminism or what?
I think so. Yeah. So there's first, second, third, and fourth. And fourth is mostly.
How many waves of feminism are there? Let me kill those enemies and let me Google. Because, like, I was aware of 3, but 1, 2, 3, 4? Has any one of you heard of the fourth wave feminism? Let me see. Let's do it on screen. For the sake of transparency, we're gonna Google it on stream. Fifth wave feminism already. Feminism Wikipedia. Wave. First wave, second wave. The radical feminism that arose from a radical wing of second wave feminism. Big 3. How many feminism waves? What are the 4 waves of feminism history? Oh, so we have 4. See, we have 4. We presently have the 4th wave. The 3rd wave is 1990s to who knows when. It doesn't have an end date. 4th wave present. Though 4th wave feminism is relatively difficult to define, as some people argue it's simply a continuation of the 3rd wave, the emergence of the internet has certainly led to a new brand of social media fueled activism. Launched by Tarana Burke in 2007, the Me Too movement took off in 2017. So I guess that's considered part of the 4th wave feminism. So I'm happy to announce that we are actually doing some education content here. Took off in 2017 in the wake of revolutions about the sexual misconduct of influential film producer Harvey Weinstein. In addition to holding powerful men accountable for their actions, 4th wave feminists are turning their attention to the systems that allow such misconduct to occur. Like their predecessors in the feminist cause, they also continue to grapple with the concept of intersectionality and how the movement can be inclusive and representative regardless of sexuality, race, class, or gender. There we go. That is the 4th wave feminism. Okay. Continue this brutal debate. And now, this right-wing individual is proposing a 5th wave of feminism. So here we go. let's go.
My understanding about
Also, if anyone knows what Steven is playing here, tell me. Yeah, the fourth wave is now. Yeah. If you know what Steven is playing, write the title in the chat.
intersectionality, which obviously I think is a bit much, but I think we're going to start seeing fifth wave feminism because we've commodified women's bodies far too much, and it's going to start negatively impacting women in mass, and that's not going to be
Also, started commodifying women bodies. Started. Let's go back a bit.
good, and it's going to start I think we're going to start seeing fifth wave feminism because we've commodified women's bodies.
We've commodified by, like, it's not a new phenomenon.
It's far too much, and it's going to start negatively impacting women in mass, and that's not going to be so good. The projections are right now that 45. If you want to go by it, there's 45% of women are projected to be single between the ages of, I think 22 and 45, or I gotta go look it
Can
up
we,
again.
definitions
Yeah.
are really important here. When we say single, do we mean unwed, like not married, or do we mean not even dating? Just curious.
I think they mean just purely legally single.
Okay, that's really important. But okay, that wouldn't surprise me with the way you're saying that. Okay, go ahead.
Right, and then
go
right now in the
ahead.
UK, 50.1% of women are childless. So
Oh no.
what I've noticed about fifth wave feminism, and it's led by academics, but only the academics that I think people believe will be profitable or are considered.
So basically, I'm not sure about the fifth wave because there was no mention of the fifth wave in the article that we just read. So keep that in mind as we proceed in this brutal debate.
considered acceptable, and not in my estimation, I don't view them at all to be even close to being conservative, even though they'll say that they're not progressive. I still think that they're very liberal. So there's women right now like Louise.
Nobody likes liberals. Right-wingers say that liberals are too left-wing. Left-wingers say that liberals are too right-wing. You write in the chat what you think is the truth of the matter. Okay?
Is Perry and then Mary Harrington, and they're coming out and talking about this stuff. But Mary Harrington is taking, I want to say, like more of a firm stance. So they're going to come out, they're going to talk about surrogacy and how that's not a helpful thing for the majority of women because that's further commodification of women. Now we're commodifying our wombs, which at this point in time, past the sexual liberation movement.
Okay, I'm gonna wait. I'm not gonna comment yet, but I really dislike this. I think right-wingers on board this a lot more. This really creepy. Okay, I'm not gonna say it before she herself says it, but I'm pretty sure you're gonna know what I mean exactly as it happens. True.
Past hormonal birth control, that is most women's final card. That is what I have to leverage with men in the dating marketplace is here.
Okay. It has dropped. The name has dropped. I'm gonna tell you very bluntly and very honestly. I hate the idea of the quote-unquote dating marketplace. I loathe the idea of the quote-unquote dating marketplace, where it's basically just a business between people that bring things to the table, and if you don't have enough worth bargaining chips in the marketplace of dating, then boo-hoo, too bad. Your only goal is to accrue worth in the dating quote-unquote market. Oh, I dislike this sort of thing so much. It makes so bizarre. I honestly think that right-wingers on board this far more. this sort of attitude towards relationships.
Here is my womb. So if we continue to devalue that, I think that'll
like this. Here is my womb. It's my bargaining chip in this market. And if I devalue that, then what's even the point of being with me at all, right? I have no worth to you outside of my womb. Like, this is so horrible. Like, do you know what I mean? Am I the only person that feels like this about the whole thing? That this is a pretty horrid way of viewing relationships? Write in the chat what you think.
be problematic. And then we're going to see women trying to speak out against the birth control pill, which is fair, but the right's been doing it for a while, but I'm seeing it on the left side as well. And the last thing is they're going to try to
why would you speak against the birth control pill? And who on the left is speaking against the birth control pill? Why do you think that banning birth control is good? Banning birth control would just basically mean that more unwanted pregnancies would happen. That's it, right?
reinstate the institution of marriage because women are going to be sad because they're not getting married anymore.
Reinstate the institution of marriage? Have I missed the memo of the institution of marriage being abolished? Like, I know I don't go out much, and I've never been to the US. But has the US abolished the institution of marriage when I wasn't looking? Is the institution of marriage no more? Last I checked, my friend got married fairly recently. I was not made aware that marriage as an institution was just abolished somewhere along the way. But what do I know, I guess? Because I'm ignorant about the world. I guess my best friend's marriage is a sham.
But it's one of those things where it's women most affected. I never hear them talk about how men have lost in terms of not being able to get a wife. So
women most affected is a meme that I have not heard in years. And I'm not joking when I say it. I actually have not heard the whole women most affected meme in many years now. And now this person is here to revive the meme for us, which is pretty interesting. It's a very interesting conversation. First opening up with the fifth wave of feminism, and then continuing with, but actually, what about the man?
those are some of the things that I've noticed so far, where I think these gender conversations are going to go, because the idea is we've never tried true feminism, so they're going to try this new version, and hopefully that will...
Wait, we've never tried true Oh no. Wait, am I hearing this correctly? We've never tried true feminism? It does seem very weird, Maya.
never tried true feminism, so they're gonna try.
We've never tried true I've never heard anyone say that before. We've never tried true feminism. That is one bizarre statement.
Try this new version, and hopefully that will make things better. But I don't think so, because I think feminism is a problematic movement in itself, just because it was rooted in female supremacy. So I don't see that.
I'm sorry. What female supremacy? What's going on here? What the hell? Feminism is no good because it leads to, it's rooted in female supremacy, even though the beginnings of feminist thought arguably started when women were not even considered human. So how can it be rooted in female supremacy? What? Like, you could make a strong case that the first feminist thinkers were women who argued that women should be treated as human, and also that women should be fighting for the freedom of slaves. That is basically the beginnings of feminist thought in my mind, even if it was not called feminist thought. Does that make sense? I mean, it makes sense to me. You could call it proto-feminist thought, but I think there's a through line here, right? I think it's fair to say there's a through line here.
Ever working out. It's like that conversation about Marxism. We haven't tried true Marxism. Well, you can keep trying, but it's not working out for the overwhelming majority of people.
Okay.
I actually never expected a person to say that we could keep trying Marxism.
I don't agree that feminism was about like female superiority at all or any of that, but I don't know how relevant that is. Where do you want to take this conversation?
Yeah, you could argue that, but you know.
Well, you wanted to talk about gender, I think, is what you were talking about earlier. And to me, it seems really perplexing why everybody is so confused. But I think it's about the fact that people are so single and are so childless that they even have the ability to entertain some of these conversations because they seem perpetually online.
Oh. Okay. More children, more marriage would just fix everything, I guess. Thank you. It's all clear now to me. Steven promised to be more aggressive and stuff, and so far we're not seeing any of it. Was my content warning wasted? Did I give a preemptive content warning? I will see.
Off of Twitter and Instagram because I'm trying to get ready to have the baby, and I've been watching from the sidelines. Everybody looks crazy. They objectively look crazy about the opposite sex and about each other.
I see. Everybody objectively looks crazy. Got it.
So I think that's where this gender confusion conversation comes in, because it's very simple. If you're in a relationship, you'll notice that there are gender differences and that they're not all bad. And the point of gender stereotypes is not, if you want to use it to your romantic benefit, it's not necessarily to put somebody down, but it's to try certain things out. Does your man like it when you make him a meal? Yes or no? If he doesn't, okay. Now we know that that stereotype does not fit him and his individual personality.
What?
Same thing for women. Does she like flowers or not? If she doesn't, okay, then we need to adjust to her personality.
Okay, so Jess, I'm gonna put.
What? This like. Oh boy. guess you reprogram yourself. That is like, where do I start with this? First of all, if you say everybody's crazy because, as you can see, if you just go into the traditional role and know that it's good, then it's good, is nonsensical. And the whole, if you're, oh my gosh.
Push on this a lot, okay? Because people play this trick a lot. It's really weird. So what you're describing is the exact opposite of gender stereotypes. You're talking about trying a particular thing, seeing if the person likes it, and then if they don't, moving on to something different. That's an individualist approach. It's not a stereotypical or like a class or hierarchical or whatever approach. So I don't understand what you mean when you say like, oh, well, I'm going to try this, and if they don't like it, I'm going to do something different. The assumption on the gender thing is they should like this because of their gender.
True.
I think that those would be very religious people or the authoritarian types that would say should. And I think most people that have marriages can say that some things are hit and some things are missed. There's women that are in relationships with men where the men prefer cooking.
Also, how do you just change your personality? Like, your personality is not like a thing that you can just flip a switch and change, right?
So these should things, I think that's that boogeyman that people like to talk about with this white Christian nationalism. To be frank, I don't even think Christians really adhere to their gender roles anymore. So in terms of should, I've never taken a position of should. I try not to tell people what to do with their lives. I just try to let them know, hey, this is what that outcome typically looks like.
What?
Okay, I don't know how that contradicts anything I said. I think that people have preferences, but I think that it's a little bit more individualistic. I don't think that like we can just say like women want this, men want this. It seems to be where we're at today socially is a bit more individualistic, I think.
True. Told you we'll be rooting for Steven in this conversation. You were skeptical. You did not believe me. You don't trust me. And this is why things happen as they happen. Because you don't trust me.
Well, the stuff that we're talking about, if you're talking about gender stereotypes, it's worth just seeing and testing, but you get the idea from tradition. You don't get the idea because you had this individual.
I mean, tradition says that women were not human, so I don't think we should be getting our ideas from tradition. Because, quite frankly, tradition sucks when it comes to gender relations. Tradition sucks a lot when it comes to gender tradition, when it comes to gender relations, right? Tradition says that a woman marries a man and basically gives up her entire freedom to the man. That is tradition.
Dualistic approach. It's just been these cultured and biological observations to where you think to yourself, okay, maybe I should give this thing a shot, give it a try.
Sure.
Biological observation.
But I'm trying to see what else we can talk about.
Everyone's like a biological scientist now doing biological observations. Right?
I still don't see anything as gendered with what you said. That just seems like an individualistic approach to...
Which approach? Individual, like, of his approach of everybody likes... I mean... everybody is different, and like I agree that there is no such thing like this gender should want this, right? Or this gender should want that. Like, of course. Different people want different things. What you want will not like be based on your gender, I don't think. Right?
Like what people like. Like
Okay,
when I
well-
think of things that like my wife would like, I'm never thinking like she's a woman, she wants this. I'm thinking
Yeah.
like, well, Melina likes these things and these things and these things. I'll probably like get her something like this. Like
Yeah, I agree with Destiny here. Like you treat people as individuals, and like you don't really build like a schematic of what you think a person should want or should like be like based on the gender, right? Yeah.
because I know the things that she's into, the hobbies that she has, and the things she likes.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Well, has anything ever landed that your wife liked that the majority of women like from your perspective, in your opinion?
I don't think it matters, to be honest. Even if some things like that happen, I don't think it should even matter. Right? It just happens to land. It doesn't change. In practice, it doesn't change anything. And it shouldn't change anything in your approach. Right?
I mean, flowers, I guess, would be like a basic one. But I think her best gifts are usually things that tie into things that she likes. Like I got her this stupid like $50 fucking Lord of the Rings mug, I think is something that she liked. Or little things that remind her of like time we spent like in New Zealand a long time ago. They're like little gizmos and gadgets that she likes related to that. Those are probably the things that hit the most because they have like a personal connection.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That makes sense. Right?
That's like a perspective of gift giving, right? Now, women do give men gifts, but that's a gender stereotype itself that women enjoy when you bring them products. And also, I just happen to think that that's pretty standard and normal. I'm not a gift giving kind of girl. I know for also, but that's a gender. That's like a
Probably the things that hit the most because they have like a.
Yeah, I have to listen to that again.
Well, that's like a perspective of gift giving, right? Now, women do give men gifts, but that's a gender stereotype itself that women enjoy when you bring them products. And also, I just happen to think that that's pretty standard and normal. I'm not a gift giving kind of girl.
I don't know. I think everybody enjoys getting a gift, to be honest. I'm not sure how that's a products. What? First of all, that's a weird phrasing, but I think everybody likes a gift. What?
I know for me, I'm really big on, I think, acts of service and quality time together. But even penguins get it. That's why I don't understand these. I don't understand why everybody's so confused. This stuff just makes so much sense. Even the male penguins will bring the female penguins shiny pebbles and say, "Here are my."
I don't know. I'm gonna be honest. You sound like the most confused person here in this debate. It feels like projection, the whole why is everybody confused? You sound like the most confused person in the talk.
Shiny pebbles, will you mate with me? Then here we are, humans in America. Like, I wonder what gender I feel like I am today. And how do you even get the metric for that?
I don't understand. Hold on, I'm totally lost. I don't understand anything you just said. I don't understand.
We're not penguins, though. Like, oh, true. Penguins do certain things, but we're not. Humans are not penguins. Like, this is the biggest weird thing about the whole. This is the weird thing about the whole comparing humans to specific animals. Right? Penguins also don't write literature. Should we ban all literature? Nonsense. Right? I can answer that right now. It's nonsense.
Understand what part of gift giving here has to do with like the I think men and women can both enjoy receiving and giving gifts. I don't think it's a matter of like bringing product to somebody or bringing resources.
True. Like, it's not. Thank you. So there we have it. We're gonna be rooting for Steven in this conversation. Like, I sort of expected this to be the case, right?
Versus somebody. I think it's a matter of like, when it comes to giving, I think the best gifts that you can generally give to somebody that'll score you the most points are going to be things that the person has like a personal buy-in or tie into, or just like little things that show that like, oh, you were thinking about me. I think that's generally what it is. Not like you've gotten me. I'm sure there are some girls out there. No, actually, I'm going to push back against this. I don't think expensive gifts.
True. There you go. Push back, Steven. Show her who's boss, Steven. We're rooting for you in this conversation, don't forget. Uh-oh. 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 Like, found in the natural world. That's nonsense. Like, penguins don't form societies, right?
Are nice. Of all the women that I've ever liked, because of the amount of money that I've made, and I think I don't even know how many red pill guys actually have real money. But when you have real money, you can't buy your way through a relationship. Your woman will have no respect for you. You cannot impress a woman by like saying, "Oh, here's like a $4,000 thing. Like, do you like that?" Like, if it's an actual woman that you like and you're trying to get her like you, she's gonna be like, "Okay, you're buying me shit. I don't give a fuck." That's been my experience 99% of the time. I don't think that buying things for women in terms of like, "Oh, she just wants products," is like a successful way to do things.
True. It's not like, this is such a weird way. Like, it's actually unironically the stereotypical quote unquote nice guy type, right? I bought you expensive dinner, I bought you this, I bought you that, and you don't want to sleep with me, right? Unironically, the whole pebble thing with penguins, that's nonsense, of course.
Things, unless you're literally just looking for a gold digger woman.
Well, I mean, I'm not trying to be mean. Well, I don't think this is mean.
I don't care.
I don't think.
I'm not trying to be mean. What are you? You're not trying to be very smart either.
I think you talk to ugly chicks, my guy. Like, I think you talk to women who receive gifts pretty regularly. I have yet to see you in public with an ugly woman. Unless you were like working with her or something like that.
I mean, it depends on what do we mean by like an ugly woman?
I'm sorry, what happened now?
Just not very attractive.
What do we mean by like?
Talk to women. I don't think this is mean.
I don't care.
I don't think you talk to ugly chicks, my guy. Like, I think you talk to women who receive gifts pretty regularly. I have yet to see you in public with an ugly woman.
What's happening here? Ugly woman, what?
Unless
that is so rude.
Like working with her or something like that.
I mean, it depends on what do we mean by like an ugly woman?
That's so rude.
Just not very attractive to the majority of people. You can look at certain metrics. You can look at facial symmetry.
Sure, but
what's facial symmetry? Oh no! What? Oh, why? Oh my god! Why?
I think that like I feel like the majority of women and the majority of men are attractive to like the majority of people. I think. I've dated.
I disagree with that. That's what I would not agree with that. I think that men learn to like what they can get.
Okay, I guess I feel like my I don't know.
Oh my god. Oh. I can't with this BS. What's going on here? What's happening? Am I being punked?
Somebody has pictures of me and my wife in high school. I think my wife was pretty attractive, but I wasn't like a super big looker. I think my kid's mom was...
We're talking about women and gift giving, and you're talking about how you've given women gifts, and it's much ado about nothing to them. And I'm saying that I just haven't seen you with traditionally unattractive women, so I imagine that those women have a lot of experience with gifts. Like, go give a troll woman a gift, and then, you know, you might have a different response with that.
As opposed to ugly women can be bought with gifts more?
I think they get gifts less. Like, I know that there's this perception in the manosphere that all women can get some, and okay, you know, that's true to a degree, but there are women that are just so hideous they don't get any.
I so dislike this sort of discussions. Oh my gosh, that is so awful. What is happening? Why is this happening?
Attention at all.
Yeah, but we're talking about something fundamentally different than gift giving. You're talking about like reaching down into like lower castes of people. Now we're at like a fundamentally different thing. Like if you talk about like, oh well, talk about like a really ugly woman that doesn't get any gifts ever. Like, yeah, I could probably impress her with gifts too, but I could also probably just impress her with my time, right?
Well,
like that has nothing to do with gift
giving.
giving there. That just has to do with like status and culture and other things. It doesn't have to do with the specific art of gift giving.
Right, but my point was that you were saying I've given women gifts and I haven't received a whole lot of care about it. And you know, there is, if you're going to be in a long-term relationship with a woman, yes, you know, eventually like, gifts do run out. I mean, we still like them, but there has to be more to that experience. But I'm saying the reason why it hasn't mattered is because you tend to socialize with very beautiful women.
I think the reason why it doesn't matter is because you can't buy somebody's affection.
True.
I just don't think that's true.
But that would be a red pill principle that you can't buy genuine desire.
I don't know if that's true. I think red pillars say women hunt for resources, so buying gifts might be a way to demonstrate resources.
Which is so bizarre, the whole resources, transactional way of thinking about relationships. Really weird.
So you can buy desire. I feel like that would be a red pill thing to say.
You know, I always...
Darling, you only deserve this much since you're so ugly. Be happy. My God. Isn't it like very subjective to begin with? One person's beautiful, like one person will perceive someone as super beautiful and the other person will perceive someone not as beautiful, right?
Hear this. I always try to talk to people about the red pill, and I always find that for some reason,
I don't know, that's very strange to think that there are people who genuinely think that there is like this objective universal standard of beauty for people. Very strange.
And have been way nosier than them and have gone down the rabbit hole. I have no idea why. I just think that it's a really interesting community to look at through like an anthropological perspective, through cultural relativism. No, like they talk about more than resources too. They talk about men being physically attractive, and they talk about genuine...
Yeah, it's treated like a resource in those communities, being fit, etc. Yeah, that's treated like a resource.
But there's a lot of blind spots in that too, because they could talk, you know, more about pheromones or personality compatibility or genetic compatibility.
Pheromones? You mean that unconfirmed thing that supposedly exists but nobody knows if they actually do anything? Those things? Oh, okay. Pheromones, okay. Those things that we have zero confirmation if they do anything in humans. Okay. Alright. Great.
But that never comes up, right? So you just hear this.
Why would it come up?
Surface level, and that's why you guys tend to hate it. But I wouldn't necessarily advocate for these dudes either, because they be wildin' out there. They be wildin' for sure. Not all their advice is going to hit for the majority of men.
Sure.
It's disaffected males that watch those.
Okay,
platforms.
sure. So just as a quick thing before we move on to this, do you think that gift giving, in terms of just like buying an expensive gift for somebody, is ever a way that you can like further a relationship? Do you think that is the case, or no? I'm curious.
Further a relationship, possibly, if that's how that person receives affection. But
well, no, hold on. I'm not talking about like receives affection or affect. I'm talking about literally just like I buy somebody like a $5,000 piece of jewelry. Do you think that's like an effective way to like further a relationship or get closer to a woman?
No.
This is a hard thing to answer because it's a normal human custom to give gifts to establish social rapport.
Okay,
I think it's easy to answer. Sorry. No, it's not an effective way. It's not a difficult thing to answer. Yeah, it is usually racist eventually. 100% correct. I don't know. You know, it happens. It happens to the best of us. You know? We're about to find out, so if you want to stay here and be positive, then you can follow us on this journey and find out why Destiny is a name of a teen single mother. I should have worded it differently. I should have worded it Destiny is a teen single mother's name to be more like the Destiny is a girl's name, but whatever. Whatever.
I think it's an easy thing to answer. I don't think you're ever getting farther in a relationship doing that. I don't think that's ever working for you.
But no. My answer here is in tandem. I agree with Steven here 100%. Buying a thing will not further your relationship. It's not a difficult thing to answer, like at all. Right? It's not a difficult thing. I don't know. I don't know what she thinks of herself. Doesn't what reinforce negative stereotypes? What do you mean? All stereotypes are good. Negative stereotypes. Don't be a pansy. Come on. But no. You have to remember, stay positive, that this is the conversation in which we are rooting for Steven. And also, since you just came into this chat, I'm giving you a fair content warning that Steven might be brutal in this conversation. Well, you know, there are certain painful sacrifices that have to be made in the service of content. There we go. I've said it. Now let's go. I'm learning from the best. I'm learning from the masters of the trade.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, like I said, like this is what I mean by we overthink a lot of things. Now, if you're under the premise of a gold digger, you're correct. What's the point besides just for?
Be careful. Just asking questions is a well-known Nazi dog whistle.
Her to get some goods and move on. But if we're talking about human history, it is normal for humans to give other humans gifts to establish a social rapport, and this can have a romantic context.
Yeah, but like
that's the point that I'm making.
Yeah, but
I don't think you'll ever establish, like, I think gifts are a thing when you already have an established relationship rapport, right? You don't establish a romantic relationship through gifts, unless, as Steven here has pointed out, there's like it becomes quite a relationship established through a transaction is at its core very transactional, right? Well, you're being bad faith. You're using... I'm a debate sis, okay? I'm a debate sis. But stay positive. You're being bad faith. You are using ad hominems, ad homonymous, and you're using the fallacy of... You're using the fallacy. Which I don't like. I don't appreciate that very much.
I think it can further a relationship.
Let's pull back and macro. Like, what do we say?
I don't think so. I think Steven is being in the right on this. Like, As I've predicted, we're gonna be firmly on Steven's side when it comes to this conversation. It happens. It happens, and today is one of those days.
Saying when you say giving gifts to establish a rapport, like if you give a girl a gift too early, that's like a red flag in today's like dating market. Like,
listen, you can't strawman a strawman. Sometimes it's just calling a spade a spade. Maybe you're just a strawman. Have you thought of that ever? Have you thought of maybe you are a strawman? I didn't think so.
Like, what do you? I don't know what you mean by that. Like, you would never establish a social rapport in modern dating by giving a gift. Like, I think it would turn somebody off doing that.
Well, I think it depends.
People just think that you were trying to buy them, to be honest. Hello, content sniffer. You're here to sniff out some content, you're in luck. We're looking for a debate of Steven versus this woman. And it looks like we are rooting for Steven. We are team Steven during this talk. And on that note, I want to create a poll. And I will want you all to answer from the bottom of your hearts. Okay? Can you establish a romantic relationship through gifts? Yes or no? Here we go. Boom. We're getting into the bottom of things. We're getting into the bottom of things. Well, maybe the fact is that you're just a straw man. I mean, there's 0% on yes, so you clearly have not answered yes. I think if you start a relationship from a transaction, it becomes a transactional relationship, but that's just my opinion.
Depends on the woman. Now, granted, it can be creepy if it's too early to some women, but you're looking at specific romantic modern phenomenon. I'm saying in human history, it's always been normal and a practice to exchange gifts to establish social rapport.
I always love when a person that probably has zero knowledge of history tries to appeal to history. Right? Like, people that know history usually are the first ones to try to appeal to history. So I'm not gonna even entertain that whole historically this has always been done, like without any demonstration of the fact, right? Well, that's not the question though, stay positive. Like, the question is not, can gifts be a part of a relationship? Because yeah, obviously they can. But the question is, can you start a romantic relationship through gifts? Can you buy a gift, and by buying a gift, start a romantic relationship? That is the question. Not are gifts can gifts be a part of a relationship? Because those are two very different questions. Like, of course, gifts will be a part of a relationship. I don't think traditional courtship was A buys gift, B becomes a partner. I mean, yeah, you're right, but that is basically what I said. Right? So we agree. Technically speaking, you can, but you might not end up in a relationship that you desire. I don't know. Once again, I have found myself in the situation where Child Logic is not really following up on his proposal to me, so... Oh, rewriting history. Okay. What Destiny doesn't realize is that if all you can give is money and gifts, then you only attract people who are fine with just that and doesn't have enough money to keep up with the... Wait, but... No. LH fruit. That's not what this thing is saying. Steven here is saying that you cannot buy your way into a relationship. So Destiny's take is that actually you cannot form a meaningful relationship through gifts, right?
So I think that gift giving can further a relationship, and I think it has in the past. Now, some women are going to take these gifts for granted, but again, I think that's coming down to like youth and beauty and maybe even social status for her. I'm sure Brittany Renner has been given like plenty of gifts in her time. So I understand where you're coming from, but what you're coming from, it comes from like a soulless perspective of hypergamy. And also, I mean, why do we have to assume that it's
a soulless? No, where I'm coming from is if a woman likes you and you're trying.
Soulless is when you think you cannot buy your way into a relationship. I mean, that is a pretty unique approach, to be sure. There we go.
To win the affection of that woman, you have to connect with her on like an emotional level.
Yeah.
You can't just be giving her shit. That I don't think that ever furthers a relationship, realistically.
Exactly.
Like,
Okay.
I mean, I agree with Destiny here. It seems like there are people in the chat that do not agree. Right?
Okay, well, I'm thinking about in my head, if you put me in a scenario, which this would be a very subjective scenario, I think that given the man was attractive, there was something about him that I liked off rip, and he just showed up and randomly gave me a gift, I think I could go for that. But
Yeah,
I'm
but why?
literally just one woman.
No, but I'm
because
asking
there's
why.
pre-selection. Because of pre-selection.
No, I'm asking why would you like that? What would be enjoyable to you for that?
about like a stranger that I don't know who has like some pre-selected qualities giving me a gift, well, I would take it from an ugly dude too, depending on how well socialized
I'm
he
asking
was.
why you would like that. What part of that would feel good for you?
Because somebody took the time out of their day to think about you and to get you something.
I agree.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I'm saying though. Like, it's not a matter
so that
of
does
just,
further a relationship then.
No. If I thought that my wife was like being distant from me, and like she showed up one day, or like I wasn't like giving her any time or whatever, she showed up one day, was like, hey, I bought you like a thing or whatever, and it was like, I'm just giving you a thing to like make you happy. That's not gonna work at all. But if you're buying like little tokens or something because it's like part of a process, like I'm showing affection because I'm showing you that I'm thinking about you. But this isn't like gift giving in terms of like giving you something, and that's the point. It's just a token of like saying like, oh, like look, like I'm thinking of you throughout the day. It might be the equivalent of like the best gift that a lot of women would probably like is like if you show up to work.
Yeah, that's I don't know. That's a really weird attitude towards relationships. But don't worry, we have Steven, our champion, to show her who's boss. Right? Oh yeah, stay positive is absolutely like Chat Logic troll. The thing is that I don't really mind, but if people in the chat feel sort of not good about a person like this being in the chat, then you know, then I leave it to the moderator discretion to timeout, ban, or mute or something, right? I'm not gonna be bothered by some person that comes to troll. If they want to troll, then that's fine, right? Like, it's their time that they choose to sort of dedicate to trolling in my chat. Your content sniffing is always acceptable, of course. There are plenty of relationships predicted on money that people are happy in, but it really is to each their own. That doesn't seem to be what Disney wants, so of course that approach won't work. Oh, but I don't know. I sort of agree that you need to establish some sort of an emotional connection, that just giving people gifts will not do that, you know? So I think I'm more closely aligned to Steven in here than to this lady here. You know?
Work, and you get like a letter or something in the middle, and your husband's like, oh, I was thinking about you, I love you. Like, that is like a small little like nothing that's like free or the cost of a stamp. But a lot of people are like, oh, that's really cute, I like that, I enjoy that, thank you for doing that. Or like small tokens like that. I think that's the point of gift giving. It's not like getting expensive gifts or anything like that, or buying your way into somebody's affection. I don't think you can do that.
No, but you can. So there are people out there that are materialistic. They just like to do that stuff. Like Cardi B and Offset, you know, do
Why are we
anything.
talking about, if you're talking about like gold diggers or like Cardi B, like what do you mean? God,
No. Hold on. Actually, no. I'm talking about people that are materialistic and they love it and they thrive off of that. These people
Gold
are
diggers.
constantly. Well, I wouldn't call Cardi B a gold digger. So I have to give you the example because we're just painting out materialistic people to be bad, and like it's possible. But I've met bougie couples too, and they just do their own thing. So like Cardi B and Offset, they're always buying each other cars and jewelry constantly, and it looks like they're genuinely into each other. I mean, they're the only one of the few celebrity couples that I believe actually wants one another, but they're into that. You know, like you just might not be that materialistic.
Okay.
Yeah.
I like, if we're gonna go to there's like a weird thing that happens sometimes. I talk to like kind of red pill people.
But I mean, the question then becomes, do you love the person or do you love their wealth? think that's a little bit different. I don't know. I think that's a bit different. Right? Because those like sort of king-based things are sort of that's basically people with certain types of personalities meeting with one another and building affection based on that, right? But I don't know. But gift giving is basically just transactional thing, right?
And then I get like these crazy one-off examples of like multi-millionaire celebrity couples. That might be true, but I'm going to repeat what I said before, and I think it's still true. For the vast majority of people, like 99% of people, this doesn't apply. Where you're going to be buying each other cars.
I'm not a fan of arguments that rely on predicting what 99% of people do. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not necessarily a fan of those sort of argumentations.
So like that's your way of like showing love or anything like that. Like I don't. Yeah. Okay.
I was talking about lavish gifts. And I'm saying that there's some people that are materialistic, that enjoy lavish gifts, that are in relationships. It might just be that they can afford it. I don't think that you or I are particularly materialistic people. Well, I know that I can be perceived that way. Okay. But we don't have to cite Cardi B and Offset. You know, I've got girlfriends that are well-to-do with well-to-do men, sometimes boyfriends, sometimes husbands. They just get each other really nice stuff. But I would say that it comes more so from the man than it does from the woman. But I think that might be because the woman is not out-earning the man, so it would be kind of, it's a challenge when you're financially dependent on your man to go out and buy him a lavish gift with his own money. It's kind of awkward.
Okay. I think my original opinion is completely unchanged, but okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, you can have your opinion, but if we're talking about like most
well,
people,
my original
you're
opinion in terms of prescriptions
gifts.
No, I'm talking about, well, yeah, that was the whole point of what we were talking about initially. For little itty bitty gifts, I think those are fine. But I said that before, it's not because you're spending a lot of money on a gift, it's just to show somebody that you're thinking about them. Like that's, I think, what people appreciate. In terms of if you're trying to like win affections of somebody or like further a relationship.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but you were talking about giving prescriptions. I don't give prescriptions, and some red pill content creators do. But a lot of the red pill, if you look at the old blogs, you're not really supposed to be giving prescriptions. You're supposed to be giving, here's the information, some of it's data, some of it's anecdotal, some of it's men exchanging notes. These are the outcomes. Do with that information what you will, because it mostly encourages men to be their own men. But again, I mean, I think the space is just getting really diluted. And this is,
I don't know. It's like strange to me. Basically comparing humans to penguins and men to male penguins that give women a shiny pebble.
Me necessarily trying to champion it. It's just every time I hear people talk about it on the progressive side of things, they haven't really gone that far into it. I just happen to be a curious gal with an nth degree, so I was curious. But
okay. I mean, my goal is to get prescriptions. I want people to take away what I'm saying and hopefully like enact some changes in their lives. I think would be better, or like say these are things that probably work. These are things that probably don't work. But I feel like most red pillers are the same. They're giving prescriptions. The reason why people are going to them are for advice on like how to live their life better, or be a better man, or be more successful, or get laid, or whatever. But
well, I think that there's two reasons. Men want to watch that content because it's a little bit of rage porn to them, to where they can say, this reminds me of that one time a woman took advantage of me, and here's where I have representation. Yes, let's roast these hoes. But then there's another perspective of men out there who literally just want to find out the information, because some men are not hearing basic stuff. I had a gentleman call into one of my shows. He is in his late 20s. And he was asking if he should have a driver's license. And I think you and I both know that a driver's license can be a sign of independence as long as you're not living in a large city. So if you're older, if you're not a teenager, you're an adult male and you don't have a driver's license, you know, that would not be attractive to women. But he never had anybody bring that up to him, and he asked me on my platform. So there's two sides to it. I think the algorithm has just like ran and taken it. And I'm not again, I keep saying this, like, I'm not trying to defend it. It's just a lot of your points would easily be countered by some old blogs. Because who are men online to be telling other men in real life, you know, like what they're supposed to be doing? They're not.
I mean, if
but
you've
they
got
can
a lot
give
of experience, and
recommendations.
well, giving a recommendation is the same thing as telling you what you should be doing. That's what a recommendation is. It's saying you should do that. What do you think is a recommendation? that's I'm recommending you a change in behavior,
Okay.
right?
Okay, so when I think about recommendations, I think it's your life. If I was you, this is what I would do, but you choose what you want to do. That's what I think a recommendation is, because I get recommendations all the time, and it's like half the time the person giving me the recommendation, I don't care. Like, why would I listen to you, you know?
Well, that's the reason why red pillars like say that they have like expertise. They are somebody that gets laid a lot. There's somebody that's financially successful. There's somebody that is an eminent expert in the domain that they're giving advice on. That's the whole point, right?
That is why basically Stephen always positions himself as an expert in everything. This is why basically Stephen always says that he knows more about a thing than 99% of people. Because Stephen wants people to listen to what he has to say.
Well, I think we're mostly particularly talking about Fresh and Fit, but those are all, while they are red pill content creators, they're also businessmen. They found a model that works. If you were an intelligent...
Every red pill content creator is a businessman, of course. The whole code that the dating thing is a business. The Fresh and Fit are not some sort of like a exception to the rule.
Businessman, would you quit a model that was effective, or would you keep sustaining it until eventually it wasn't effective? I mean, you've been streaming for like over a decade, right? Yeah, this is something that works for you, so that's something that works for them. So you're supposed to take that stuff with a grain of salt, because there's millionaires out there that women are not genuinely attracted to them. They might sleep with them, but that's a very materialistic relationship. It's not a strong interpersonal relationship. So
Okay. I don't know how that. Yeah, I mean, I would still give advice to people. I don't know how that counters that point or what that has to do with addressing.
No, you can. I think sometimes your advice is a little. I mean, I don't know if I can cast personal judgments, but I've seen some of the advice that you give. Some of the advice that you give, but you're already the exception to the rule in a lot of metrics, right? So you're a really good earner, and then your wife is very beautiful. You guys have the arrangements.
I
that
was
you
married
have.
once before I was anything. I had a child before I was ever anything online. Like, I think I've done okay for myself, like decently before. Like, I bought my first house at 19 years old. Like,
yeah. So you're doing really great, but I think that has skewed your perception of romantic dating and even women in a sense too.
like in what ways though? I'm curious. Or I rather because that's boring. The more interesting question is like, sometimes people.
First house at 19. What does I really wonder what he means when he says a house. I'm really wondering what he means when he says like a house. Like when I hear a house, right? Then I'm thinking something like this. This is a house. Right. Like this photo is basically this here. It's what I think when I think a house, right? So now I wonder what he means when he says I bought my first house at 19. right?
What particular piece of advice have I ever given where it's like, oh, like this wouldn't work for a normal guy?
Well, I would have to think about that conversation that you had with Jedediah, but you were mostly just making some kind of point about income, but you did set a bar about the income that you were talking about, where if you're making less than this, then you just need to be doing better as a person. But we were talking about how money doesn't fix everything in life, and that is true. But if you don't have to worry about survival, that allows you to thrive in other areas of your life. And I think you and Jedediah were going back and forth about this thing. I don't remember what bracket you
hold
said.
on. To be clear, we weren't going back and forth about that. What you just stated was my point, literally verbatim. What I said was exactly that once you've got all your bills and basics and everything taken care of, like more money past that isn't going to solve a lot of like big like life happiness related problems for you. It's unlikely that's going to be the case. And the bar that I set was incredibly high. It was $80,000 a year.
80,000 a year was your bar, and then she was talking about people making more than that.
She was saying that's like a low place to be. But
it depends on where you live. I mean, it depends on where you live, what you're trying to do, if you want your wife to stay home, and if you're going to be having children. Because I think that would be a hard income to have in Miami, but I live in the Midwest, and that would be absolutely fine.
That would be super easily survivable in Miami, for sure.
Right, but I think
easily survivable. You could easily make it in Miami on 80K a year. Miami's a really big city. It's not just Brickell and Miami Beach.
That's true. I do like South Beach. So the only way her scenario would have made sense is if she was talking about people having like bigger goals where they had to support multiple lives. But it's not just the advice that you give that I see where the perception can be skewed. I think too, like sometimes your perception of women can be skewed.
Sure. Like how? Wait. So this is a big thing that I push for now when I talk to people. Yeah. You're gonna say something. Give me an example. Yeah. Because I feel like people just.
I'm gonna give you an example.
Okay,
I have one. So I've seen you talk to women a lot, and sometimes you'll debate women, and from the outside looking in, just as a viewer, I'm like, they're not that bright. So you'll talk to women, and I think you make an assumption that the majority of women that you're talking to are smarter than they really are, and then you'll get mad at them for being dumb when it was obvious that she was dumb off rip. But I think you really do see the good in women primarily.
Wait, hold on. So that has nothing to do with men or women. This is just my platform in general. I debate a lot of crazy, dumb people. Like I give a lot of men a lot of patience. I don't know if you've heard of Mr. Girl. And there's a lot of women that I give a lot of patience to, I think. I don't think it's just like a gendered thing there.
I mean, that's been my...
Well, he did not treat Mr. Girl as like dumb. Pretty sure Steven treated Mr. Girl as fairly smart and deep or whatever.
My perspective, I made a tweet about it once. It was pretty funny. I was like, Destiny stays debating dumb chicks, and then gets mad at them for being dumb. So, but a lot of your audience, like, they're not going to be you. You know what I mean? Like, they're not going to be a successful streamer who like found this. And how old were you when you started doing this?
I think 22. But I know that. I don't ever give advice on that perspective. I don't understand what you're saying. I feel like you're doing this thing where you make like a lot of really good points, but it's points that I've made my entire life. So I don't know like what you're even talking about right now. Like I've never.
Steven has been making good points his entire life. Good to know.
Life encourage people to become streamers. I've never in my life said that my job is something you should attain for. Like I encourage people to get college degrees. I'm a college dropout. I encourage people to be in monogamous relationships. I'm in a poly relationship. Like I've never made any of these prescriptions. I feel like there's always like people always say like, oh, like, well, don't you think that you're like different in these ways? And everybody does that. I was like, yeah, I say that literally all the time. So I don't even know what the.
No, my point in saying all of that is that a lot of the advice that you give, you're able to do it because you have such high value.
What advice have I ever given that only
about you being able to step out of your marriage? And I know like your wife has permission as well.
I literally just told you that I don't recommend anybody else be polyamorous. I'm never.
You don't?
Ever.
Okay.
No.
Okay. All right. Fine.
Sure.
That's cool. But I've
because it's frustrating because you have these perceptions of me in your brain that like this. It had to come from like reading Twitter or something because I've never said this ever in my entire life. So it's just really weird for me that people have these perceptions that like they don't map onto any content of mine you've ever watched. It's just opinions you've got from other people. Yeah.
No, I remembered one time you were talking about how that women should be able to step out if the man wants to be able to step out.
I agree with that 100%. Yes.
Right. Now, well, I mean, I don't even want to entertain the thought, but I would say like most men would not want to do that, nor is it recommended. Or
I agree
with
what I mean?
You. Like
yeah, no, I agree with you 100%. But most women wouldn't want to have an open relationship either, right?
Well, yes, but I think that the tides might be turning on that one.
Absolutely
so that's what I'm saying, is like
not. Not only is that absolutely not true, most women wouldn't want their husband stepping out. Most men wouldn't want their wife stepping out. That's true both sides.
Okay, so my point about like infidelity is that it's perceived much worse historically and culturally for a woman to step out of the relationship than for a man to do it. Right.
I don't care about like the infidelity and the history and blah, blah, blah. I'm saying in today's market, a woman will generally not tolerate a man cheating on her. A man generally will not tolerate a woman cheating on her. Nobody wants that. That's not desirable from either party. Nobody likes that.
Right. So like my argument is, if a lower value man, I'm sorry guys, but there is meritocracies out there. If a lower value man was to hear this conversation, he'd be like, oh, well, surely she should be able to step out and I should be able to step out. Let's just say that he happens to hold your perspective that it's equal and respectable. He might not even be getting any himself, or he might not have access to women. And so she's kind of given the keys to the hypergamous kingdom to just probably find
I don't
the
even know
next
who
guy.
you think would disagree with this. Do you think I would disagree with that it's easier for an average woman to get laid versus an average guy to get laid?
Well, I guess not. I guess we're not disagreeing a lot.
Well, of course not, because I've never said anything this stupid before ever in my entire life, but for some reason you think I advocate for it.
I don't think necessarily that you advocate for some of these things. I think sometimes you give advice, sometimes but I think sometimes your advice, because you have been so successful, because you're able to do the things that you do socially, that you say these things and it's very removed from reality. But those are even things that I have to
what's
consider.
like a single thing?
Yes, Kidology opened floodgates.
Thing I've ever said is removed from reality. None of the things you've said I've ever given advice on. I would never, it's like you're saying, don't you think it would be easier for a woman to get laid randomly than a guy? Yeah, no shit. Of course it would be. Do you think I would disagree with that? Have I ever said, I think guys and girls can equally, especially middle class or lower middle class guys, can find girls to fuck as easily as any fucking girl can find a guy to fuck? I would never say something that stupid. What do you mean?
All right, fair. I think I just happen to, in my opinion, view progressives as very delusional people.
I see.
Okay, that's
you.
fine.
You go back and forth. You make very witty jokes. I know you provide value, in my opinion. I like hearing your conversations, but
okay.
I wonder what else we could. There's lots of stuff that we disagree on.
Maybe we're having a little bit of a case of projection. Right?
But we never get to it because I think we always end up vibing.
Well, fine. I mean, we're disagreeing on everything you think I apparently think right now, so.
All right. Why don't you tell me your perspective on conservatives? Because a lot of times I hear y'all talk about conservatives, I'm like, this literally doesn't make any sense. Clearly you're wrong.
I mean, I'm a progressive, so I don't tend to like a lot of conservative points of view on social issues, especially, but probably on government in general. But what more specifically do you want? Like my views on conservatives? What do you mean by that?
So what are some of the things that you believe about conservatives? Because you also brought up this point about prescriptions, and I do think that there's conservatives that give prescriptions, but I don't think that that's the majority of conservatives right now. I actually think conservatives are pretty weak. I think that they're a boogeyman. Christians aren't having enough children. Christians
are not having enough children. Okay.
Patriarchal families behind closed doors, and they'll sit here and pontificate about how submissive they are and their man is masculine when it's all caps. So when I hear you guys talk about conservatives, to me, it's much ado about nothing. And if you just met these folks, you would easily see why we had a red splash instead of a red wave. And there's some things that we have to gatekeep on, but these people won't. One of the things that came up recently, there's this controversy about Blair White because she trolled the right, and then it's been interesting to watch because I'm not on Twitter right now. I've just been viewing it, and that was a fun phenomenon. So these people that you talk about who are, I guess, maybe might be wanting to give prescriptions, tell people what they should do, they don't even live by their own convictions,
Well, now you're just attacking conservatives. I don't know what you're going to say.
Interesting. She gendered Blair White correctly.
It's a beast.
Well, what do you think about, I can tell you about conservatives in real life, the ones that I meet, the ones that I talk to.
Okay.
So what are some things that you think about conservatives in general that you find problematic?
I mean, I don't like their social values. I think that we should probably pay a little bit more for taxes. I like government social safety nets. I tend to be pro-LGBT, pro-gay. I don't know what.
Okay. Well, the pro-LGBT, the pro-gay, I guess we could talk about that one. So for some reason, every time this conversation gets brought up, people there's different perspectives. So there is a Christian perspective,
There are different
and I'm just telling you guys how some of these individuals think. So from the Christian perspective, nobody is born gay. And some people are just born with a proclivity toward a certain sin, right? And that sin would be more so sodomy. So from their perspective, that's why there's this conflicting worldview, because on your side, y'all would basically come out and say, no, this is something that's completely natural, and this is what's going on, and we can't deny this human nature, whereas Christians are like, there's no way that they would be born that way. This doesn't compute. So that's where a lot of butting of heads come by. But I think what I do see from the left, too, is a denial of social contagion, where there are people that I think now that might be trans men, trans women, who in earlier times simply would have just been gay. But now they're being convinced to be something else, and there's larger consequences to that, right? Or we don't talk about how we ended up from let's accept gay marriage all the way to now we have children on puberty blockers. We don't acknowledge that there was a connection within that where there's yielding and yielding and yielding. I would argue probably on the conservative side of things, to where now there are unintended consequences, and we refuse to acknowledge this point A to point B.
I mean, that might be kind of true for some things. Like, I think some of the trans stuff has gone like pretty far. I don't know if I would disagree with that, but I don't know. Like, the solution isn't, I don't now believe in trans people or gay people.
Game is frozen, LUL.
Well, so you're talking, that's a difference in worldview. If you were to talk to the Christians that don't believe that people were born that way, that there's just a proclivity to sin, just because you have this proclivity toward homosexual sin, that doesn't mean that you should act on it. So that would be that side of things and that perspective, right? Which is just going to contrast from what you're saying. But that I don't see the left acknowledge that we literally went from let's have marriage for everyone all the way to we have children on puberty blockers. And I think a lot of this stuff,
I don't know, the slippery slope thing is not very compelling. I think it's like, well, what's wrong about a particular thing? Because like we went from let's have women vote to like now women are on like birth control. Like, is that a bad thing? Like you'd have to stop and say, like, is there a particular thing that we don't want? Do we not want children on puberty blockers? I think they're trans. Or like that's where the conversation needs to be. Not just like, oh my God, we were there and now we're here. That's bad. Like, well, what's bad? We need to figure out like what the bad thing is and then talk about that particular thing.
I feel what you're saying, but this is where conservatives get gaslit, and that's what they get tired of, and that's why they're getting louder and louder and louder online, is because these things happen in front of their faces, things that they were told this would never happen, you're overthinking it, and once the event occurs, all of a sudden the commentary has just disappeared off the face of the earth, even though the thing they said would happen did happen, and that there are other consequences to that. But you said something about like,
wait, what are the other consequences? What are we talking about? I'm trying to figure out what the conversation is right now.
So did you know there was a time where people didn't even identify as gay? They just identified those sexual relations as something that they chose, just an act. It wasn't an identity. It was just an act. It was just called something like sodomy would be a word that some people would use for it. But they didn't.
No, that's not true. That's totally not true. I'm not sure where she's taking that from. Of course it was an identity. What do you mean? This nonsense. Right?
Didn't allow that to become who they were, or there wasn't.
I think it's more like bigots saw it like that, right?
A word for it. Whereas like now we've taken it as an identity, which I think was probably always going to happen or something like that. So that's where we can see, well, I have to remember your previous point. Can you?
Well, I don't even know what, are we saying that this is like a bad thing? That there's like people identify as gay now instead of sodomists or something, or what?
No, I'm not. So that I'm not going to argue about. My point is that it wasn't always like this.
Well, of course, I know it wasn't always like this, yeah, but I'm trying to figure out, like, is it like a bad thing, or is it like a non-proper thing?
I'm not sure. I'm just not sure how helpful it is for people, I think,
gay?
To identify with their sexuality.
That's not really true, right? Of course, people always saw it as like part of themselves. Like, they would say, oh, I am the person that likes women. I am a person that likes men, right? Not, I am a person that performs sodomy. I'm sorry. That feels like basically taking the perspective of a bigot and saying that must be how gay people felt in the past, you know? True. Like, this is such nonsense.
Like, I think it might be an
Didn't this person say that left-wing people are illiterate and most right-wing people were illiterate? I knew it was a projection. That was predictable.
Or complication over labeling. Like, we like to label everything in the West. This is what this is, this is what that is.
Oh, in the West. Now it becomes a thing like in the West. Says the Westerner who probably was never anywhere outside of the US and knows nothing of any other perspectives other than the perspective in the US. Great. I love it when people like that says, here in the West, as if she possessed some other perspective.
Did we have to? How did that even come to be? And why have we not questioned it?
Is there some utility?
I'm going to go to the toilet, be right back. Why do we label things? Why do we name things? Well, because I'm gonna speak your language, okay? It's because God asked Adam to name all the animals. That's why we label things. I'll be right back. I am back. She thinks as if you make something an identity, then you are conforming to a norm rather than using words to express your internal experience. It's the roundabout ideological grooming argument, right? Like, people always sort of described themselves as like, I like man, I like woman, not I perform a thing. Like, nobody said like, instead of I like women, I perform vaginal sex, right? That makes no sense.
To like labeling yourself as
nonsense.
Right? Isn't there like some utility to that?
I think it adds a layer of complexity to something that you might not have thought much about before. And
Do you think we might not?
No, it doesn't. It literally doesn't. There is no complexity to it. Like, what? Like, I'm sorry to say, I'm sorry to be blunt, but it only adds a layer of complexity if you're not very smart to begin with.
Not thought much about it because we're straight, so we don't have to worry about it.
Well, it's not like people weren't having same-sex relations in the past. I mean,
No, but there was a
great
lot
couple
of like issues that went into that relating to your
True.
family accepting you or not accepting you or like other things too, no?
Well, so I think that would be a perspective if you're coming from a religious household.
Which the
Because
majority
that's
of US
that's normally-
households were, right?
Yeah, they were. So this is like a Western problem or a Western premise. But my point, it's not an argument that I'm making. My point that I was trying to make is just that, has it been the most helpful for us to tie our identities with our sexuality? And how much more complicated has that become?
I mean, I'm gonna be honest, the most, like, straight people do that non-stop as well, right? It's the insecurity about that identity is partly what spawns, like, homophobia to begin with. Like, straight people being terrified of being turned gay or something.
Since we thought that that was something we should do. That's more so my point, is that it's an added layer of complexity. Now we have to ask ourselves so many different things, you know, am I this, am I that? Whereas before, we didn't have...
Oh no. Imagine having to think about things instead of being a simpleton. Like, that's a position of a person that just doesn't like to think about things. Like, that sounds like a you problem. That sounds like a... unironically sounds like a skill issue to me.
We didn't have the luxury to sit here and contemplate these things, right?
I think we probably, like, this is something that whether we gave it labels or not, people are still going to be wondering about their sexuality if they're...
Like, that sounds to me like an argument of, oh, we used to live in caves and fight for survival. We didn't have time to think of depression, and now we have the luxury to be depressed, to have depression. You know? Kind of sounds like the old tired argument of people used to be too busy fighting for survival to have time to be depressed. And now people have it too good and they do have time to be depressed. Which is not good.
Off the norm, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, okay, true. But I would also say, too, if we're talking about like this pro-LGBT stuff, I think that they're also in denial lately that 96+% of the population identifies as heterosexual. So this is not to do with...
Okay. Who's in denial about what exactly? Also, where did that figure come from? Because I don't trust any figures. Even if they intuitively seem to be true, I don't really trust this person with figures.
With my
Wait,
previous point.
96%? No shot.
96+% of people identify as heterosexual, yeah.
Aren't
There's a
like
reference range.
3% of people like trans or whatever now?
Well, this is what I'm talking about when it comes to social contagion.
Oh.
People who
Social contagion. So basically, when data does not conform to my beliefs, it has to be, therefore, social contagion. Got it. Got it. Understood. Understood.
Yeah, I don't think as humans we've ever really been that gay to begin with, but now it's like all we hear about. But I think that has to do with...
Oh, you don't think people have been gay to be... Okay. If you don't think that's the case, then it must be true, right? If you don't think that, then it can't be true. Right? Okay, thank you.
It's women,
Alright.
more specifically. From the reference ranges that I've seen, it's been as low as 94%, all the way as high as 96%.
I can believe 94%. Like, I feel like there's like,
Yeah.
I feel like for non-heterosexual, I feel like anywhere from like 5 or 6% would make sense, but like 2 or 3%? When I feel like, isn't it like 1 to 2% are trans? It feels weird that it would only be like 1 point more would be. But okay, I googled it, and the numbers that I was seeing were around like 95 to 94%. But there might be some that showed it like 97%. So, but okay.
Yeah. So, but this is separate from my previous point. This like added layer of complexity that we have for like no reason now.
Wait,
But
why do you
a
keep
lot
saying? I
of-
don't understand when you say added layer for no reason. There were probably gay people. They didn't really know how to speak about their gayness because like heterosexual was like the norm. And now we have like a way to like identify like, oh, this person is gay. They don't just like anal sex with guys. We've got like an actual like classification for them so they can better understand themselves and who they are.
True.
Yeah, I think I'm mostly just talking about the fact that we have come up with so many different identity labels.
Why?
Because I could make similar arguments about other things too. Like I think it's silly that I now somehow have to identify myself as a cis woman. Like what? I was minding my own business. I've been a woman the whole time. Now I got to call myself cis. Like why do I have to call myself cis? Do you see what I'm saying?
No.
No.
I think that like identities can become more complicated as time goes on. Like, I mean, you might have to identify yourself as like a different race or different ethnicity or different nationality. Just depends
That's
on where
nonsense.
you're at. I don't see like the added.
Like, I'm sorry that all that talk about being illiterate was just projection. Nice to know. Like, this is the most nonsensical thing I've ever heard. Like, I'm not even sure if there's much more to say beyond what Steven has said here. No, I don't follow that.
complexity here, like damaging our lives or something like that. I don't think like that's a big a deal.
No, I actually do. I think it's because we have so much free time on our hands. Now, I'm not saying that we have so much free.
There you go. It is the tired argument of people used to fight for their survival, so they didn't have time to think of silly things like identity or their place in the world. People used to never be depressed because they would fight wild tigers and stuff. They were too busy to be depressed. It's an argument made by about anything and everything.
Free time on our hands.
Yeah,
that,
like show
you know,
me,
all
show
of a
me the
sudden we're
harm.
gay.
Where's like the harm?
The harm?
Like I think in like 99% of
harm.
circumstances, are you ever like like I don't? How often do I identify as a cis man? Like almost never. I don't know if I've ever identified as a cis man before. Like like that just seems to be like an exceedingly rare. Like, is this happening a lot in your life? You're like, fuck, I forgot to put cis here. Now people think I'm a trans person. Or like,
I tend not to play those games because I think if you have to say
It's not about playing games. It's ridiculous. What Steven is trying to say, and this is either dishonesty or a person just intentionally like sort of trying to ignore the point. The point isn't that about playing games. The point is that being cis just does not come up much, right? When I hear social contagion, I don't think people who use that term are aware of how much the queer community has been persecuted versus how much more accepted they are now. They don't care. I'm gonna be blunt. This person does not seem to be very smart.
what your pronouns are, it should be because you're likely to be misgendered. If you're not likely to be misgendered, then why does it matter? You know. So what I'm saying, I cannot prove this with data, but these are conversations that I've also had with some of my anthropology professors. That it seems like
obviously you cannot prove this with data. Like obviously.
the more free time that we have, where our basic needs are met, and there's a transition as a human from your basic needs being met, and then hopefully at some point in time, you know, like enlightenment, right? But
there you go. We used to be too busy to fight for our basic needs, so we didn't have time to think about identity. We didn't have time to be depressed. We didn't have time for stuff. And now we have so much time on our hands, and we have time to think about those useless things like self-actualization or, you know, anything, or self-realization. Your mind on conservatism.
It used to be really hard to get your basic needs met: food, shelter, water, and now we
Told you. It's the same old tired argument that people used to say about depression, but now it's just extended to be about LGBT as well.
get those pretty easy, and so we have the free time to sit around and think about who we are and how we can manipulate that. And
yeah, that's probably true. Yeah.
Yes, but I think like this is what is also
Was that bad?
leading to. I think so. I actually think so. I think it's leading to a lot of mental illness. I think
Do you think it was better? Like, what's like the perfect
Oh,
balance?
told you. She went to the classic thing. She went to the mental illness as well. It's an argument that I've heard 20 years ago, unironically. I've heard this talk 20 years ago. It's not new.
Because like I guarantee you, like subsistence farmers probably don't think about if they're trans or not. They're probably just trying to get enough food to survive. Like, is that like the ideal state of human? Or I feel like having the luxury to think about these problems is like a nice thing. It shows progress to some extent. Like being able to have these like thoughts about our identities and who we are.
Mm-hmm. Well, it might be.
I guess in her mind we should just be busy fighting for basic stuff and not think about anything. Thinking is bad. Thinking makes your head hurt, I guess. Oh. Wait. Well, you can give stuff to your mercenary? I didn't know that. Hold on. I didn't know you could give stuff to your mercenary.
Might be nice to just worry about your survival. There are people.
Oh, it might be nice to just worry about your survival. Well, guess what? I'm sort of in the state of worrying about my survival. And, well, it's not nice because I actually worry about both now. About the identity stuff in addition to the survival part.
That have been studied in Papua New Guinea that they live happy lives. However, they're also more likely to die from pathogens. So we have these trade-offs in society to where, okay, our basic needs are met. That's fabulous, good. And I'm not going to die from a pathogen off of pure hygiene. However, now I have the time to play around with these mental models that might be harming me more. And I'm being introduced to these mental models through social media and through modern mainstream media as well. So like that, I think, I wish there was a middle ground. I wish we didn't have to be so sanitized.
Well, the middle ground seems to just be like whatever makes me uncomfortable is where we should have stopped, right?
True.
Like I'm sure you probably, or maybe I could be wrong, but I feel like you exploring your identity today as a mother, where you get to choose when you want to have a child at the most appropriate point in your life, is probably more fun than like I'm 17 and I need to start pumping out as many kids as possible because half of them are probably going to die and I'm probably going to die at childbirth for one of these two. I imagine you're probably like that. That's a guess, but.
No, there's things that I like about modern culture, and modern is just a word that means what we're doing, what we're doing now. And modern means different things in different countries. Modern in India would be different than modern in America. So there's things that I like, but I'm not so ignorant to pretend like there hasn't been trade-offs.
No, I don't think anybody's saying there haven't been trade-offs. Of course there are trade-offs for sure.
Well, I don't think we see the value in the trade-offs too.
Well, what this is what I'm trying to ask. Like, where's the harm? Like, what is not valuable that we're doing now? I guess, or like, what's something that's like, wow, I don't know why we do this at all. Like, I see there to be. That's why I pushed you earlier on that thing for utility for gayness. I think there is a utility in like identifying as gay. It's probably a good thing that we can see now, right? That's what I would say.
I think that because of all the classifications that we have available to us in.
Also, since we're talking about survival, why not help me build like an income from Patreon by becoming a Patreon? Even a single $1 per month is a lot to me because Polish currency is weaker than the US currency. All right.
modernity about our personal identities, a lot of us don't know who we are. And I think that's leading to depression and anxiety because you have to know who you are, which would be more of a conservative principle, which it shouldn't be. But that's why I tend to try to keep things simple. That's why I like things like gender roles. That's why I like, you know, being a woman and doing womanly things. And I like my husband doing manly.
So in other words, thinking makes my head hurt, and I just want to like to have things that have been thrust on me from birth, and that's it. I just like to know my place. I just like to be put in my place. Thinking hurts. Please don't make me think. Unironically.
Things, right? I just like to keep it simple, but people look at that as extremist.
Oh, I use coffee, yeah. I do still use coffee. So if you can support me through a coffee, that's nice as well. You can actually become my coffee subscriber as well. Coffee takes less. But yeah, I do use coffee. This is my coffee.
And it's like maybe people are just trying to find their joy, and it's not that bad, like that unuseful of a wisdom. Even when it comes to religion, we think we're so enlightened because we're secular. There's a lot of value in religion. We didn't necessarily have to get rid of it. We could have just, you know, seen what things were metaphorical, what things were literal, and kind of tried to keep the wisdom that was inside of it. But instead we've written it off completely, and now somehow it's perceived that if you're secular and you're making arguments that you're not making illogical or emotional appeals. That's another phenomenon that I've noticed. But I just see a lot of rejection of traditional things that have worked. Right now,
also, when conservatives speak of traditional things, they usually mean the 19th century onward. They don't really mean traditional things. Because if they actually did mean traditional things, then I guess women should not be treated as people anymore. Because till the beginning of 19th century, women were not actually treated as people, literally. We're not considered to be human. So, how far back do you want to go in your pursuit of quote-unquote tradition? I guess is my question. Right? So thank you, game, for never telling me that I could put equipment on my higher than PC.
now, if we're getting rid of traditional things that didn't work, I mean, awesome, because that actually makes sense. But if we're getting rid of traditional things that were helpful, then maybe that doesn't make too much sense.
Yeah, I feel like screens are more harmful for us than people identifying as trans today. But
Was it? I mean, it's a small percentage of the population, I think, but my only real concern when it comes to the trans stuff, my only concern is the young malleable minds in school that these kids get talking to each other, and they're all on social media and they put really stupid ideas in each other's minds, and then there's repercussions to some of these ideas, and they end up detransitioning later, and there's some things that you can't take back. You can't take back a double mastectomy. You can't take back having deformed genitals. You can't take back everything from hormonal therapy.
I don't necessarily disagree. It's a good thing that like double mastectomies and genital surgeries and unbelievably rare. I don't even know if we do that in the United States for minors. I don't know if I would support
there's some that it's happened to.
When you say some, we're talking like what, like a dozen? That's like an exceedingly rare. Even puberty blockers for minors is incredibly rare.
Well, I have to look up Chloe Cole, but even here's the thing though, it's like even one child.
I love the fear mongering around trans people that basically are the 1% of the population to begin with, and now we're suddenly pretending that it's like that it's 21%, like people assumed in the list. Like people talk about trans issues as if unironically trans people were 21% of the population. Right?
Like, that's too many.
No,
Everybody.
See what I'm saying?
No.
I totally think that. I
Really?
think
Are
one
you
child
are
is
you
too many.
anti-gun?
Am I anti?
Well, I know you think so. You're a conservative. Of course you think so.
Gun?
How many children have to die
No.
to gun violence for you to be anti-gun? Isn't one child too many? Like, that's an absurd statement. You can't possibly defend that.
Okay, so I think gun violence is a very different conversation. To,
Oh, it's
like,
different because you like it. Okay. Alright. It's different. Okay.
physically altering your body forever, and the consequences. will
Gunshot
be there in
bullet to the head
future.
is going to physically alter you pretty much forever.
True. It will.
The
It will-
rest of
it'll
your
kill
life.
you.
Well, not
It'll
always.
kill- I mean,
Might make
unless
you
you're talking
retarded
about
too.
people. If you're talking about people that have been maimed, right? But I wouldn't see gun violence as the same thing as I had these ideas from my friends when I was in middle school and high school.
I had these ideas to bring a gun to a middle school. You can use this logic with everything. So, kudos to Steven for bringing up a good point.
And I asked my parents to put me on these things. I asked for this, that, and the third. They said yes, and now I have consequences for the rest of my life. I just don't think that that's the same because,
Yeah,
like,
it's not the same because it's a different
Yeah.
thing, of course. That's why we compare things that are different. We compare things that aren't the same thing. That's why we compare them. I know they're different. I'm just saying that, like, there are trade-offs for everything. And the statement, like, one child is too many, that's probably not true for anything. A lot of children die in car accidents. A lot of children die to babysitters. A lot of children die to swimming pools. That doesn't mean we get rid of these things because one child is too many. The question is the trade-off worth it, right? Is the helpfulness to trans children worth it? Like, some children might, be ID'd as trans that aren't trans. That's the question, right?
Okay. So what I'm saying, I'm trying to think about why this is a problem, but, oh, right, because I'm tired of children being abused. Like, I'm so sick of this stuff. Because in the West, we like to act like we're so civilized. We protect children.
Oh, okay. I think that's nonsensical. I think it's bad because it abuses children. And why does it abuse children? Well, because it's bad. Of course. Of course. That makes total sense. Says the person that says that she's like an expert on gender. Unlike all of those other people that are illiterate about it.
No, we've been abusing kids since like the dawn of man because they're these autonomy-less beings. They're smaller, they're weaker, they're dependent on us. And as a human species, we've been abusing them for a very long time. And I don't like it. So when I look at this trans stuff, when it affects children that are underage,
I don't like it, so I decided to abuse children some more by denying them their identities. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
when they're very malleable, I just view that to be a possible form of child abuse because your parents should be able to tell you, like, hey, I think this might be a phase. Here's why
What
you
if your
shouldn't get
child
these
is
surgeries.
trans?
What if my child is trans?
Yeah.
Well, they can do whatever they want after they're 18. I mean, that's legally
but
where
it's
the
kinda like
cutoff is.
Too late at that point, no?
Well, too late for what?
Okay, so like I think the problem, and this is, I don't mind
What do you-
the trans people are fake.
What do you mean? Too late for what? What do you mean too late for what?
Arguments, but that's the argument you're making, but we're like hiding behind a whole bunch of other really weird stuff like child abuse for whatever, like, because the argument truly, if you believe that trans people are real, it would be child abuse to deny children access to medical treatments, right? But I think the argument is just like, I don't think trans people are real things, so therefore it's child abuse to like suggest to children that they could be trans. That's like, I think that's the actual argument. But
No, I think trans people are real. I think that the genital mutilation, that's new. That's never been proven in the past. We've had multiple genders in the past. We've had people that were intersex, what used to be called hermaphrodite. We've had
The reassignment surgery is an old procedure at this point.
cultures
even
that
for,
have 3 genders. We've had
but
cultures
even
that
like
have had
genital
4
mutilation,
genders.
because talk about. I could talk to conservatives about this all the time. Most conservatives that are anti quote unquote genital mutilation are like pro circumcision. Like, so it seems like.
Well, I'm not, because
Sure.
I think that's child abuse too.
Yeah, that's fine.
So,
But like the vast majority of conservatives
yeah.
that fight for this like genital mutilation thing, like have no problem with circumcision. So it's like it seems like, so it feels like again circling back, it's just that, like, we don't think trans people are real. Which is by the way, which is fine. That's an argument that you can have.
Mm-hmm.
But like, if you think that trans people are real, wouldn't we want children to have access to like treatments for trans people? Like, wouldn't that be a thing we would want if we think it's real?
No. I mean, not even, because
not?
okay, so if you want to hear like an actual example, because I'll play your game, but my position is that I just don't like child abuse, and we've been doing it as a human.
What? Oh, so a non-argument. Okay. Like, once again, Stephen actually made a good argument here by saying, if you believe trans people are real, then of course denying children trans healthcare is children abuse by definition, right?
Abuse is begging the question. When you say child
No,
abuse, you're
it's
assuming
not.
that
It's
something.
not.
Yeah, it is. It's
I
it's
can
assuming something's
you want
already
me to
happening.
explain it?
Well, okay, sure.
I can
but
explain it.
I just want to be clear. Let me state my position. I don't like child
Yeah.
abuse either. But do you see how pointless that is? Like, nobody likes child abuse. Child abuse is tautologically bad. That's like saying I don't like bad things. I don't either.
Well,
True.
Well, we say that, but then what is that in reality? Because it was illegal to abuse pets before it was illegal to abuse children in the United States of America. And PETA actually helped us to get child abuse laws. So I'm saying that this is just the new modern wave of socially acceptable child abuse. That's my position. That's my perspective. Because I understand what you're saying when it comes to conservatives that want to talk about female genital mutilation or transgenital mutilation, but they'll turn around and they'll circumcise their sons. I think that's stupid. I agree with you on this point in perspective. But
There is no such thing as transgenital mutilation.
I was just talking about this larger overarching thing that I'm just not down with child abuse. Like point blank,
I
period,
don't think
the end.
anybody is. Nobody's down with child abuse.
No, they are. They
No,
are.
they're not.
They have been. Humans
No.
have been.
No, they're not. They don't consider it abuse. Chances are, if a person is abusing a child, unless it's a really bad or upset person, they probably say this isn't abuse. It's for the better of the child.
True.
So I mean, whether or not it was for the
It is like what conservatives do. It's basically when conservatives push for corporal punishment because they think it's discipline or whatever. They don't call it abuse, of course.
the betterment of the child from their perspective, but it was still abuse. It is abuse. But I'm saying, like, in human history, we've always been essentially dunking on these kids, using these kids. It's nonsense, and it's an
Also, no. Please stop talking about history if you have zero knowledge about history. Like, people should be banned from saying all through history X happened when they have nothing to demonstrate it. Should be just banned.
evil of humanity. But that's why I don't like how the trans ideology can impact young minds.
Trans ideology. Now the mask slips. The trans ideology. Okay. Here we go. Now it's an ideology.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
but
that's
if-
just because it's
do-
the new wave of child abuse.
No,
There was old
it's-
waves too,
Okay,
like the
when
Industrial
you call
Revolution.
it child abuse, what does child abuse mean to you?
Okay, well, I want to go back to your point about why, if like let's presuppose, and this is not what I believe, but let's presuppose the child was trans. Let's say that they were born male but wanted to be a female. You could put them on puberty blockers, but there might be some problems with like penile development. So if you put them on puberty blockers too young, then they don't have enough penis skin to form a new vagina, and they would have to use colon tissue for that. So yeah, maybe it's best that
Well, there are doctors that actually, nope, that's not true. There are doctors that sort of can, and there's a whole YouTube video about it, okay? There's a doctor that talked about on YouTube how you can circumvent that by sort of target specific body parts with hormones. You can target their genitals from what the doctor was saying, and you can sort of further the growth of the sex organ itself while sort of keeping the overall hormones blocked, right? Like the doctor was talking about that very thing, that you can be on blockers, but you can sort of target the genital itself with the hormones to facilitate its growth so that you have enough penis to build a new vagina, no problem. There's a whole video of a doctor explaining all those things in great detail. Right?
We just let these folks mature and they make their own adult decision once they're adults. But
Yeah, but
I'm
like
not,
if they transition as
smart.
adults, for a lot of like trans women, it just wouldn't be possible. You're like fucked at that point. You're looking at like over $100,000 in surgery.
I mean, if this is what you want, I don't think it's, why would, I don't understand. Like, I should let my underage child transition if they are truly trans, which we don't, what are even the metrics for that? And I should do that because if I don't do that, then that would be child abuse from your perspective, from your side of things.
I'm just thinking about it from a parent. I would want the best outcomes for my child. If my child was truly trans, I'd probably want them to get the help they need like early on rather than waiting until it's too late. That's what I would think.
So I think you're talking about preventing puberty so that it's easier for them to transition as adults.
Yeah, because it's pretty hard to transition once you've gone through puberty. It's a pretty difficult process.
It is.
If you think trans things are real. But if you don't think trans is real, then of course you shouldn't let them transition because it's fake shit anyway.
No, I think trans folks are real, right? Like I said earlier, I think the surgery stuff is new. And I'm not sure that everyone who is choosing to...
How do you define new? How new is new? It's something that started in the 40s and 50s, like in the 20th century. Is that new or old at this point?
Take these extremes in transitioning is going to enjoy having done them in the long run. I think that's a very small minority.
Okay, sure. Let's say theoretically that we could 100% accurately screen trans kids at an early age, that there was 0% or 1% detransition rate. And for the most part, we're really good at identifying them. Should minors have access to like trans care or no?
Probably therapy. I think that sounds fine.
What about puberty blockers?
Else, no.
Even if you could 100% know they were trans, why not?
Well, there's negative consequences to that too.
More than not being able to transition.
Well, so like, okay, this is a point in their lives where they're children or teens and they're in school, middle school, high school. We decide to put them on puberty blockers. It actually affects and impacts their cognition. So they might be doing...
No, it does not. Hello, Squarepeg. But she was talking about surgery. She was saying that surgery is new, to which I don't really agree. At this point, I don't really agree because surgery's been going on for some time, but this is the dishonesty at play, right? Destiny asked point blank, what if you have like 100% knowledge that the child is trans, right? 100% knowledge. It's 100% known. And she says, well, no, because it might affect their cognition or something, which it doesn't, right? True. You're listening to a non-orbiter try it and explain themselves to their profit margin. Pointless convo. True. True. And real.
Worse in school. This is why Sweden won't transition children anymore. Right? They will only do it if they're part of a study.
Sweden won't transition students anymore because there's limited evidence that for the efficacy of it, that it's actually like producing positive outcomes. But I asked you if we knew 100%. No, that's not the point. I'm trying to. I asked you the question of like, if we knew 100% that it worked, would you still allow it to happen? You said no. So it seems like you're not actually looking at outcomes or caring about any of that. There's some like weird ideological grounds that you're like opposing this on.
Well, there's just an added layer as well. I want my children to make these decisions as adults because there's things that I cannot modify my body under the age of 18 when it comes to tattoos and piercings. And the fact that we've given women that are under the age of 18 birth control is problematic in itself. But what?
The dramatic slide of teen pregnancy doesn't mean that was a really good idea.
I'm sorry. Giving underage girls the ability not to get pregnant is bad? Like, how did we get here? I'm sorry?
That's a different question.
No, it's not.
No,
It's
what
like
do you
not the
think
same
birth control
question.
has
And
to do with it?
I'm
Of
not sure
course,
that teen
birth control-
pregnancy is I'm not even, this is like my views and my perspectives. I'm not even that sure that teen pregnancy was that bad of a thing given the rates of child.
What? There we go. Don't allow teens to transition, but do allow teens to get pregnant. Amazing. Amazing.
Childlessness right now. And then on top of that, I had to change my perspective on single mothers when I became pro-life. I could no longer really look down on these women because at the end of the day, they chose to have that baby. But that's a different question. There's better ways to track your cycle as a woman. And we could be doing that with teen girls. We could be showing them how to urinate on, well, not how to urinate, but we could be showing them luteinizing hormone test strips for ovulation and how to track this stuff on a calendar.
Yeah, you can do it, but then you're just not having.
Oh my god. Like, what am I supposed to even say to this? When someone unironically says, yeah, I believe young teen girls should get pregnant, but teens should not be able to transition. Jeez. What do we even say to this? What do you even say to them like that?
Like, yeah, I mean, but then you're just not having sex for like chunks of the month, right? Which people are gonna fuck up on probably.
I mean, if they don't understand the consequences of their actions, but so I was just throwing in that there's
Well, yeah, they do. They just use birth control. Easy. What do you mean?
What? No, wait, hold on. Consequences of their act. Talking about babies as like punishment for fucking is one of the most deranged fucking things.
True. True consequences for your actions. I mean, yeah, we are in agreement with Steven here. Conservatism is like a state of the mind.
As a pregnant woman, it actually bothers me that you just said that. Babies are not consequences, and they shouldn't be viewed as punishments. And people that are pro-life don't get credit for suffering through single motherhood that make you reconsider a woman being able to time when she wants to get pregnant. I reject like every single part of that premise. I don't think is true.
Well, I don't believe that to be true as somebody that like you're pro-choice. Like, why would I think that you're somehow suddenly emotionally outraged because I called children a consequence? But consequence, the first definition of consequence is a result or effect of an action or condition. It doesn't have to be negative. That's why
Of course it's... Hold on. This is the most Weasley thing ever. Of course you're talking about this. Yeah, this is a negative punishment. That's what you're talking about. When you have sex, what are the consequences of you having sex? Is you getting pregnant and being forced to live a bit? Of course it's a negative consequence. We never talk about what are the consequences of sex. You have a really good orgasm. Nobody, that's not what we're talking about right now. When we're talking about
That's what I'm talking about.
No, it's not what you're talking about. Since when have we used this birth?
This is dishonesty incarnate, okay? Like, oh, they have to know about the consequences of their actions, which are positive. This is dishonesty. Yeah.
Control to avoid the positive outcomes of sex. We're using birth control to avoid the negative outcomes, which is an unplanned pregnancy. Of course, we're talking about negative outcomes.
Okay, so but if we're talking, this is why we have a hard time staying on topic. But
well, that's because you're dancing around to a million different topics. You realize you're the one that's driving the conversation right now. I'm just playing video games, so I'm not gonna do it. But you're driving the conversation like 50 million things every time I make a point.
Okay.
If you want, I can keep us on this one topic right now. I don't think this. Or do you want to go to another topic? Because you're the one that's you got the keys.
Because there's just too many different ways to analyze the stuff that you're saying. So
no, wait. Then hold on. Instead of saying there's too many different ways to analyze, let's start then. Let's start analyzing. Okay. So I think
we were on trans.
No. Let's right here. We're at a good spot right here. Okay. Birth control, I said, is good because it's dramatically reduced the amount of teen pregnancy. You seem like you thought that teen pregnancy was good because your counter to that was, well, actually, the rates of childlessness right now make me think that wasn't a good outcome. Do you think teen unplanned pregnancy is good or bad? Or do you have another opinion you'd like to submit there besides those two things?
I think that it could be good. I really do.
No, hold on.
And
I
know,
could be. I don't know what it could be means. I'm asking you, like, in general, do you think it's good or bad? Like, do you think you could make the majority of unplanned teen pregnancy good? Is that what you think?
I think having babies is good, though.
Okay, hold on. Do you recognize you're not answering? Wait. I just want you to recognize what you're doing.
Yes, teen pregnancy is good. Teen pregnancy is good. Are we happy? Teen pregnancy is good.
Unplanned pregnancy is good. Okay. How do you measure
teen unplanned pregnancy is good.
How do you measure that?
So these are more of a philosophical conversation.
So allowing teens, let's just recap, okay? Allowing teens to transition is bad. That is children abuse, right? But unwanted teen pregnancies, good. Sounds legit to me. Sounds legit to me. Perfect. What a children's advocate. So denying children their identity, good. Preventing unwanted teen pregnancy, bad. Okay, sure. Every time I hear this woman talk with Destiny, I lose a bit of faith in humanity. Are you new to the stream, Square Peg? Is this your first time here, Square Peg? If it's your first time, why not consider subscribing? Keep going up and down one subscriber. Keep going up to 628 and then down to 627. The too much time BS is just to avoid saying she thinks it's an idea being spread like a contagion by kids being around people with different ideological views. I've known more than one single teen mom named Destiny. Oh my gosh. Making scenes doesn't matter. Thank you. Thank you, Square Peg. So yeah. This is pretty silly, isn't it? But this is basically the conservative thought. Like, we don't even need to say anything. They say everything for themselves by saying that allowing teens to have their identities is wrong, and by saying that unwanted child pregnancy is good. Great. It's good to have your priorities straight, right?
Then let's have a philosophical conversation then. Okay, don't tell me what it is. Do it. Yeah. How's it good?
Well,
okay.
Perspective being, life has value. Children are inherently valuable, and they add purpose to a mother's life. And there's also, like, my family, they like
children are valuable, so they should get pregnant, I guess. Great. Since children are valuable, they should get pregnant.
Like having kids young, like real young.
My family has, when you say I want to make this a philosophical conversation, you go, well, my family likes this. That has nothing to do with philosophy. So is the philosophy that just like an unlimited amount of life is good?
But this is how conservatives approach philosophy, so I'm not even surprised.
Or what about then rape? Do you think that raping is good because you have a higher chance of forcing more children in the world, or no?
So I'm not going to go to rape. I'm going to focus on teen pregnancy. Where did we get to a place where this had to be an objectively bad thing? Why couldn't it just have been a fact of life that could have been a hidden blessing?
Because
that often has been like
hidden blessing. Oh my god. Oh my god. You realize you could make that argument about pregnancy from rape, right? Hidden blessing. Oh my god.
A blessing to the women that I've met that were teen mothers.
Often, the majority of the time, it's not a blessing. Generally.
But the alternative is to terminate the pregnancy, which is to kill a person.
Okay, then your philosophical conversation has nothing to do with abortion or any of that. It has to do with whether or not a fetus is a human, which is a totally separate conversation.
I don't think so. I think that the point that you just made before, you said, you know, if a fetus is a human, like the outcome of having that child will probably be better for the woman than to kill that child.
Yeah, but you've tautologically defined it as better because you said life is good and more life is good. That's why I challenged you with the rape thing. What if you raped and got somebody pregnant? Isn't that like really good because you're making a new life?
True.
Well, rape and pregnancy is a different conversation.
Of course.
Nope, it's not. It can result in pregnancy, so you cannot run away from it. Sorry.
They're different. That's why I'm comparing them. I couldn't compare the same thing to itself. It's two separate things. That's why I'm drawing the comparison.
Okay. Well, if you want to talk about me being pro-life, we can take it that way.
Okay, we're switching the topic again. If you want to switch the topic again, that's fine. But I just want you to recognize that
I think that my perspective on teen pregnancy is because I'm pro-life. There was a time where I was kind of lukewarm pro-choice.
Okay,
and I thought,
we can talk about pro-life, but I just
world.
want you to recognize it because you're saying we hop around a lot of topics. You're switching topics right now, which is fine. We can switch topics, but you're in the driver's seat right now, so I'm just in the back seat screaming at you like a kid, like an unaborted kid. Okay.
Can't help notice that everybody who's for abortion is alive, but so I just think that it might be the wrong or inappropriate.
How smart. How smart.
Appropriate lens to view teen pregnancy as inherently bad, because that's also viewing.
Nobody said teen pregnancy was inherently bad. What they said was teen unplanned pregnancy is inherently bad.
Well, most teens are not planning. Well, I don't know.
That's fine. I just want to be clear because if you say like, well, it might be a blessing and one teenager likes to get pregnant, then that's fine. If somebody wants to get pregnant, that's fine. But birth control wasn't made to help teens not get pregnant. It was made to avoid unwanted pregnancies. And like you said, that is true. Teens generally don't want to get pregnant. And I think in general, it's probably better to bring babies into worlds where the parents are both ready and willing to have them rather than forcing it upon them as a punishment or a consequence of sexual activity.
True.
No, I'm just using consequence as a definition of effect, because I've used the words unintended consequences for things that I think like feminism might have caused, but I don't want to say that it's like evil or bad. It's just unintended consequence. So like I'm just talking about an effect. There are consequences to sex in one way, shape, or form. There is, but this was because we were talking about initially when it came to trans kids about them modifying their bodies, and I view birth control as a modification of a young woman's body, and we should not be giving it to children to girls under the age of 18 unless there happens to be some sort of documented medical reason for it, which is a different conversation that teen would have between their parent and their primary care provider, right? I think that was my point about that. And then we were talking about, now we're on this is teen pregnant.
I swear like the Polish person that wrote on Twitter actually nailed the thing on the head. Okay. Conservatives in the US are just all about taking the agency away from people. Oh, agency about getting pregnant? Nope. Agency about choosing your identity? Nope. Agency about doing anything with your own body? Nope. Thank you. You're just a breeding machine without any agency. You should get pregnant as fast as possible because more life is good, because I'm pro-life. So if you get pregnant, tough luck, good luck. We're not going to help you raise the child, so you better have money prepared because otherwise you're screwed. Do your best. Thank you. Like, okay.
See, good or bad. I don't know why we even decided as a culture, a community, that it was bad.
It's bad because it sucks being born when the woman isn't ready to have you yet, because there's a lot of negative outcomes associated for that for the woman's life.
So like who determines when we're ready, and then what's the point of all these social safety nets?
Ideally, the woman determines when she's ready. True. The point of a social safety net is to make it so you're not dying. But I think most children would be preferred to be born into circumstances that are better than just not dying.
True.
Okay. Well,
okay.
Well, then this would be like a more of a personal point for me. So I was born in a single mother home. I was abused for over a decade. I do pretty good now.
Stop, please stop. Oh my God. I think that everybody should be in a polyamorous relationship. Because I'm in a poly relationship, and I'm happier than most people.
Right.
I'm happier than almost every person you've ever spoken to in your life. Everybody should be polyamorous. Everybody should flunk out of college. Everybody should work 70, 80 hours a week when they're 21 years old. Every single person should probably neglect most of their family because I don't talk to my parents or my extended family much because fuck them. Yeah, this doesn't get us anywhere in the conversation. That's great that you personally. It doesn't. Do you think? Who do you think generally does better? People from whole families or people from broken families?
The data's clear. It's people from whole families, but that was not the point of me saying that out loud. Like it's not for empathy. Like I don't need people to feel.
No, but now you're starting to provide your example as a personal anecdote, and it sounds like
it will give me a perspective. Like anecdotal wisdom is not, it's not
anecdotal wisdom. Front-loading the argument and be refusing to say conclusions to avoid being recognized as a bigot right off the bat. It's a dishonest way to attempt to persuade people. True. But it's also a classic way, modus operandi for conservatives. Right off the bat, it's a dishonest way to attempt to persuade people. True. But it's also a classic. Wow. How did I get here? So yeah, there we go.
Comes from my child. If my child was truly trans, I'd probably want them.
We are having the same conversation. Are choosing it. Very skeptical of anybody that was pro-life. But
it's probably of all the things that can happen in your life, getting in these communities. I'm talking to people because
strips,
tracking.
I show you how to use them.
Because tracking, like, yeah, what
vegetables
do you mean?
And medication are. I just think
we're
there's better
stewards
ways
of
to
our
go
children. If they want to get pregnant, then they don't have to take birth control.
I'm talking about in comparison to keeping life based on was abused for over.
It's okay. It's okay because I have an editor now, so all that stuff will be edited out.
What if you raped and got somebody pregnant? Isn't that? But birth control wasn't made.
Provider was abused for over a decade.
Single person should probably neglect most of their family because I don't talk to my parents or my extended family much because fuck them. Yeah, this doesn't get us anywhere in the conversation. That's great that you personally. It doesn't. Do you think? Who do you think generally does better? People from.
I mean, I agree with Steven here once again, right?
Whole families or people from broken families?
The anecdotal wisdom.
The data's clear. It's people from whole families, but that was not the point of me saying that out loud. Like it's not for empathy. Like I don't need people to feel.
No, but now you're starting to provide your example as a personal anecdote.
No,
and it
because
sounds like
it will give me a perspective. Like anecdotal wisdom is not, it's not always worthless. What I'm trying to say is that I am still glad that my mom chose life, even though she was poor, low SES, and bad things happened to me.
That's because you exist now. But if she would have aborted you, there wouldn't even be a thing to assert that preference. Of course, you're glad now, but that's just because you already exist. But before you exist, there's not a question of your preference. True. You have nothing to assert a preference.
True.
I understand you making that statement, but I just think that just comes down to like a nihilistic view of humanity.
It's not a nihilistic view of humanity. I think
it is.
There has to be.
You said this before.
There has to be a subject to a sort of preference. Like, can you tell me what John thinks? And by the way, John's not a real person. John doesn't think anything. There is no John. He can't even have a thought.
True.
Right. Well, I just always thought that was a weird perspective.
But there might be a John, because John might be born any minute. So yeah.
For the left to have is, well, if you just weren't born, you wouldn't even care. What does that have to do with arguing about the sanctity of life and having the opportunity to be born? But there's other things too.
Well, I'm saying that there are other things. You're talking about other things, but you gave the example.
My gosh, conservatives are just not very smart. I take medication for mental health reasons. The fact that she thinks that medication such as birth control is body modification is terrifying, and it makes me wonder if she considers my meds as that. I'm gonna be honest. I reject I'm gonna go the other way, okay? Sure, it's body modification. So what? Not all body modification is wrong. body modification is not just wrong by default, right? Like, I actually started saying not all body modification is wrong, but that's actually a bad statement as well. Body modification is just not inherently wrong, you know? Like, sure, there are types of medications that affect and, yeah, alter your body, and it's good, right? Of course. Like, and when you have bad eyes and you go get your laser surgery, it modifies your body, but it's good. Of course. Like, ridiculous.
Example, well, I'm happy I was born. Well, of course you're happy now, but that's because now you're a subject that can think. But
I
before,
wasn't always.
Yeah, of course. But when you were a fetus, you didn't have these preferences. It's not like you asserted these things as like a unborn thing.
Right, but this is like the left will basically come out and say, well, poor people shouldn't have kids because the kids will have a bad life, which that's gatekeeping life based on a woman's socioeconomic status. And who are we to determine the value of life based on convenience?
Well, we don't.
Sure, we should just let kids starve, right? Like this is the typical conservative way of thinking. We care so much about children before they are born, but we don't give a damn after they're born. Sure. But so what, right? Like, it's okay. It's okay to modify your body. It should be okay to modify your body. It's your body, right? This is why I said that in the US, especially conservatives have this fixation of taking agency away from people. It is your body. You should be able to modify it any way you want, right? Your body is your canvas to modify as you see fit. Of course.
Oh, it's the woman that does. That's the whole point of birth control, is that she has the opportunity to do that.
True.
If you're talking about birth control for an adult woman, I really don't have a problem with it. I don't think that it's healthy, but that was my point, where this is a talking point from
what's healthy for an individual should be none of your business. People smoke, people drink alcohol, people eat unhealthy food. What is healthy or unhealthy for a person is nobody's business but said person's. Yeah, exactly. It is your body, and you should be able to do what you want with it, of course. There's this weird fixation of taking away people's agency and autonomy.
Left, these poor people shouldn't have kids. By the way, did y'all ever think that maybe, poor people like want to have kids?
If they want to have kids, then they just don't have to use birth control. It's so easy.
Yeah, well, they don't, right?
Well, of course they do. That's why teen pregnancies fall at a dramatic rate.
I'm talking about in comparison to higher socioeconomic status women, that there's been some data sets that show that the lower socioeconomic status women use birth control less.
Sure, they might use it less, but they're still using it a fuck ton.
Well, yes. So,
because this person's whole view of the world is basically feels over reals. I feel this is the truth, so it's the truth. That's
okay. You're talking about just like you think that it was good that we prevented pregnancies. I'm saying that
unwanted pregnancies.
We prevented unwanted pregnancies with birth control, so we should be able to give teen girls birth control based on that premise.
Yeah.
Because if they probably don't want to get pregnant. If they want to get pregnant, then they don't have to take birth control.
True.
Yeah, I happen to disagree about that, but I think that
what
about giving teen girls birth control because it skews the data.
What?
It's not healthy for them. They can't track their cycle. There's negative outcomes for that.
Hold on,
and then
hold on. Being on birth control can regulate your cycle, so I don't know what you mean when you say that. Number one. Number two, it's healthier to not have a baby than to have a baby as a teenager. So I don't understand what you mean by that either. And like,
Okay, you think that it's healthier to not have a baby than have a baby as a teenager.
Of course.
Yeah.
I don't think that that's true.
Do you think what do you think is like the optimal age for women to bear children? Do you think 16 or 17 is a healthy age to have a child?
I think it can be.
Okay,
I
it's
think
not.
Well, it can be is not an answer. It can be something can be true is a non-answer to the question, is it true? Something can be good is a non-answer to the question, is it good? Right? Come on. Please don't do nonsense like that.
You're just wrong. Like, women's bodies are like giving birth as a 15 or 16 or 17-year-old is incredibly difficult. It's not even the healthiest stage in your life to have a kid. That's like 25.
No, I just don't think that this is an inherently bad thing. I don't think teen pregnancy is inherently bad. I used to think that, but now I don't.
Okay.
But I think I have an article about it that I'll try to pull up. But there was this other question about birth control. So the thing about it is that I also respect autonomy. Like it stands to reason that if I was asked to be put on if I was asked by
you don't respect autonomy. Of course you don't.
if I had a daughter, if she asked me about birth control and wanted to be put on it, I would have a conversation with my husband to see what conclusion we came to as parents. But that's putting the onus on her versus
a teen girl should not have to beg their parents to agree to things like this. This is my take, okay? A young girl should not have to beg their parents to put her on birth control. She should just be able to go to a doctor, and it should just be between her and the doctor. And that's it. Alright? That's the truth of the matter.
What's happened to some young women where their parents just kind of push it on them. You see what I'm saying?
Of course, because the parents are going to be responsible for the child.
So it's okay for parents to push that stuff on their kids in that context.
What do you mean push?
Yes.
I just think
we're
there's better
stewards
ways
of
to
our
go about
children,
this.
of course. If I don't want my kid to get pregnant, I'd probably say, hey, time for you to get on some fucking birth control.
I don't. Well, okay. So now you're taking control of a young woman's body because you're worried about her getting pregnant on accident. Whereas, like my perspective on
We
it from
take
the
control of our children's body all the time. I force my kid to get vaccinated. I force my kid to eat his vegetables. I force my kid to go outside and run around instead of being a computer loser like me sometimes. Like, yeah, what do you mean?
Vegetables and medication are not the same. Vegetables and medication are not the same. It's not the same.
Our children do not have the autonomy of an adult. We are their stewards of their health. So yeah, sometimes we make decisions about what we think is the most healthy. I don't know if I would force a daughter to take birth control, but if she wanted to avoid...
That's what I'm saying.
No one is having that. Dude, no one is having
that. That was the example I gave you. I'm not saying you're saying that.
No,
the example
no. Nobody is talking. The realistic conversation is not like, do we force feed young women birth control pills? The conversation is ought to be available to them. That is not the conversation. Nobody realistically is saying we should force teen girls to have birth control. No.
Okay. And so I agree with you about that. I've also seen that this is just something that's happening to young women too, where they just get their period and they're very, very quickly suggested birth control and they take it. And they're not being presented with an alternative option, which I still don't understand. Like, what's wrong with...
What's the alternative option? Getting pregnant as a child? What?
My option, which is tracking your ovulation. We buy these test strips. I show you how to use them.
Because tracking ovulation is not perfect. People are more likely to make mistakes, and then if they do, the consequences are dire.
True.
Dire?
Yeah.
A baby is a dire consequence.
In that situation, yes. Yes, a baby can be a dire consequence. Depending on your life situation, it can be a dire situation for you, and it can be a dire situation for the child. Yeah,
from a rich family or something, or you're lying about your background. I can't think of any other. I can't engage with this subject anymore in good faith. I don't know if you don't know any single moms, or you said you were from a single mom. I don't know if you lied about that or what.
There's tons in my family.
Everything you're saying is wild. These are like, I feel like when I'm in these communities, I'm talking to people that you're either all rich as fuck and you have no idea what it's like to live a real life or what, because you can't say these things as a normal human being. For most people, coming from single families fucking sucks. It's like the number one plight of the entire African American community are broken homes and broken families, not having fathers in the household, not having somebody to help you do your schoolwork, having your mom work 2 jobs, having to rely on government aid to fix your shit. This idea of like, well, how is it so bad to be pregnant as a fucking 15-year-old? It's like one of the...
True. I have to say, I mean, yeah. It is pretty infuriating. Yeah. I am finding myself in agreement, which is pretty interesting. Okay.
Dumbest things I've ever heard in my life. I don't know how to engage with this topic. I'm with you. I'm not sure what you want me to say. I'm sorry. I truly don't know what to say. It's beyond like comprehension. I don't know how anybody can say this with a straight face. Yes, it is dire. Yes, it's probably
true. Like, I don't know. I'm just finding myself in agreement with this. Yeah, he is 100% right. It is pretty infuriating to ask a question like that. Yeah, 100%, of course. Who would say that with a straight face? Exactly. Like, my God. Yeah, depending on your life situation, pregnancy can be a dire situation for you, for the child, for your immediate family. Of course, yeah. He is correct. Of course.
It's probably of all the things that can happen in your life, getting pregnant before 18 is probably one of the worst things that can ever happen to you. I'm pretty sure even Ben Shapiro gives us advice, like the top 3 things to be successful was like graduate high school, don't get pregnant as a teenager, and then there was a third thing I don't remember. And
I'm gonna be honest, even if you end up being okay, even if like everything ends up being okay, it doesn't mean that it will end up being okay for everybody. Right?
Every single person in society, Andrew Tate, the most blue pill people, the most red pill people, the most everybody will recognize that teenage pregnancy is one of the worst things that can happen to you. Like, sorry, that's like so obvious to me.
That's like that. Okay, that. The reason why is because it's a paradigm. Okay, so it's a different lens.
Oh, this is such dishonest BS. It's a paradigm. You just have a different, perspective. Steven. There sure seems to be a lot of repeating the same Gamergate rhetoric lately from people I've never heard of before. Like, let's face it, Xander Hall just called it. Like, we might as well just unboard the fact that Xander Hall correctly predicted that the Gamergate thing is gonna make a comeback, and it did. At this point, we might as well just be openly giving Xander Hall credit for that.
To view it, that hey, maybe it wasn't the best, but it certainly can't be the worst, because motherhood would be a blessing and having a child would be a blessing. And honestly, the women that I know that were teen mothers that had their children, they don't regret having their kids. You know what I mean?
Irrelevant, and substantial, and irrelevant.
I mean, not everybody did it well.
Yeah, you can rape a lot of women and they won't regret having their kid.
What?
True. Yeah, of course.
What don't you understand about that? People can go through negative experiences and come out the other end and feel good about it. I was neglected by my parents my entire life.
Yeah, exactly. Another very correct point by Steven here. Of course. Yeah, women can get raped, can get pregnant as a result of that. And then and taking care of the children might be a positive experience at the end of that, but that does not suddenly make the rape okay, right?
life, and I'm grateful for it. It ended up making me a really great person. That doesn't mean I would say it's a good thing for it to happen. That doesn't make any sense. A lot of people can come out of situations like, oh, you know, I guess at the end of the day, I'm glad that this happened. That doesn't make it a good thing. I'm sure there aren't single mothers out there saying like, I wish I could kill my fucking kid. But if you could say like, what if you could have gotten pregnant a little bit later? They're probably like, yeah, probably it would have been a lot better for me.
Yeah, well, yeah, that was like one of the things that my mom told me. That was like the number one thing that she told me was to like not get pregnant in high school, I think was her perspective. So I don't disagree with you, but I think there are cultures and communities where teen pregnancy isn't necessarily the biggest deal in the world. It's a big deal from the progressive side of things, but my family's full of teen moms.
Why are you saying from the progressive side of things? It's a big deal from the conservative side of things. Conservatives rightfully recognize that broken homes and single motherhood is like a really fucked thing for kids.
Well, I would be very skeptical of anybody that was pro-life, but then had a problem with, you know, like single mothers or teen pregnancies.
What?
You know what I mean? Because that's the
I
reason
don't
why
know
I
what
changed
you
my
mean.
perspective, 'cause
I don't know what you mean. I literally don't know what you mean. It's nonsense.
It's like, oh, this is the worst thing in the world. Whereas now I perceive it to be more of like a hidden blessing. Like it's not a mistake. And why is that the first thing that we say in the first place? Like, oh, this is a mistake. Your life is ruined.
Because
what if?
Yeah.
Good. Well, your life is ruined because you had a baby.
Yep.
Yeah.
I can't get behind that. I think that that's a really bad narrative that we tell women.
You're
that their life,
stupid.
you know, objectively, it will be ruined because you had a kid and you weren't prepared to have one. I think we can figure these things out. I think we have the social safety nets. We've got SNAP. We also have Medicaid available to the children, not usually to the mom.
That sucks. That's a shit life. That's like saying, like, aren't you happy, bro? You're in Section 8 housing with your fucking mom who's working 2 jobs, but at least you've got EBT for 7-Eleven? Those lives suck. Nobody wants to live like that. It's not fun.
I don't know, because there's just too many single mothers in my family, and there's too many teens, and then teen moms, and then when I was in Central Florida, when I was in high school, there were also teen moms there. Like, it's not that unusual.
Of course it's gonna be Florida. Another revelation that does not surprise me in the slightest, that it's Florida, of all places. Conservatives do have a history of arguing against access to contraceptives. Conservatives have in general a history of arguing against autonomy and agency, I've noticed.
For a culture to embrace teen pregnancy, believe it or not. But I understand from your perspective, it seems like this would be an inherently bad thing. I think this is a completely different community. There's a book about it that I've been reading. I have to think about the title of it right now, but it's basically, it makes the point that women choose to be single mothers sometimes. Sure. Like the life cycle of a low SES woman is to have a child first, and then...
This is why I'm providing you with the top tier gameplay. We are listening to this convo, but we're also watching a top tier gameplay from me. In the meantime, once again, I will remind you that you can become a $1 Patreon and make me really, really happy. Okay?
Get financial security and then get married, right? That's just a different lifestyle.
That's not, nobody wants to do that. That's an exceptionally
that's where I disagree. I think that this is literally a community that seeks to do that. These women wouldn't dream of being childless.
Women don't want to be single moms living on EBT and Section 8 housing. Those lives suck. They suck.
I don't know.
I do.
You think
they
it
suck
sucks.
shit. No, I know, because anybody I've talked to from back there says it sucks. Those lives are shit.
Yeah, but then why do they keep having babies then?
Because people make mistakes. Why do people that are addicted to heroin keep doing fucking heroin? Because people make mistakes. Because sometimes poor people don't have access to birth control. Because sometimes they make mistakes with who they partner off with. Because sometimes people are young and stupid. Because
Okay. So it's a book called Promises I Can Keep, and that's the perspective that I have about teen pregnancies, where we look at it as this horrible hindrance, but it's possible that women are choosing it. and that children are not inherently a hindrance, or that they're not inherently, you know, bad. You're gonna have a bad life now because you had a child and you were unprepared for one. It's very possible that we can figure these things out, and we do have the safety nets. We've got scholarships. Like, women have a lot available to them, and they've got, I mean, families as well, depending on like what culture you're in. But this is, I mean, so the book that I'm reading, it's called Promises I Can Keep, and it's Why Poor Women Put Motherhood Before Marriage. So from your perspective, on your side of things, you guys think, oh, this is horrible. Look at these single mothers. And my perspective is, it's just a different lifestyle. And they don't view these children to be inherently problematic.
It can
or
be a different
hindrance.
lifestyle. Like being a crackhead is a different lifestyle.
Being a crackhead versus being a teen mom, I don't know.
That's true. The
Not
teen mom is
same.
worse because you're f***ing up 2 people's lives instead of 1. I agree.
Well, I don't know. Like, why does it have to be inherently screwing up 2 people's lives?
Because you don't have the financial resources or the mental faculty to provide a good life, a good secure life for your child.
Well, you're also presupposing that these women like care about that particular thing. They
Care
might be
about what?
completely
Having
okay
children
with it.
or?
No, about the hardship. Because if they cared that much about the hardship, they probably wouldn't have gotten pregnant. Do you understand what I'm saying?
No, that's nonsense. If that was the case, people would never make bad decisions because they lead to hardship. That's nonsense.
Not how teenagers make decisions. How old are you again?
Oh, I'm 28.
Okay,
yeah.
I'm 34. I still remember being a teenager. I have an oops baby. I made a lot of fucking stupid decisions in my life too. Like 17-year-olds are not always like of sound mind. That they're not like evaluating the consequences for the rest of their fucking lives. That's not how that's why we're parents, right? Is to make sure that our children do better than we do, or to guide them because we know they're going to make stupid decisions if they're left to their own devices, right?
Yes, I suppose, but I just view I view your perspective as the gatekeeping of the value of life just based off of economic stability of the mother, which I think that's just a stupid bar to have for the value of life.
Why?
True. We should just care about babies until they're born, and if they're born and their mother cannot afford to feed them, then screw them, right?
Like poor people shouldn't be alive.
Sure.
Like what? Why?
So you think that a 16-year-old should be able to be allowed to decide to have children?
It's not about what I think they can.
Okay. Do you think they should be allowed then? If they can figure out if they can have a child at 16, they can't figure out if they can have a double mastectomy at 16?
These are not the same thing.
I know they're not the same thing. That's why I'm comparing them. I wouldn't ask you, can you tell me what you think about apples compared to apples? Those are the same thing. When I ask you to compare something, I'm asking you to compare 2 different things with a similar quality.
Oh my
So you have a
God.
consistent opinion about the 2 different things. You're telling me that a child at 16 can decide how they want to influence the rest of their life and their child's life, but they can't have a double mastectomy? Why not?
I don't know. I don't know about that one. I don't think that would be informed consent. You know, a teenager who wants their breasts chopped off, who might
But a
want...
teenager can decide to fucking dilate their cervix to fucking 20 fucking inches and shove a baby out and have a human being with them for the rest of their life? That is something they
LH Fruit.
can figure out?
Honestly, yeah, and they used to, and they did. It's only... I think... Here's the thing. Like, is it possible that there are issues with our society?
I mean, it's a very big decision having children. So yeah, of course.
To where women from the ages of 16 to 20 aren't able to reproduce securely. I don't think the problem is like the women and the choosing. I think the problem might be our societal structure.
Oh.
But even so, there are women that choose to be teen moms, and I just don't
imagine thinking that society should be structured around children having babies.
View that as an inherently bad thing. I think that's a horrible way to view children or kids. And I mean, you said that earlier when I called them, when I said that babies are a consequence. You're like, you're pregnant. Why would you think that? But here we are having the same conversation. But that I just think that it's a misperception from researchers. When they study low SES women, they make this assumption that they don't want to have these babies out of wedlock or even out of wedlock or as teens. And it's possible that they do. And it's possible that it's not inherently bad. Even though
I'm sure there are some wealthy people or some people with extra financial means that have children at early ages that are okay with it. I'm sure that does happen, but that's going to be in the minority of cases. The overwhelming amount of unplanned teen pregnancy is probably negative.
So when I'm looking at a population and a demographic of where I'm talking about teen pregnancy and where it's more,
Didn't she position herself as like an expert on gender? A super expert on this topic? And everybody else is illiterate?
a choice. I'm looking at cities.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I'm looking at cities like Philly, and I'm looking at cities like New York City, and I'm looking at cities that have predominantly minority communities, both Latino and Black. And this is, it has something to do with the fact that the Industrial Revolution finished, and there was something that happened with the workplaces there. I guess like these folks like lost a lot of jobs. I'm not sure. I have to go and re-look at some of the book, but that's kind of where I came from, right? Okay, so like honestly, that's my
the
culture.
majority
That's
of
where
teen moms in Philadelphia and in the Bronx
Philly.
are like, I want to be a teen mom.
True.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying to you. Yeah.
No, yeah, that is what I'm implying. Damn, so static. You're gonna have a lot of work to turn this stream into like a workable segments. You're gonna have to discuss strategy.
Yes.
We come
So,
from different
like-
reality. One of us is so out of touch. We're on the moon. It's either you or me. I don't know. Maybe it's me. I stream video games all day. But like,
no, I think it's just possible that there's communities and cultures that want to have children young, but they don't feel economically prepared to pursue marriage. So they'll try to achieve the economic status, and then they'll get married. But there's
but you don't
this
get the economic status from having a child.
True.
No, but they just wanted to have the baby. They just wanted to have the baby. They wanted to be a mom. They find joy and fulfillment in the identity of being a mom. You see what I'm saying? So
Not
that
as a
is a
single
different life
teen
cycle.
mom when you're 16 in the United States of America.
I know.
That's great, but
Women used to get pregnant as teens too.
Because they had to start having babies early to take care of the.
that's great, but what does that have to do with banning contraceptions?
The fucking farm, and half their kids would die during childbirth, and because school ended at 11 because there wasn't much history or math to study. It was a totally different world.
I think the call of mother.
Also, I don't think there's any risk of that happening.
Motherhood is just that strong, and we just look at these sad brown women. They're so ignorant. Okay, what if they're not? What if they're doing exactly what they want to do?
What if the trend of every single industrial...
Wait, if you're advocating for them to do what they want to do, then you should give them access to birth control, of course, right? That's the thing you should give them. If you want them to do what they want to do. Isn't that right?
country in the world is that given more options, women historically tend to put off having a child for longer and longer and longer and longer and longer.
You join the conversation now.
Put off having a child for longer. Every woman given the opportunity to put it off.
That's higher socioeconomic status women, and if we're looking at like the primary demographic for that, it would likely be white women that are doing that.
No, that's every race of woman, and that's every country in the world. As people become more economically prosperous, they have less children.
Talking about developed nations?
Every nation, even in Africa, the birth rates are falling. As the nations become more industrialized, women survive childbirth and children survive childhood more often. People have less kids, especially as women are empowered to control their jobs and control their reproductive health.
That I don't dispute. I think you're right with that.
Well, but what does it show? It seems to, like, if anything, I would expect the trend to be the opposite. If women getting more money enables them to make more decisions, it seems like they would get pregnant earlier. It's like, oh, cool, now I have the freedom to get pregnant as early as I want. But it doesn't seem to be the case. When you give women more autonomy and freedom to choose what they want in their life, it seems like they're putting these choices off for later and later. So it doesn't seem like the call of motherhood is that strong.
Well, we have to consider contraception and abortion in that context, though. Right? Because I think that's what is more of the problem. So
yeah, but that's part of the choice. And like,
the point is that conservatism is a brain disease. Well, okay, I'm not gonna be, because that's actually putting people with actual disease in a bad light. So just say that conservatism is a state of mind and leave it at that. Like, so many
Even
bad.
so, like even in the United States, you're telling me you're coming from a Latino family where they're championing their daughter getting pregnant at 16? Bro, in some of the Cuban communities I was a part of, you would get fucking murdered if your daughter came fucking home after a quinceañera and she comes home and she's fucking knocked up. You'd be assassinated.
No, not anymore. Not anymore. Like there was a cultural shift that.
Who's the third person? Yeah. Yeah, she's a conservative, this person. Yeah. She's a conservative.
Happened. That's why I'm specifically citing that book that I've been reading. There was a cultural shift that happened. Like, oh, my daughter got pregnant. I'm gonna be mad because she's blending, old world traditions and new world traditions. And well, I'm Christian, but she's an American.
No,
and she's got a lot more freedom.
that is not, I don't believe that. I don't think any parent has ever thought that. They're mad because they want their child to have access to better opportunities in life, and they don't want them to make the same fucked up mistakes they did. One of those fucked up mistakes is getting pregnant before you're ready. I think that's generally why people get upset, because they want their child to be successful and to like do well in life.
Yeah, but they never like pressured their from my perspective, from the cultures that I'm talking about, there's not like pressure to get an abortion. Like, as much as your family might
there might not be pressure to get an abortion, but that's but that's probably just because they're more like, Jesus fuck, every fucking Hispanic person in this country is like fucking Catholic. They probably don't believe in abortion. But that's a lot different than saying that like they feel the beautiful call of motherhood for their teenage children.
We can just disagree. Yeah, sure.
So what I'm confused about is, so there's the element that you're saying that, okay, if a teenager gets pregnant, she could not regret it later, or it could be good, or whatever the fuck. But I'm saying, if you support teenagers getting pregnant, as you said earlier, because you don't want to gatekeep life, then we're talking about the active choice as a teenager to get pregnant to promote life. And I don't understand how that's more coherent with your takes than just teenage celibacy.
So I'm not saying that like they should do these things. I'm saying that it's not inherently bad, that it can be a choice of autonomy for these teen moms who want to have these children. But I think often in leftist and quite frankly white spaces, they don't understand this because they're not like a part of the culture or part of the community. When it's like pretty normal.
Gosh.
It was pretty normal. It's going away now, but there was like a time period, I want to say from the 90s all the way to, I want to say 2010, where this was the phenomenon. And it still is in some cultures actually, to have the baby first, get economic stability, and then get married.
Wait, where is wait, hold on, wait. What culture has that ever been the norm in?
That's what I'm saying. It's urban inner cities in the Northeast with minority women that are Latin and Black.
Yeah, but the culture isn't, first of all, that's a newer culture, because I'm pretty sure like black families and marriage rates were way higher in like the 50s and 60s. That's something that's changed over time, is this single motherhood thing. Also, I don't think that those single mothers are choosing to be single mothers. They don't know that that's what's going to happen. It's not like they secure good economic freedom. What is it like? Isn't it like only half the women in the United States even get paid child support? And I'm willing to bet that in these communities, it's probably even less that actually get it. I don't think they're choosing to be single moms for the lucrative draw of EBT cards.
No, I don't think that's like why they're choosing it. I think that is something that they recognize as an option for them if they were to have a teen pregnancy. They're like, oh, okay, at least I have this. This can help me out. But my perspective is just that this is
pregnancy is
right.
Not,
so
not
my
a conscious choice, right?
Okay, if we're talking about having sex and we're not on birth control, right, and we're consenting to unprotected sex. Then
so you're saying they're consenting to they're like considering the option that they might get pregnant, and they're taking it into account, and that should be considered as them making the choice to be teen moms?
I'm saying that should be the perspective, but somehow we've convinced young women that there is such a thing as sex without consequence. So they falsely believe.
I don't think that that's what we convince women. I think that we understand that teenagers don't necessarily... I mean, have you had... Oh, maybe this is too personal, but I think a lot of adults had unprotected sex, and they didn't necessarily... I mean, sure, you assume the quote-unquote consequences of an unprotected pregnancy, but you can make dumb decisions as an adult, and we understand as a society that teenagers have a higher proclivity to make dumb decisions, so we don't hold them to the same standards of how adults should make decisions.
I didn't say that it was smart. I said that it could be a choice and that it might not be bad.
I'm saying that
You can say that about anything, by the way. You could say that about anything.
Frame it as a choice really ignores how we view teenagers in any other context. Like you brought up social contagion, for example. If you're saying that teenage girls don't have the capacity to realize that they're actually transitioning because their friends are trans and they find it cool, I don't see how, if you think that's how their brain works, they have like the mental faculties to understand what it means to get pregnant and like make that a conscious choice.
True.
You know?
Right. I'm just coming from a different cultural perspective, and I'm not the only person that has that perspective.
I don't have an answer to this, so I'm just gonna default to just my experience is just different. There you go.
Perspective. There's literally a book on it. Anybody could read it at any point in time.
Read a book.
I also think that if we're talking about teen pregnancy,
there's literally a book. There is literally a book. What do you know?
There's a difference between contraception use and there's a difference with abortion as well. So like there are some data sets that suggest that the higher socioeconomic status a woman is, the more likely she is to abort. So while we're talking about low SES brown women, this is the demographic that I'm talking about because I think they're just completely misunderstood. When we're talking about them, they might have an unplanned pregnancy, but they are more likely to make it all the way to birth versus terminating that baby, which they would want the baby, right? Like, why can't we entertain that they want this baby? Like, what's wrong with saying that they want this baby?
Because if they wanted this baby, they would not be taking birth control. There you go. That's the answer. Right? When someone wants a baby, typically, they do not take birth control.
Entertain it. I just like, I need to understand something. So you say, I don't think birth control is, like, teenagers shouldn't be forced to use birth control. Now, I don't think people are forcing them, but let's say, is it fair to say that you have a general aversion for teenagers using birth control?
I think that it's unhealthy for all women to use birth control, actually.
Okay. Cool.
Well, unless there's like PCOS or something like that, right?
Okay.
If there's like a medical reason, yeah, then I could understand
but generally.
that.
So I'll just
generally, I think it's bad for them, yeah. It's unhealthy.
So then you're saying, don't use birth control because that's bad for you, specifically about teenagers I'm talking about. But you're also saying just track your ovulation cycle so you won't get pregnant. So it seems that the issue with
There's no way she's 28. Yeah. I mean, it's possible, sadly. Sadly, it is very possible.
Control isn't for the prevention of like pregnancy. It's because you think it's unhealthy, so people should avoid it. Is that correct?
My position on birth control?
Yeah.
Yes, that's totally my position, right? And we could be sitting down. I don't think everyone's going to be able to, but that's something that I would teach if I had a daughter, is just how to track her ovulation cycle, because then you don't have to deal with all the negative side effects and consequences with birth control itself.
So would you be fine with teenagers getting how's it called, a UDI?
An IUD?
IUD, sorry.
No, that's still hormonal, and I don't
No. There are mechanical ones that don't release hormones.
There's one. It's the copper IUD, and it makes the uterus acidic. There's still side effects of that. I still regard that to be unhealthy. Yes, and it's actually quite large in comparison to some of the other IUDs out there. But that's a copper IUD that makes the uterus acidic. I still don't think that that's the best option for young women. Like, what's wrong with not having sex for, like, I don't know, a week and a half, a month? Like, really, what's the BFD? Like, truly,
it's not a fail-proof method. Like, you can track your
but it is, though. If you know when you're
right.
ovulating, it is foolproof.
Okay,
you see
first
what I'm
of all,
saying?
hold on. You don't always know when you're ovulating, number one, okay? Because sometimes people can have a lot of irregular periods, especially fucking teens.
Yeah,
and number two,
that would be me.
And then why would you advocate then for tracking your fucking ovulation cycle if you have irregular periods?
Because you get enough of a data set through time. And
Bro,
you can also
it only
key
takes
on these
one good load to knock you up. What do you mean? You don't have time to get a time's worth of fucking data set. What do you mean?
How much time does a teenager gain to know, like, her ovulation cycles? I didn't even start my period till I was 15.
Exactly. If you get your period at 14,
Well,
like, how
where's
much
the
do you
time?
know? Do you know when you ovulate? I don't know when I ovulate.
Well, we should know. We're adult women who want to have sex. We should know.
Yeah, but
I just use condoms.
See, like, that's not even that bad. Like, condoms, not that negatively impactful for a woman's health.
Condoms are horrendously negatively impactful because they make sex suck. For everybody. Nobody likes condoms, men or women.
I was talking about the hormonal medical impact, okay? Like, I would see what I'm saying. Like, that's
no, you're not
smart.
just talking about the hormonal medical impact, because you also didn't like the copper IUDs, which some women are okay with, and those don't have a hormonal impact.
But why? But why did I say that I didn't like it?
Because you said it's acidic, but semen inside the vagina can change the pH of the fucking vagina. There's a lot of things that can affect your body's health, and there's going to be way more negative impacts to being pregnant than having a slight increase in acidity, which I'm not even sure is true with the copper IUD.
It is true. It's a copper ion.
Hormones can be bad, okay? But I think that there's a lack of information about. So, like, for example, with the birth control, there is no one birth control. There's like a dozen, and they all have different amounts of different hormones. Yeah. And often girls get put on the wrong one, and then they don't ever get another option or know that there are different ones that could potentially be much better for them. And this is not just birth control pill versus an IUD. This is like there is a dozen different birth control pills of themselves, and they go on a spectrum depending on what you need. I need one that's very up this end. I need an anti-androgen, which is not normally what they would put you on. But I had to go on a birth control pill for medical reasons. As you said, that would be an exception, so I'm not trying to argue against that. But I think we aren't taught about hormones. We're not taught about what is right for us. We're
tell
not
me to
taught
go
about
when
getting the right hormones if we do need those hormones. We're never
Diablo 2 is clearly longer than 1.
told to go get blood tests to check them, which is something that we should probably all be doing at least occasionally. But that doesn't mean that birth control pill is always bad. It's more like birth control pill can be bad, and there's the reasons for it why.
Can I try to build a bridge with you, Allie? So I personally, I don't want to go on birth control. I really don't. I took pills in the past. It worsens my acne. It makes my migraines worse. I need to take special pills for it. I'm not super... I'd rather get the copper thing, right? And I'd rather use a condom. So I get what you're saying. I'll even be willing to concede that, yeah, obviously, if you're taking hormones for quote-unquote no reason because there are supplements that you can use, then I don't think that's a terrible argument. But I would like to ask, would you be willing, for the sake of, like, coming my way, that it is possible to get pregnant if you fuck up while you calculate your ovulation cycle, if you're not on birth control?
Yeah, that is possible.
Okay.
Sperm can live inside of a woman for 3 to 5 days, and then we've got 12 to 16 hours to when the egg leaves to, for it to be fertilized. Yes.
So what I want to draw a comparison on is that, let's say that the birth control does have some negative or unnecessary, quote unquote, unnecessary, like medical influences that you might not need. But if you fuck up with your other types of birth control that aren't pill, then you are pregnant, which I'd argue has not only during pregnancy, but after pregnancy, a lot of health costs as well.
Okay.
So why is one health consideration not okay, and but we're fine taking the pregnancy hit?
So I need, can you restate it? It was a little bit hard to follow.
Yeah, sorry. Basically, very quickly without caveating too much. Birth control, bad for health. Pregnancy and after pregnancy, also bad for health.
No.
Yeah.
Why not?
I mean, pregnancy hormones.
Wait, no, let her answer that. Hold on. How can we see?
Like gestational diabetes.
Or wait. Have her answer the thing. How does pregnancy has some pretty lifelong changes that it introduces to a lot of women's bodies?
Why is that bad? Like, our bodies are literally made for it. This isn't like something that we're unable to do.
You're also able to grow cancer.
Gestational diabetes is very different, and I've already had to get tested for that. Like, what? Okay, this is the weirdest thing I heard from a feminist one time. She said that pregnancy was proven to be unhealthy for women, and that is crazy to me because is it not a natural state of being a woman? It's natural, right? It's featured.
I mean, dementia is like that.
But it's a feature.
Sure. So
right?
dementia and cancer.
Our bodies are made for it, though.
Dementia and cancer are like features that our bodies are theoretically made for, like autoimmune disease.
Childbearing in comparison to dementia and Alzheimer's. We're gonna compare childbearing.
Isn't it something like 70 more people probably develop dementia than have children?
It's a natural.
What Tom's cut video? What video? Who's Tom Scott again? Oh. Well, we'll look over nice videos, don't worry. We're gonna do it. I have a few topics coming. True, being eaten by a leopard, by leopards is natural. Also, giggling is natural. Oh, don't worry. We'll watch a few nice things.
Natural product that our
But
body
this is probably gonna be the last thing for tonight.
does. Also, if you're going to say, no, not the pregnancy, like Alzheimer's and cancer as well, right? It's just a natural process. It happens to people. It's not unnatural.
One of them is not making a human life. One of them
sure,
is
but
naturally
I'm
making
just
a
saying
human
that
life,
it's
and the other
silly-
one is a disease with age, I think we're saying.
There is a cost to being pregnant that will affect you for the rest of your life.
Yes.
You can wrap that up with whatever nice words you want, but the reality is there is a health cost to that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Which you're fine paying because it's for the sake of creating a life, right? But then my question would be, sorry? Yeah?
No, go ahead, because I want to see what your question would be.
Okay, but then my question would be, if you're saying, well, you know, my body is made for it, so yeah, maybe there's a health cost to being pregnant, but my body can handle it. It's what it was made for. So then my question is, sure, pills have like health costs, but our body can handle it. Many women are on the pill and they survive just fine. Some women have no side effects. So how is that different? Again,
a lot of women do have side effects from birth control.
Why did you just
like,
counter
there's a whole
that?
fifth wave feminism
you
coming
can't
out.
just counter. A lot of women have side effects, well, a lot of women don't have side effects. The reality is that overwhelmingly, most women that are on birth control prefer to be on birth control. Right?
Yeah, I mean that's their choice. Yeah, I still think that probably the healthier outcome
It's
for
their choice, but it should be banned. The conservative way of thinking.
them would be if they just track their ovulation cycle. Like I don't know why does that sound so stupid?
Because the chances of getting pregnancy are way higher, and there are way more negative.
No, they're not. Sperm lives for 3 to 5 days. You track your ovulation window. You urinate on 2 ovulation test strips to test for luteinizing hormone. You can honestly, like, you'll pee positive for 2 days.
I don't know why you're
put it on a
explaining to me
calendar.
natural family planning, like the NFP method.
Yeah.
I understand what it is, but I'm telling you that the chances of somebody, you've got 2 different rates that you measure when you're talking about using birth control. You've got a perfect use rate, which for pullout, I think is like 96%. For condoms and birth control, it's like 99%. And then you've got a real world use, which is like when people don't adhere to it perfectly. Now with the pill, that can drop a bit, but with pullout, I think that drops to like 60 or 70%, right? Real world use application of the pullout method or of the natural family planning method are pretty low because people fuck up when they track their ovulation. They fuck up, they don't know if they have an irregular period, because by definition they're irregular, or because fucking sometimes somebody just might want to fuck on that week and they just happen to get horny and the right moment arises.
A lot of things.
maybe you
can
just don't have
fuck up
sex
your
for
cycles too, right? Like, so you get stressed and your cycle gets fucked up.
Sure,
and
I
you thought you
said
were
irregular
tracking it
periods,
right.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but this isn't just irregular periods. This is someone who could have a regular period, but she goes through a significant period of stress, or she does sports and then her level of testosterone is higher and it throws it off more. Like, there's a bunch of things that can change. Even
is it
like
the social
somebody who
contagion? Is that why her testosterone level is high?
No. With a lot of women that do a lot of sports, you know, it goes up. But like, there can be a lot of things that can throw off your cycle, even if you have normally a very like solid one too. So something to keep in mind.
Yeah, but if you're collecting data and you're also in touch with your body, like you would know that something was off too. You see what I'm saying? Like it takes time. Like you're not going to be able. Oh, I'm just going to track my cycle for a month and I know everything.
Wait, hold on. Wait. Stop. Hold on.
Well, hold on.
No, wait.
Hold
The answer
on.
is hold on. The answer is you won't know. That is not true. Women do not know almost anything about their body when they're fucking 14 to 20. That's why every fucking woman, multiple times in their life, has woken up, felt a little bit sick, and is like, "Fuck, am I pregnant? I don't know if I'm pregnant. Am I late on my period?" Like every teenage woman that is sexually active has these issues because you're still new to your body. You're still learning. You're still developing. Like I don't think any woman has a great understanding of her body when she's 18 years old.
Okay, I hear what you're saying, right? But my point is that they're going to remain ignorant if we never teach them. And so you guys do what you want to do. Women can be on birth control. It's legal. Personally, for me, I plan on tracking my cycle, and that's what I would educate other women to do. And if they want to hear that out, natural family planning, then they can. There are women who have done natural family planning. They got pregnant when they wanted to, and when they didn't want to get pregnant, they did not. Y'all do what you want. I just think that that's better than taking a medication for what we have 12 to 16 hours to fertilize an egg, and sperm lives in us for 3 to 5 days. So because of, we'll give it a 5-day window. Let's do that. So because of these 5 days, we need to take 21 days of hormones. Like, pass on it. I'm good. I wouldn't want to do it.
Allie, can I So the issue that I'm having is that you're making the claim of like, I care about women's health and the pill is just not healthy and there are other options that are healthier. But then we also say, well, if there are health costs to pregnancy because I value life more than that, then I'm fine with those health costs. So it just feels like it's like I care about health until baby, and then if you're screwed by your pregnancy and you're a teenager, it doesn't matter. And then I'm like, well,
I think she doesn't
care
need
about
it.
health then, because that doesn't seem the main issue.
Well, this is also, like, you're saying that.
Like, I think it's pretty instructive and illustrative of the conservative mindset, right? I think so. It's like, to be honest, I think this is pretty instructive of the conservative mindset.
Their pregnancy was a negative outcome. Like, screwed how? Like, screwed socially, screwed physically.
No,
what's the metric
I'm just
for screwed?
speaking about medical right now.
You're talking about so this woman had a pregnancy and she experienced a complication and she was a teenager.
Yeah.
Is that where we're going?
Sure.
Right.
Which are
So I've
probably
only
way more
really been
common
talking
as
about
teenagers,
healthy
right?
pregnancy.
Yeah, that is what she said.
I think at 16, what are the rates of complications from pregnancy? 16 to 18 is probably quite high. I think the time period when you're most able.
Arguably both, but to different degrees, right? At this point, arguably both. Like, Steven had some really bad ideas when it comes to trans issues. We've actually reacted to Steven's take about gender affirming care being experimental by doing free research streams on the topic. So I'm gonna be making a essay refuting that claim that gender care is experimental, because that is like a pretty ridiculous thing to say, right?
To deliver a baby healthily is like 25 to 30 years old.
I think
sure.
really you should be alright over 18, right? For most, I mean, aside from people that hit puberty late.
I
Then
just think it's
I'm
a
sorry
society
if
problem. I think that,
I'm
like,
sorry.
you know, it's.
I guess from my perspective, the answer to the question is they are both conservative. Nice. Someone called her on being evasive and misdirecting with an argument. Her opinion isn't exactly dependent on, but is being applied for the sake of true persuasion. Thank you, Rasardos.
It's stupid that we have a society that doesn't facilitate women.
Oh, and the research streams are on the channel.
Women being able to have children young. That's the bigger problem. That's my stance on it.
Okay. Even without complication, I want to speak about teenagers because I do feel like it's more relevant, but just generally speaking, leave complication aside, I misspoke. What I mean is just that pregnancy takes a toll during the pregnancy and after birth, medically, health-wise, right?
Yes.
So, but you're saying I'm okay with that toll because there's a baby in the works. But we're saying you can just take a lesser toll and just not have the pregnancy if you just use the pill.
Yeah, and women can do that. I just think that it's not as healthy as natural family planning. I don't know why we can't understand that. Women can go on synthetic hormones if they want. Like, go do it. It's available. I just, natural family planning, not a bad idea. That's all I'm saying.
I get what you're saying. I think, at least I'm saying that when you're saying it's not as healthy as natural family planning, you're taking into account that a pregnancy hadn't happened, and we all do, because without birth control, it is significantly more likely that an accidental pregnancy will happen. So I think that goes into my calculations and it doesn't go into yours. And if it doesn't go into yours, then obviously it's more healthy, right?
Also, like natural and healthy are not the same. Like arsenic is natural. I wouldn't recommend eating.
Yeah,
but also like birth control can be very bad. But the thing is that we need to be seeing this from an individual perspective. So like for you, Ali, it probably is better that you don't take these types of things because it doesn't work for you. But we need to stop ascribing the whole, like everything for the same people. Like everyone's an individual. They're all going to have different hormone levels and not everything's going to work for each person.
I mean, some women can't take birth control. I'm not saying that can't use the pill. They shouldn't use the pill. It's not like medically safe for them. I don't think anyone is making that argument, though.
I am.
Well,
Force feed them
a lot of
birth
people
control
make
pills.
that. People make that argument every day. I mean, I don't even. If you think that synthetic hormones are the better option than women organically tracking their cycle, then that's your perspective and you're allowed to have it. I just disagree. I think we can do better for women. So that's all I'm saying. I don't think pregnancy is unhealthy. I think there are cases where pregnancy has been unhealthy, cases of eclampsia, cases of gestational diabetes. Huh?
Well, unhealthy is unfair. It takes a physical toll on a woman, so it deteriorates her health in some ways.
Always a chance of death.
What?
What do you mean, what? You're pregnant.
Pregnancy deteriorates a woman's health. It's just it's a harder state of being, but to say it deteriorates her health, like this is like a leftist position usually. It's like, oh, pregnancy is so hard. But here's the thing, like we always talk about, oh, pregnancy is so hard, but we never use it as an argument for your chastity or anything like that. We're like, oh, pregnancy is so hard, and that's why women should have birth control and abortions. Now, like, pregnancy is so hard, maybe that's why we should be more selective.
I'm not saying it's hard. I'm saying it is physically making you less healthy as a human than if you weren't pregnant.
I'm pregnant right now. I'm not less healthy. I'm just a different kind of healthy.
My God.
I'm doing it right now as we speak. I'm still a healthy human being. There's lots of women that are still healthy when they're pregnant, except for like rare circumstances. Like the eclampsia.
Because you're doing all of the right things, right? Like you're taking all of the prenatal vitamins and you're doing all of the things that your doctors have told you to.
Not very good with that. No, I'm saying like, like we're 200,000 years old as a species. Women have been having babies and doing it.
Wait, I'm sorry. Did I just hear that correctly? We are 2,000 years old as a species? Oh gosh. I'm gonna hear that again.
For a long time. Like we're 200,000 years old as
200,000 years. Okay. Jesus, for a second there I thought it was like a young earth creationist or whatever. 200,000. Okay, that's better. Whew. Okay. I misheard. Nice. Okay.
Species. Women have been having babies and doing it well for a long time.
And a lot of us
Hey,
died
just to be
in
clear,
childbirth.
hold on. Just to
Not
be clear,
anymore,
wait.
though.
Just to
Die in
be clear.
No,
clear.
not that much.
No, but
and you know that.
Hold on, wait, just to
say
be
that.
just to be clear,
In
women
the
don't
Western
hold on.
world, yeah.
Women don't have good times delivering babies for humans. That's not true, right?
Who said a good time? What the hell?
Well, because other species can have easier times delivering children than female humans can, right? It's very, very, very difficult for female humans to have babies. Historically, I think we have like some of the worst outcomes with any species when it comes to having children. Just to be clear, because you're saying like, oh, we've been doing it for hundreds of thousands of years. We've been doing it really horribly. Like human babies are fucking terrible, right? They can't walk. They've got soft spots on their head where if you poke it too hard, you'll poke their brains out. They can't even talk or communicate. Like kittens are walking in like 2 hours, right? I'm just historically speaking, like humans are not good at delivering children. It's one of the most like the biggest gains we've made in life expectancy are usually having to do with infant mortality rates, which require unnatural medical interventions.
Well, kittens are actually not a very good example because kittens are blind for weeks after birth, right? So kittens are helpless after birth. They sort of walk, but more like crawl helplessly. Wait, no, kittens absolutely do not walk 2 hours after, after they're born. No, absolutely not. They don't. Kittens helplessly crawl towards their cat mother, right? And then they are like that for 2 weeks or so. And then after a few weeks, they start opening their eyes, they start seeing, and only then they actually start walking, okay? Cats do not start walking 2 hours after they are born, no. And I know because I've actually taken care of newborn cats, so I don't think they do. Maybe. True. But they do not walk 2 hours after they are born. From my perspective, a kitten during the first 2 weeks can die at any moment.
Okay, like if we're talking about children dying of infection, I don't have any problem with that. I said there's some good things about modern medicine, there's some bad things, but we're talking about women's maternal mortality rates. They're actually a lot lower than they're the lowest they've ever been. Like, I don't understand. Well,
not from my perspective. My cat, when she got pregnant, when she was giving birth, she got ill, so she didn't produce any milk. So soon after she gave birth, our first kitten died, and then we had to manually take care of the kittens to make them survive, but only one of them survived. So for me, that was actually a pretty sad experience.
Great medically when it comes to
yeah.
No, for everybody, they're probably the lowest they've ever been. For everybody, they're probably the lowest they've ever been.
It's worse for black women in America.
Sure, but they're still better than they ever have been.
The most obese demographic in
America,
America, and we don't think that those two that could be correlated. We don't think that.
I'm sorry, what?
Okay, so I often hear this, that black women, their mortality rate when they're giving birth is higher than other races, but nobody ever considers the consequences of obesity and pregnancy, and that's the most obese demographic in the United States of America.
I'm not going to say that obesity can't be a variable, but the reality is medicine has not treated women as a group very well, and has also treated, black people even less as well. So they were less included in studies and the control groups for things, right? So they don't always
Well, of course she's a conservative, so she doesn't believe in racism. Yeah, it's sort of almost made me fail high school, but that's a long story. But thank you very much.
Care, women in general from male doctors, and then you add in a black component where the physiology might be slightly different in circumstances, and then they get worse care.
I'll make you a deal. I'll consider. I can
tell you the
circumstances. And you'll
circumstances.
consider systemic racism. How about that? I'll consider obesity, and you'll consider racism.
One is like, no, these are not the same thing. Racism is not the same as obesity. This don't make no type of sense. Why do you want to compare them? No. What is it? Racism is discrimination based off of your race, okay? And then obesity is you got fat and you couldn't stop eating. I don't.
Yeah.
How?
So what I'm saying, and I'm not comparing them. I'm saying that if you're saying we're not taking into account the factors that black women are more obese, then I'm saying that you're not taking into account the factors that black women have worse medical outcomes because of racism.
Right. I've worked in the medical sector for a couple years. Also, okay. Well, I just don't think that that is how that goes. I think it's possible that nurses might have more discrimination practices against black women than doctors. But you guys are welcome to have your perspective on that as well. But
I don't think this is direct racism necessarily. This is more like a historically
racism.
Yeah, it's things that affected how doctors have learned and what they've studied and what we know about other groups of people that we don't have as much data on as well. But I mean, just women in general can get some quite bad care from men because they're often brushed off, right? So like you have bad periods, but then it turns out they actually had endometriosis because they're just disregarded a lot. And then if you add on a black component, it's just an additional to that.
I mean, that is possible. Would I say like in modern medicine today, it is possible that there's a minority of doctors that, you know, might be racist, but I can't sit here and say that it's the majority. These people would lose their licenses, you know, and there's also like patient satisfaction reports too. But this was all about, the women's maternal death rate that you think is high, and I don't think that it's high. Like I'm actually very confident. This is what I'm saying. Like modern medicine has come so far. Okay,
it's 3 times higher.
Right. Okay, you guys can argue the race all day. Like, do it till the cows come home. I'm talking about, like, for some reason, we're talking about women are putting their lives on the line if they have a baby, which is, okay, it's true, but modern medicine has really helped us develop in those ways so that it happens less.
It also
you're arguing about
so we don't have to be pregnant in the first place.
True.
Well, yes, which is an option, was always an option.
It wasn't always an option.
All right.
I mean, it wasn't always an option, right? Always. It was always an option.
I don't have anything else to say to that. I do have another panel that I have to go to. I have a bunch of wives coming to my channel in half an hour, so I have to go.
Base. Thanks for the conversation.
Nice.
I don't know why these guys jumped in a gangbang too, or that was more sexual.
I like Kelly. Kelly's actually, you know, it's a vibe because the cat, but also your pretty face. But I'll see you guys later. Bye.
Thanks a lot. Have fun. Be careful. Bye.
Worse medical outcomes for women, despite the fact that women are like an order of magnitude more likely to actively seek regular medical help. Yeah, it is, of course, because testing cohorts are mostly comprised of men, and the researchers are disproportionately men. True. Well, that is the unfortunate reality of it.
You are very pretty, Kelly.
Really?
One of the guys in the chat said that you look like you should be hanging out with pigeons, Katie. And now all I can think of is that lady in the Home Alone movie that has all the pigeons.
Is that like a homeless reference? I don't get the joke.
She has big gray hair, basically.
I see. Okay.
It's not a negative thing. I think she's cool.
I hope. I don't think it matters.
Okay.
Just made me laugh.
So if you've enjoyed this little segment of me commenting on this thing that happened, then press like, subscribe, smash the like button, smash the bell button, become a Patreon, become a coffeeer, and do all these things. And you know, I think I'm gonna finish this stream for tonight. Tomorrow we might continue Diablo, since this Diablo seems to be a lot longer than the first one from what I've seen. Diablo 1 we've just beaten on the second day. Maybe that's because I know Diablo 1 and I don't really know this Diablo, so I'm playing it blind. But I also think that Diablo 2 is probably just longer than Diablo 1, so that might be a thing as well. We seem to be fluctuating when it comes to subscribers, which is not good. I'm going to be working on the content and yeah. Oh, it was so bizarre discussion between Steven and a conservative woman about birth control and trans issues. So that was strange. So I will see you soon. I hope you have enjoyed this stream. Hope you will share it, and I will see you, right? I will see you tomorrow. Good night. Love and solidarity.